Yeah, it's fine. Right, I'm gonna make a coffee. I'll be doing stateside, kissing the sweet spoiled face. I'll be doing stateside, kissing a Swedish boy over FaceTime. Got stuck in my head, that song. Oops, it's my ego boots doing another deuce and we know you know. I feel an absolute mess. I be doing stateside, kissing a Swedish boy. I be doing stateside, kissing a Swedish boy over FaceTime. I be doing stateside, kissing a Swedish boy over FaceTime. You'd rather be a lover than a father. All my life I've been fat. Oh my god, I need a poo. Oh my god, I look terrible. Jesus. Oh my god. Right, I'm gonna have to go for a poo. I'll be right back. Like, I'm actually bursting. I'm back. I'm not gonna lie, I just did the most manky shit of my life. Not to give too much information, but that was messy. I be doing statesides, cause I'm a Swedish boy over FaceTime. Ooh. That was really good. I be doing statesides, cause I'm a Swedish boy over FaceTime. Ooh. And I don't want the world to see me. Do a track, do a post shoot. So I need to put this one. To the left. To the left. To the right. Oh my god, I look an absolute mess. Jesus Christ, I look absolutely terrible. And I don't want the world to see me. Actually, wait, is my microphone on? Hello? Test. I don't know if the mic's on. Oh, I just deleted it, for fuck's sake. There we go. So, right, beautiful. It's working, it's working. You love to see it. And I don't want the world to see me. And I don't think they'd understand. When everything's meant to be broken. I don't know what these modes are. Oh, unless you're just going to do anyone. Oh my god, it's so hot today. I don't even know why. For some reason, I'm literally sweating. It's so hot today. I'm literally sweating. When everything's meant to be broken. Oh my god, it's absolutely shocking. Do I attract you with my craziest smile? Right, I've got to put my towels away. Because I'm a messy bastard. I think I might be the messiest person in the world. It's actually kind of concerning. Making me smile. I wanna be like. Oh, what's up with my back? I wanna be like Grace Kelly. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be fine like the sun, I could be up, I could be up, I could be everything you like. Gotta be green, gotta be blue. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be fine like the sun. I am one messy bastard. I'm too lazy to get in the shower, so I'm literally just gonna wet my hair. I'm literally just gonna wet my hair because I'm gonna get in the shower later, but I can't be bothered right now. I'm way too lazy. I look absolutely clapped. My hair looks crazy. Oh my god, I look absolutely mad right now. I look absolutely bonkers. It's giving crackhead. I feel like there's nothing worse than like when you can't be bothered to get in the shower and you have to like make the energy to do it, and I'm like, nah, not today. I'm a lazy fucker. I look like an actual crackhead. It's giving homeless person. Terrifying. How does that look? Oh my god, I look absolutely terrible. Oh my god, what's this vape? Oh wait, has it been used? I just found the vape. That's better. I feel rejuvenated. Right, I need to take my pillies. I take 3 types of pills in the morning. The first one I take is a multivitamin. Love it. Then I take 100 milligrams of sertraline. Love it. And then I take finasteride for my hair. Beautiful. I need a cup now. I go through so many glasses a day. It's actually kind of bonkers. Oh, I need to brush my teeth. I need to clean up my desk. It's an absolute mess. Actually, I'm just gonna sit. I wanna be like Grace Kelly. Where's that video I was watching?
So far, please like, subscribe. Well, let's start with Meghan and Harry because they've been snubbed by their family.
This is a brutal snub. This is a wild slap in the face. Harry will be devastated. It's a royal cancellation. It is a royal snub. It's Harry who will be feeling this most keenly. It's an act of war, is my understanding. And your head's going to fall off when I tell you this.
Hello, welcome to the Daily Espresso. I'm JJ Nishobi, and this is Marky Mark Dolan, fan favourite. How you doing, man?
Good to see you, JJ.
You too, buddy. You too. How's your weekend?
Very good, yeah. I've just been thinking about Harry and Meghan non-stop, really. They live rent-free in my head.
Well, let's start with Meghan and Harry because they've been snubbed by their family, and not even the good part of the family, not the main part of the family, you know, the Wills and the Kates of the world. Sorry, William and Catherine's.
Be careful.
Be careful. The people, they hate me calling her Kate.
Because she is our lovely Princess Catherine, and she always will be. And by the way, soon Queen Catherine. Well, not soon, but at some point she'll be
slow down.
Queen. Careful! I don't have medical information about our great monarch. God bless Charles. Long may he reign, but when he passes, we will have King William and Queen Catherine, at which point, by the way, Meghan Markle's head is going to explode. She'll be over. She'll disappear in a puff of smoke.
Well, she's kind of disappearing already, mate.
Right.
Because Harry's cousin, Philippe, it's Philip, I'm calling him Philippe.
Makes him more glamorous, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
much more glamorous, much more exotic. He's getting married, his second one. Nothing wrong with that. Second marriage is normally the best ones.
That's exactly
so I hear.
right. Second time lucky.
Second time lucky. He's getting married to a lovely Harriet, and Harry and Meghan have been snubbed. They've been pushed out.
This is a brutal snub. This is a wild slap in the face. Harry will be devastated. Now, it's not certain that the couple would have attended. We've got that nonsense about their security, which to me is total fake news, considering the couple travel the world, go to lots of other dangerous places without armed cops. But
Yeah.
that aside, that's the excuse for them not coming to the UK yet together as a family. Notwithstanding whether or not they would have gone to the wedding, they've not been invited.
Ouch.
And you can bet your bottom dollar that William and Catherine most certainly were. Now, the wedding's in just a few days' time, and we actually don't know still for sure whether William and Catherine are going, but they're obviously invited. And the reason why this is a brutal snub is because Peter Phillips and Harry have been very, very close for many years, going all the way back to 1997 when Diana passed. And he was sent to Balmoral to be an emotional minder, like a safeguarding figure for the boys. And they've been very close for the entirety of Harry's life. Much loved cousins. Of course, I will tell you that I think that Peter and Zara Phillips are just fantastic people.
Yeah.
And the reason why they're fantastic people is because their mother is Princess Anne, who is probably my favourite member of the royal
She's
family.
also my favourite. Love her. Love her.
She's beautiful, she's elegant, she recycles her clothes even more than you do. Because I know that's late 80s
Oh,
what
fuck,
you're
it's
wearing.
open Minecraft.
Poor JJ, he's on a budget. He has got the alimony. The ex-Mrs. Anasiobi, it was a shocking deal. But here we are. So Anne, who I'm such a fan of, and she's the hardest working.
With YouTube Music Premium, listen to ad-free
No.
songs anywhere. Try 1 month free of charge.
Oh my god, big sound.
All right, let's go watch the video. What does it say?
Hey, let me see your hands. In the backyard.
Yo, this was 0 to 100 for no reason.
When a man opens fire on his
I'm
mother,
just-
her friend, and his
Yo,
teenage
Jesus.
daughter, police arrive to a rescue situation that quickly spirals into a tense shootout. But no one could have imagined what drove him to pull the trigger in the first place, or the disturbing.
Chat, this is one of those edits where I only skipped 10 seconds. And it's me dancing. There you go. And bang, bang, bang. Nobody would believe what this man did.
secret they were about to expose.
Supposedly he's in love with daughter. They're realizing that he's mentally ill and got some situation going on with his own daughter.
The following is
on the
based on
US
official police
government.
records, and the footage has never been seen before until now.
He's what?
Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty.
Massive day for the unemployed. Ronaldo and Rice are in hot water and they're getting clowned by the internet. They were low-key being kind of cringe to this dude working his job because he didn't really know who they were.
Who's your favorite YouTuber? I don't really watch YouTube. Twitch? Stable Ronaldo?
If he doesn't watch YouTube, why in the hell would he watch Twitch?
Does that ring a bell? You never seen a guy who got slapped by Bradley Martin?
A lot of guys got slapped by Bradley Martin.
You never seen a guy who's like, ooh, got your hat. You know who Rice Gum is?
Know who Rice Gum is?
Look behind you.
What up, dude? How's it going,
Isn't it
bro?
crazy? That's crazy how life works, huh?
It's alright. I mean, am I supposed to be honored or something?
Finally, someone humbled him. Loser chat saying him, holy biggest losers dick sucking these streamers. Do these streamers really think people care and or follow them like they're some kind of celebs? I don't get. Don't get me wrong, I actually like Ronaldo. I think he's one of the better streamers out there. But when you start messing with people doing their regular job, it becomes a bit of a cringe fest. All I really know about Rice Gum is that he got done dirty by Kaide's sister and that he's the next David.
The J's for John.
You're the next David. He's really the next David, bro.
Bro said give all retail workers guns and a license to. That's the chillest dude ever, man. He looked like some guy you'd see in a regular show. He looked like a dude who'll beat your ass in Magic the Gathering and then tell you about Yu-Gi-Oh! Lore. You know, he looking like a chill dude. It should be illegal to film customer service workers for content like this. And again, Ronaldo wasn't malicious. A lot of these streamers, they sort of clip farm. They try to get attention through viral clips. The debunker, however, wasn't having any of it and called out Ronaldo.
I don't really watch YouTube. Twitch? Stable Ronaldo? Does that ring a bell? Never seen a guy who got snapped by Bradley Martin? Behind you.
Yo, read the fucking room. This guy wants to do nothing with you. Your stupid ass skit is gonna go on TikTok. This guy doesn't want to be your actor. He's not getting paid to be an actor. If you post a good clip, you get full profit, and he gets $0. You. Dollars
is crazy word.
Bro, why are you
What the
exploiting
fuck does galars
random
mean?
civilians that they didn't say anything? This guy just wants to get by and feed his family, and you're f***ing his shit for no reason. What? Explain that.
Am I supposed to be honored or something?
Now, I would be honored if you watched the ad to the end to help me pay my bills. Recently, a jury ordered Meta and YouTube
No.
to pay $1 million to prioritize mental health cause.
Get your money,
You can use
bro,
the
get
link
your
in Meta's
bag.
QR video. Creep by Radiohead, definitely. Banger song, bro. These workers are dead-ass whack, bro. And again, when French Canadians start making sense, you know you're off your rocker a little bit, because honestly, making other people in the real world a part of your streamer skit, kinda L. Anyway, Unk Soda Poppin got mad at Jason and Ron and called them out directly.
Like every streamer, 5 years ago and past that, you can literally, like, you came from Overwatch. You're a gamer.
Yeah.
Moon came from Overwatch. I came from WoW. Lyric came from DayZ, right?
Yeah.
Who the where did Ron come from?
He's the Fortnite kid, we all know this, and Jason came from Valorant, by golly.
Oh my, mommy, I need a heal.
Oh my god, you need a heal, come here.
I'm coming.
Wait, actually, girl, I actually don't know their like spawn location or like where they came. I don't know.
Yeah, either every kill you get a ooh woo. You know what I mean?
What?
Yeah, I can't get into it. I don't want to get into it. It's
Okay.
really bad. It's really bad.
Ron came from Fortnite and Jason came from China.
Where did Ron come from?
He comes on Fortnite, but he got carried by a cheater.
Bro, what even is this argument, Soda Poppin'? Do you want to get in a call and we could debate? Like, bro, like, I'm the most dumb streamer on this platform, and I still think I would make you look dumb. Like, bro, like, I swear to God, people who just make money get old and just become annoying and just like bored of life. Maybe I'm tripping, bro. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong now, and I'll be the one to sit here and be like, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Dead ass. But this person, he can't admit he's wrong. Like, bro, where the is Stable Ronaldo? You don't even try to put any research into it. Like,
Hey, don't worry, Ronaldo, I put research in. This guy's story is actually pretty cool. He fell off a while ago, and a bunch of people he liked betrayed him, and then he made it back on top of Twitch. He was running around his neighborhood manifesting stuff for himself, and it's genuinely a cool story. But again, he can do better than content farming strangers. And boy, oh boy, he shot back at XQC.
first and foremost, XQC, you're a dumb who has no content. That's number one. You have absolutely no content, and you result to clicking on links on Twitch because you steal my content. That's number one.
Yo, read the fucking room. This guy wants to do nothing with you. Your stupid ass skit is gonna go on TikTok. This doesn't want to be your.
Yo, XQC, do you ever do anything besides just react to 10-second clips and not the whole VOD because you're a dumbass whose attention span's gone down because all you do is spin slots? Nah, because now I'm mad.
Again, this was getting straight up heated, and trust me, this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Really? Let's go to the original clip. Yo, mods! Because I'm about to make a dumbass look stupid. You know what goes viral? Me talking to the guy, not me giving him a $100 tip when I say, yo, you know what? It's $750. Go to $850. Where's that part of the clip? Where's that part of the clip? Where they split all the money and I give him an extra $100? Yo, where's the clip of the dad who randomly walked in and I bought him a $200 pair of headphones just because he knew who I was, his kids? Where's that clip? Where's the clip where literally...
I mean, That's Twitter for ya. Also, I think people just in general have streamer fatigue from the likes of Jack Doherty and the Somalian guy. I really hate to say it, but like 99% of IRL streamers are incredibly annoying. Anyway, Ronaldo and Jason here are part of this thing called the Core Boys, and Soda Poppin wasn't done. He was going after all of them.
Yeah, they don't know shit. How many of them have you bought? It's a good number. It ain't zero.
Can you assume the best of people for once, Chance?
No, I assume the worst, and I'm right most of the time.
You don't think these young boys have something to offer?
No.
I think
Well,
some of them
they
do.
have something to offer, yeah. Some of them are pretty funny, but VBot, half of them. But, good for you guys. $20 million content house that's rented.
I mean, he ain't wrong. Alleged streamer Lacey Viewbots for sure. You know, I also thought living with your friends in a content house sounds awesome, and then I turned 14. Even Rice Gum left the clout house from back in the day.
Soda Poppin', why are you hating?
Oh,
Create, own, rent everything? Yo, okay, we don't own the house, bro, but listen, we own the YouTube, the TikTok, all the socials. Bro, God, bro. They're trolling? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't take this serious. No, we don't bot our numbers. It's all love, bro. You know, Prime is long gone, so I do the same. Low key. Wait for my podcast in 10 years, bro. I'll slick hate on everybody. I mean, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I really don't care about Soda Poppin', bro. I don't care, man.
I don't really care, bro. Yeah, bro. Anyway, when the dude said, am I supposed to be honored or something? Probably the hardest response I've heard ever. And again, maybe it's just me, but I think all IRL streaming sort of falls onto the same umbrella. You're making content out of people who don't really want to have cameras shoved in their face, and all of it's cringe.
Retweeting this saying, give all retail workers guns and license to... It's just easy. It's easy to get likes off hate.
I mean, facts. I be doing it too. Look at the thumbnail of this video, you know, hate the game, not the player. And yes, while the initial clip looks bad, I feel like Ron didn't really do much, and the other guy seemed pretty happy. He gave him $100 and whatnot. Subscribe to the channel if Jason's Chinese and you still can't understand XQC. Unfortunately, we ran out of time for this video.
Hey, it's Dua Lipa here. Tune in to one of my favorite performances, Radical Optimism, live from Mexico City, only on YouTube.
No.
Massive day for the unemployed. Trainwrecks just got smited into the Shadow Realm and banned off Valorant for queuing with his friends. Train got a month ban on Valorant for getting carried too hard. And trust me when I say this, you guys aren't ready to see the stats. So what in the hell happened? Trainwreck's banned for 30 days for shared accounts in Valorant 5 stacks.
So I got banned on Valorant because they said I was getting carried too hard. But it's like... but that's both. Like, I'm just using the 5. but it just like, I'm using the 5Q system. I'm queuing with streamers on their streams. Like, respectfully, like, that's not their business, or they can ego stroke or go on a power trip all they want. But saying that I'm getting carried is irrelevant.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true.
And then apparently the head of Riot Games leaked his IP address, allegedly.
Wait, what?
Hold on, wait, what the f is going on? What the
Jared.
Hold on, what?
But like, no joke, Train might be the worst gamer of the century, like straight up. Bro celebrated a 1,000 millisecond reaction time.
Have you ever done a sober stream, brother?
I have to be the first and last person on Earth to get banned for being trash in a game, then XQC chimed in to help. For context, Train was banned from the game for queuing with friends. Lol. How is this employee of your company talking to dedicated players this way at Riot Games? The terms of service and live support on the website state that Trainwrecks was within the terms of service. Important. Massive day for the unemployed. The Sykkuno files just dropped and it's insane. Big Google Docky. Don't know who Sykkuno is? He's one of the Chinese streamers who would play Among Us with Pokimane during the pandemic.
That's crass.
In this video, we'll be looking at the Google Docky, the video that Mugen made in collaboration with the victims, as well as some responses from other streamers, so stay tuned.
I just thought, yo, he's kind of the GOAT.
Because it's about to get disappointing. On Valentine's Day of this year, I was followed on Twitter by Sykkuno. I thought it was amazing that such a big content creator even knew I existed, let alone followed me on social media. He had been my role model and someone I looked up to for a long time, ever since my days in high school. I love the way this Chinese guy lied to all these women and gaslit them in Among Us. No wonder he was so good at Among Us. He was an imposter. Sykkuno is not the kind, soft-spoken character you see on stream. He is a serial cheater, liar, and manipulator who uses his status to get what he wants from as many women as possible. More specifically, the ones who are smaller up or up-and-coming content creators, knowing he can take advantage of them. Below, you will find evidence that will expose his calculated pattern of love bombing and manipulation, as well as a recording of a voice call where he explicitly admits to all the wrongdoings and everything. This dude is 34 years old. How is he still an e-boy, bro?
But what made him really desirable is just how socially awkward he was. He was innocent in an endearing way. He was a boy failure that needed a woman to fix him. In a nutshell, he was this picture, almost allergic to other women. He just couldn't handle anything romantic. He would get too flustered.
Never trust a dude that covers their mouth when they laugh. Our first conversation. After Valentine's Day, I was so excited about him following me that I told a friend who then urged me to strike up a conversation. I finally worked up the courage to send him a DM and he replied right away. Are you still looking for a Valentine's date, perhaps? Sabrina Carpetbomb? What? You can't just open up with something like that. And besides, Valentine's Day is almost over where I'm from already. I mean, we can always do a Valentine's Day do-over, you know? Then this 34-year-old man invited me to play games with him. In the first conversation, he brought up what kind of games he liked to play and invited me to play with him after a convention. Oh, do you want to play Eureka Legends? You know, so far it doesn't look bad. He says he can heal her with a healing kit and asks her what games she plays. I play it, but I'm pretty bad. Can you carry me, lol? I play Overwatch a little, but I'm most useful on Torb, hiding behind a turret, but they nerfed that apparently. Asking a girl to carry you in-game is crazy work, but let's move on. After some more boring conversations about gaming, they moved on. Interested in where I live. For context, this is still the same day as the first conversation. Oh my, that's crazy. Only moved to Discord at a few hours apart since I'm EU time zone and he's US time zone. Things started out innocently enough with him inquiring about fun things to do where I live, such as aquariums and conventions. TwitchCon EU specifically. I'd like to point out that I said we could go on a date and make up for Valentine's. He not once expressed to me any discomfort or that he wasn't single. You wouldn't get it. Sykkuno's married to the gay. So then he did the unforgivable thing of following her private Instagram. I also learned that there is a 15-year age gap between us. Yo, is this person because, bruh, you DM'd him first? I don't know, the math ain't mathin' for this one. Making plans to move in together. With Sykkuno, our relationship moved so incredibly fast it almost felt like a dream. It was like he could make anything I wanted happen, and as someone as prolific and successful as him, I had no reason to doubt anything he said to me. Girl, what? He's the Among Us guy. You can't be trusted. Even if he's joking. 2 days of knowing someone talking about getting a cat together? Crazy work. We had known each other barely for a few days, and this 34-year-old man was already expressing interest in moving in together to live in the same house. For how you get a DM him first and then age shame him. Put some respect on his name. He used a VTuber when talking to Bernie Sanders, and yes, that's true. In this screenshot, Sykkuno said he's only ever had one relationship in his entire life. I would eventually found out that was a lie, and he's been dating and living in the same house as his girlfriend for years, and I was not the only girl on the internet that he spoke to on a daily basis. Why are you shocked? This dude is 34. He saw the towers fall and he was old enough to cry. I've only actually dated someone once and they broke up with me, so yeah, I think I'm just not very good, so it's probably just a me issue. We texted every single day, and these interactions would be charged with flirting and suggestive topics. I would send him suggestive pictures and audios, and he would confirm that he'd himself to them. Additionally, it always
I need
acts
to clean my
flustered.
screen, it's so dirty. 1 second.
And inexperienced, keeping up the illusion on his stream innocent persona. Oh, that's a nice backside you got that yet while he's covering his mouth or something. On top of texting, we also called almost every day, even after he'd streamed for 8 hours. I now realize he was quiet because his girlfriend lived with him and he didn't want her to hear. Hey, don't let your girlfriend stop you from finding your wife.
Because in reality, behind this mirage, this illusion, there was a master manipulator, a serial cheater, and a predator.
Okay, predator is a pretty big word. What did he do? Did he
Why is
do a
my
jungle
screen so
clear and forget
dirty?
the scuttle crab? That's punishable by death in China, by the way.
What he would somehow forget to tell them, though, is that he had been in a monogamous relationship since 2021. But you don't have to take my word for it, because he admits to everything in a recorded voice call with the victim herself.
Patience, guys. We'll get to the call. Christ, I know you guys don't need that much stimulation. Come on. Whoa, he sent her $81 to buy her the new Resident Evil game. Now they're talking about working out together and going on gym dates. And yeah, like fun helping each other.
Oh, bollocks.
Absolutely crazy work. I haven't dated much, so you have me now. My
It's
XP
so
bar
dirty.
is low. Bro, that's some crazy work, and people were kind of clouding this. Bruh, he cheated for East. Are you serious? Oh no, even in the call, this dude is still doing the voice. Holy Riz of the century. That was low-key hard as hell. You know, I kind of wondered if you've ever yourself while watching what I send you. What?
But why?
What the fuck have I done
Why
to
would
my
you do
screen?
that? Why would you do any of that?
Bro said maybe. I want a yes or a no. Yes, of course I have. How could I not? Sugar daddy. Less than a month later, Sykkuno would randomly ask for my PayPal account in DMs, then he'd waste no time in sending me money unprompted, something that I'd later realize was simply a behavioral pattern that he'd employ with women he'd expressed interest in. I want to reiterate, I have never asked him for his money, and he did this on his own volition. He bought me both a gym jacket, linked below, Resident Evil 9, because I expressed interest in the game. Hate to be that guy, but you could have returned the money if you didn't want it, so why is this even a point? Oh, here comes trouble, make it double. A calculated pattern of love bombing and manipulation. After speaking to Elf and Leia a couple days ago, we were both able to corroborate our experiences with Sykkuno and learned that we were both victims of his. Okay, the biggest crime I see is the hotmail. Sykkuno is known to send hundreds of dollars to the girls he wants to get involved with. This screenshot is from when he took my friend Elfa Leia to Paris during the 2025 TFT tournament, along with sending her 500 euros to help her move into a new apartment. Unk is down bad, paying for Based on the messages, they seem pretty happy to take money from him and like go on trips and stuff.
At 100,000 viewers in one stream, he was gaining 500,000 followers every single month.
And he couldn't even drop a band on the hose.
That Sykkuno had the highest female demographic fan base compared to any other streamer, her included.
Basically a performative male phenotype, and all these women fell for it.
It would also allow him to be one of the only male streamers to constantly be able to hang out with a majoritarily female friend group without him or them getting in trouble with their fan bases due to jealousy.
Girls would straight up ask him, why are you single? And he's like, I play too many video games. I had to play Jack's top lane. Wait, not that kind of predator.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
As Alpha Leia spoke with Sykkuno, she'd tell him about rumors that she heard from someone else about how Sykkuno had a roster of readily available women and how they all coincidentally were smaller content creators who wouldn't dare touch him if something went wrong. What are they scared of? Is he gonna ban them from the Among Us tournament? Ooh, Sykkuno's girlfriend. The coincidence would lead me to finding out the truth about Sykkuno happened last week. A popular male VTuber tried to slide in my DMs to presumably get in my pants, and when I rejected him, he immediately started to mention nasty rumors about Bao. How Bao? Out of concerns for her, I reached out to a mod who then connected me with Bao. The three of us struck up a conversation. When I mentioned I was nervous about a date I was going on, they asked me who it was. When I said my date was Sykkuno, they immediately told me not to go on the date for my own personal safety.
Safety is number one priority.
So this is Sykkuno's girlfriend. I've lived with him for over 2 years. We have been together since 21. Everything he's planning with you are things we planned together and talk about and have done. I'm sorry. What many of these women didn't know is that he'd always lie about the fact that he's single, that behind the scenes he had a neglected and depressed girlfriend that he'd been with since 2021 and who has lived with him since 2024 in the same house. I mean, he's kind of a dickhead. Cheating is cringe, but like, predator might be a stretch. Master manipulator and dangerous predator. Looks inside. My face went PNG. And then the girl who exposed him dropped the I am beyond disappointed in you.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Oh, and the call. Holy 17-minute call, Jesus.
That's it. Like,
What's it?
probably never talking again.
You and me?
Yes.
What? Why?
Is that not why?
What is why I'm still upset with you, but you didn't cheat on me. You can still talk to me and be, like, make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong, because I always am there for second chances. But I never will forgive you for cheating on her. That's...
I'm just as confused as all of you. He's saying they don't want to talk anymore, and she's like, nah, you can still talk to me, but I don't forgive you.
You're telling me how you wanted me to come visit you in Vegas, and how you wanted to go on a date, and how you were serious about me, and how you really meant it, and how you wanted to go get a cat together.
Yes.
Yeah. Why? Why didn't you just break off the relationship then?
Because a combination of remembering how it was, some part of me helping it go back to that, and...
Well, obviously it's not gonna go back to that if you're actively cheating on her.
Not defending Sykkuno, but this person sounds stuck up
Hello,
as hell.
scared
It's only gonna
gunner.
get worse. I think that's really on you, bud. And I know you're
Thank
smarter
you for
than that.
typing in my chat. We're watching YouTube Twitch drama,
Fuck's sake, you're a
and I'm trying
34-year-old
to
man.
clean
Yes,
my
you are.
screen.
Stop acting like you're a child.
His age isn't some kind of mystery. You chose to DM this 47-year-old man.
You knew damn well in the back of your head that it wasn't gonna end up well.
Yeah.
I also find it funny how these random e-girls came out with this and not, you know, the girlfriend who he cheated on. Sykkuno's friends are all coming out saying it's disappointing, which, to be fair, it is. Cheating is cringe. You're the lowest of the low if you do it.
It's really not. Cheating is just bad. She hasn't done anything to ask for it to be cheated on. It's pretty cut and dry. You can still talk to me and be, like, make up for your actions. Exactly. So there's still no excuse for you to cheat on her.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm just as confused as all of you. But you can still talk to me if you want. You know, no big deal. Maybe we could play some Among Us with your other friends. This stuff was pretty silly. The debunker had to chime in.
It's not a tactic if the person is asking for... Brother, it's not a tactic about money. If the person is asking for money and bait to receive money, you cannot say this. It has to be unprompted, unwarranted. It has to be, and even if it has to be after reluctance and resistance. That's how,
Oh, fuck.
A serial cheater and a predator.
Hey, predator is a pretty big word. What did he do? Did he do a jungle clear and forget the scuttle crab? That's punishable by death in China, by the way.
What he would somehow forget to tell them, though, is that he had been in a monogamous relationship since 2021. But you don't have to take my word for it, because he admits to everything in a recorded voice call with the victim herself.
Patience, guys. We'll get to the call. Christ, I know you guys don't need that much stimulation. Come on. Whoa, he sent her $81 to buy her the new Resident Evil game. Now they're talking about working out together and going on gym dates. And yeah, like fun helping each other out during workouts.
A predator.
Okay, this one's absolutely crazy work. I haven't dated much, so you have me now. My XP bar is low. Bro, that's some crazy work, and people were kind of clouding this. Bruh, he cheated for East. Are you serious? Oh no, even in the call, this dude is still doing the voice. Holy your Riz of the century. That was low-key hard as hell. You know, I kind of wondered if you've ever yourself while watching what I send you. What?
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Bro said maybe. I want a yes or a no. Yes, of course I have. How could I not? Sugar daddy. Less than a month later, Sykkuno would randomly ask for my PayPal account in DMs, then he'd waste no time in sending me money unprompted, something that I'd later realize was simply a behavioral pattern that he'd employ with women he'd expressed interest in. I want to reiterate, I have never asked him for his money, and he did this on his own volition. He bought me both a gym jacket, linked below, Resident Evil 9, because I expressed interest in the game. Hate to be that guy, but you could have returned the money if you didn't want it, so why is this even a point? Oh, here comes trouble, make it double. A calculated pattern of love bombing and manipulation. After speaking to Elfilea a couple days ago, we were both able to corroborate our experiences with Sykkuno and learned that we were both victims of his. Okay, the biggest crime I see is the hotmail. Sykkuno is known to send hundreds of dollars to the girls he wants to get involved with. This screenshot is from when he took my friend Elfilea to Paris during the 2025 TFT tournament, along with sending her 500 euros to help her move into a new apartment. Unk is down bad, paying for based on the messages, they seem pretty happy to take money from him and like go on trips and stuff.
At 100,000 viewers in one stream, he was gaining 500,000 followers every single month.
And he couldn't even drop a band on the hose.
That Sykkuno had the highest female demographic fan base compared to any other streamer, her included.
Basically a performative male phenotype, and all these women fell for it.
It would also allow him to be one of the only male streamers to constantly be able to hang out with a majoritarily female friend group without him or them getting in trouble with their fan bases due to jealousy.
Girls would straight up ask him, why are you single? And he's like, I play too many video games. I had to play Jack's top lane. Wait, not that kind of predator.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
As Elfilea spoke with Sykkuno, she'd tell him about rumors that she heard from someone else about how Sykkuno had a roster of readily available women and how they all coincidentally were smaller content creators who wouldn't dare touch him if something went wrong. What are they scared of? Is he gonna ban them from the Among Us tournament? Ooh, Sykkuno's girlfriend. The coincidence would lead me to finding out the truth about Sykkuno happened last week. A popular male VTuber tried to slide in my DMs to presumably get in my pants, and when I rejected him, he immediately started to mention nasty rumors about Bao. How Bao? Out of concerns for her, I reached out to a mod who then connected me with Bao. The three of us struck up a conversation. When I mentioned I was nervous about a date I was going on, they asked me who it was. When I said my date was Sykkuno, they immediately told me not to go on the date for my own personal safety.
Safety is number one priority.
So this is Sykkuno's girlfriend. I've lived with him for over 2 years. We have been together since 21. Everything he's planning with you are things we plan together and talk about and have done. I'm sorry. What many of these women didn't know is that he
YouTube Premium. Videos and music ad-free. One subscription, 2 hours. Try it free of charge.
No.
Massive day for the unemployed. Pokemon is in big trouble again, and boy oh boy, the internet is pissed. People are speculating that she got a boyfriend. The Nick from Solo Leveling. But actually, who the cares about this? Literally nobody. But the way Pokimane addressed this was suspicious and caused controversy. Basically, she uploaded this gym TikTok with this mysterious guy who she herself started to call her neighbor, and boy oh boy were people not buying any of that. FouseyTube just said lol.
Allahu Akbar!
I mean, it's so obvious. Just say he or
my
man,
God.
nobody will care. I feel like she straight up did more filming than lifting at the gym, but whatever, that's besides the point. Boba at the gym as well is crazy work. Again, we don't know if they're dating or not. She might be doing this just to help her bottom line to keep her name in the news cycle, but the way she was getting pressed over it and kind of explaining herself was peculiar to me.
Lord Drop, I have to introduce you to a recurring character in my life. This is Chris, also known as Sunkiss, also known as my neighbor, also known as my neighbor.
My neighbor.
Whoa, lady, it's Neighbor, no hard R.
We met at one of those everybody in the building gets together kind of parties, and then there were board games for people in the building, so we got to know each other at board game nights.
I mean, realistically, if he is just her neighbor, why does she feel the need to, like, explicitly state that to people? Is she convincing us or herself?
Chris cooks a lot, gyms a lot, and he sings. Chris, sing.
Yeah, and these two were just roommates, well, until she stole his McLaren.
Yeah, I'm pretty boring.
Okay, me too.
The way they look at each other, come on, bruh, just admit it at this point. Besides, incels are preoccupied anyway. The Mog wars are going on. Clavicular got frame-mogged by the ASU frat leader, and now the rank 2 Chad, Adrigetic, is landing in America and actively searching for the ASU frat leader. Linking up with legends like Connor Murphy and crypto grifters like Andrew Tate. Anyway.
Oh, and he sings a lot of songs in China/in Chinese.
Whoa.
To the audio.
Nobody bought the explanation, but sure, she explained herself, and leave it as it is. But then she went on a podcast and kept going on about it.
I posted a gym video with my neighbor.
I saw that. Was it actually your neighbor?
Even her podcast co-host is questioning her.
Anyways, I'm laughing because I posted that, and I don't know. You know how Twitter is. I actually don't see how Twitter is because I don't really like to be on Twitter.
On the WestJet channel, we're very honest, and that's a very, smart thing to do. Good job. You never wrestle with a pig. You both get dirty, but the pig likes it.
But I see how my fans are like, why are people on Twitter being weird? And then people on Twitter were like, imagine having to hide your partner because your community's gonna freak out. And then my whole community is like, oh my God, cute video.
With YouTube Music Premium, listen to your favorite songs ad-free.
Stupid ad.
Download music and podcasts to listen offline or on the go. Enjoy thousands of customized playlists and radio stations.
Skip. I can't even skip it. I don't know why my ad block's not working.
Or while using other apps.
I literally have ad block as
There's
well.
more to discover with YouTube Music Premium. Try 1 month free of charge.
I wanted to watch this because I looked at the initial videos and the breakdown, but I didn't see the follow-up. Oh, this is a good video? Let me see.
So, how?
Time is it? 7:30?
Kumar Ramesh
Let
and
me
his
ask what I
brother
have to
are
go.
ready to board their flight.
I need to put the video.
Temperatures
I'm not
pushing
feeling that one.
37 degrees Celsius. This Boeing 78.
This one was good.
He's not happy about it.
Yeah, they didn't give me the search warrant. I authorized it before. And then when they said the search,
Oh my God, my chair is stuck.
can I borrow your phone then to call my lawyer?
This is 37-year-old Ayula Ajayi, an IT
Ayula
professional and a
Ajayi.
former Army contractor. Police don't know it yet, but they're standing at the exact location where a missing girl was murdered just days earlier. 23-year-old Mackenzie Lewick had said goodbye to her family and had boarded a flight back to college. But after landing, she would vanish without a trace.
He would vanish
Yeah,
without a
I think
trace.
It's possible to have a wellness check done on my daughter. She flew in from California Sunday night. She got in about 1, and it was the last time I've heard from her, and I've been trying to get a hold of her all week. And her phone just tends to go to voicemail. I was just wondering if I could have somebody maybe go by her house and check on her.
Her car's here. She's not answering the door. Do you have a phone number for her or anything like that?
As days stretched into weeks, detectives uncovered secret romances, disturbing camera recordings, and a suspect's disgusting fantasies. Tragically, Mackenzie's murder would ultimately be tied to her own most closely guarded secrets. It began on June 20th, 2019, when a worried father called the Salt Lake City Police Department from his home in California after he had not heard from his daughter in days.
Yeah, I'd like to get, if possible, have a wellness check done on my daughter. She flew in from California Sunday night. She got in about 1, and it was the last time I've heard from her, and I've been trying to get a hold of her all week. And her phone just tends to go to voicemail. I was just wondering if I could have somebody maybe go by her house and check on her.
Okay, what is your daughter's name?
Mackenzie.
23-year-old Mackenzie Lewick had spent a week with her family in California for a funeral before returning to Salt Lake City 3 days earlier, late at night on June 17th. Her message to her mother after landing was simple. Landed, love you, Mama. But they had not heard from her since.
When did you say you heard from her last?
Last time we heard from her, she got off the plane coming back from LA. It was 1 a.m. She was going to grab an Uber and go home, but that's the last I heard from her.
So 1 a.m. this morning?
No, 1 a.m. Monday morning. So we've been trying to get a hold of her all week, and she hasn't. Usually it's unlike her to return a call, not return her calls, but it goes straight to voicemail, so I don't know if she's lost her phone, she's unable to communicate, but she should have a laptop or something, so just a little concerned, that's all.
Police officers are dispatched to Mackenzie's home that same day. But when no one answers the door, they decide to speak with the neighbors.
Yeah. We're knocking on that door, too.
Oh, I knocked on theirs, too. So you're trying to get... Do you know her at all? Yeah.
Live on the premises, or how we can get a hold of him to maybe get a key or something like that if we need it?
The key?
Yes, the key to the apartment, so that we might be able to go in there just in case she is in there injured or something like that.
Like right now?
Yes, do you know your landlord's telephone number? Okay, because if you have their phone number, then I can call them just in case we do need that. Her parents are calling in from California.
But as officers continue their inquiries, an unsettling feeling begins to set in that Mackenzie may not have made it home that night at all, and they contact her father for any leads.
Hi, Greg. This is Officer Ewan with the Salt Lake Police Department. Ewan, yes. Great. Hey, I'm out here at her apartment, and her car's here. She's not answering the door. Do you have a phone number for her or anything like that? Okay. Okay. That just means that it's been shut off. Does she have is it an iPhone or something that you can do a Find My iPhone? Okay. Right. Yeah, and neither one of them are answering the door either. But I'm just wondering, like, if we're talking with a neighbor. Yeah, we're talking with a neighbor that said that it's really difficult to hear from the front door. But yeah, nobody's answering the front door. Her car is here. Okay. Okay. All right. Is there a way that we might be able to get in touch with her? Or? I'll try and see if there's any contact information for her up there at the university on what classes she might be taking, but I'm not sure to get out that information. You said her landlord is named May? Okay. John? Okay. Well, we'll try and get in touch. All right, perfect. Well, if we find out anything, I'll give you a call, okay? Yep, no problem. Bye. So lastly, was she texted him saying, "Hey, I've landed in Salt Lake. It's a Sunday night, early Monday morning. I landed in Salt Lake. I'm gonna get an Uber home." That's the last I heard. Yeah. And then,
But no one knows yet that this is the last time Mackenzie would ever speak to anyone, and that her sudden disappearance is tied to a dark secret that she has been hiding from her family.
Oh, bollocks, I just fucking closed it. Oh, fuck.
Monday morning, I landed in Salt Lake. I'm gonna get an Uber home. That's the last I heard. Yeah. And then.
But no one knows yet that this is the last time Mackenzie would ever speak to anyone, and that her sudden disappearance is tied to a dark secret that she has been hiding from her family.
Oh, this is a weird one.
Please record your message. When you finish recording,
Hi, John. This is Officer Ewan with the Salt Lake City Police Department. Just giving you a call. I just need some information regarding a Mackenzie Lewick that lives in your downstairs apartment here at 870 East, 600 South. Her parents are concerned, trying to get in touch with her, and they haven't been able to do so. We were wondering if you had any contact information for her roommates on their rental agreements or anything like that. That way we can see if they've made contact with her. Also, we were looking at if you were local and you could come up and allow us inside the apartment just to make sure that she is not inside injured or incapacitated to the point that she can't answer the door. Anyways, give us a call back. The Salt Lake City Police Department's non-emergency number is area code 801-799-3000. Again, that number is area code 801-799-3000. Thanks a lot. If Utah's going to give us any information, like we could probably call up there and see if she's supposed to be in a class. If she's enrolled, they could go check her classes to see if she's there, but this is her car. You know? Pretty far. Unless she goes with her roommate.
I called the tape runner. See if the name date of birth on it.
Yeah, I like that. I don't know. And landlord's not answering his phone, so I just left him a message. See if this is Provok's car right here. To X-ray Bravo. So I don't know. I think we're stuck for a minute. So is that window open? Does that go to the basement?
Yeah, the blinds are up.
Out on the couch right there. I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody on the floor. Alright, I'm going off.
Officials eventually hear back from the landlord, but he says he has no information on Mackenzie's whereabouts. To find out where Mackenzie may have been, investigators visit the University of Utah and also speak with her parents. They learn that she was just 2 semesters away from earning her degree. Living with 2 roommates, her life appeared typical for a college student. But after returning to Utah following her grandmother's funeral, her communication dropped off. Neither her friends nor her family knew where she was, raising serious concerns for her safety. But it was what her mother, Diane, had noted.
So what about this one?
You guys have a missing person. You guys have a missing.
What is one?
He gets that tailing foot over there, like, he's done for. He ain't coming out.
Are you like killing somebody and burying them back here? Like, what are you doing?
He looks in bad condition. Yeah, he don't look good.
When a car is found abandoned near an excavation facility, a search and rescue operation will lead deputies down a mysterious and treacherous path in their hunt for its missing owner, whose bizarre history is not enough to prepare officials for what they're about to encounter.
Apparently got a chain in a cement box or cement block wrapped around his ankle.
What?
The following report is based on official police records released to date, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. On February 23, 2026, a woman in Putnam County, Florida calls the sheriff's department, unknowingly setting the stage for an extremely unusual multi-agency operation.
Putnam County Sheriff's Office 1451, lines reported. Yes, ma'am. I wanted to report a car that's been abandoned on our road. What's the address? It's just the beginning of Korean Church Road and Melrose. What kind of car is it? It's a white Ford Fusion. Okay, I will have a deputy out there. Thank you.
The car has been found near a Vulcan Materials gravel and sand excavation facility. The responding deputy meets with the company manager upon realizing he already had an encounter with the vehicle's owner 3 years ago.
What's going on, brother?
Lately, no?
Riff-raff running around these days?
I'll tell you, this guy last time, dude, it was like 2023, I think is when it was.
I remember hearing about it.
Yeah. So I remember he kept going in, and we finally got up in there and got him caught.
Court records show that Andrew Giddens, the registered owner of the Fusion, was arrested for criminal mischief and trespassing at another Vulcan Materials processing facility in 2023.
It was weird, man. He had chains and weights and just like, are you like killing somebody and burying them back here? Like, what are you doing?
At the time, Andrew pled no contest and was sentenced to 12 months probation and ordered to pay $2,000 in restitution. It's beginning to look like that wasn't enough of a deterrent.
But then I got thinking, like, on the way back to...
I think if I was a cop, whatever, and I seen that, like, I don't know, it wouldn't sit well with me. Like, I would try to do something to, you know what I mean?
Town, I was like, wait a minute. There's sand. See the sand?
Oh, yeah.
So he's definitely same old MO, you know?
Yeah. He just showed me the mud on the seat, like, that's hard.
Just investigate more, put more thought into it.
It's that clay, silky tight.
Yeah.
That is doing weird. But he had like chains, he has kettlebells. That's what I remember he was telling. I guess the story, the same thing he was saying was, I guess he said he was filming YouTube videos. Yeah, he said he was like workout videos and
Hey, Sarge, I want to roll over there. I want to check that fence line. I want to see if he can cut.
A barbed wire fence surrounds the property, as much for the public safety
There's
of
like
the companies.
if he hits that.
There's an option. I think you have to hit 50 subscribers, and then you go to like where you'd make a short, and then it should tell you how to do it.
Foot over there, like he's done for. He ain't coming out.
He was around water last time. It kind of looks like it's been pushed down a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got movement right. Where the grass is folded down right there. It's clear sky. We can fly that chopper.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm talking about.
But an aerial search of the property finds no sign of Andrew, and soon the sheriff's office learns that his disappearance has stretched on for days. Andrew's father tells them he hasn't seen his son since February 14th, a week earlier, saying it was highly unusual for his son to be out of contact for that long. Andrew is entered as a missing person, but it's not until 2 days later that the Vulcan Materials manager calls 911 with an astonishing update.
What's going on? You guys have a missing person. Okay. Andrew something. I can't remember his name, but they've been looking for him. He's on site right here. He's alive. He's down in the mud.
Okay, is he trapped in like quicksand possibly?
No, he's down in the mud at our sand plant.
October 30th, 2022. In Aurora, Colorado, officers are responding to reports of a possible shooting.
Okay, come back here.
All right, I'm in contact with Full Mill.
This is 22-year-old Jessica Serrano. This is her family home, and she was hiding in the bathroom from an intruder when she heard gunshots. When she went out into the hallway, she walked into a living nightmare.
Shot my family! What do you mean you shot your family? Stay right here.
I got another guy down right here. Where are these kids supposed to be? Bob, we got a total of 3 down right now. Inside the house.
Inside the house, the cops discover 4 people dead. It appears that Jessica is lucky to be alive.
Oh my God! There's shots fired at my house! Okay, what's going on? I don't know, I can't watch myself with the restroom.
As the case unfolds, the cops will realize that this mysterious killer was lying in wait. But why would someone gun down an entire family like this? And how did Jessica survive it?
This is the most serious situation you are ever going to be in your life.
Here on the Decoder, with never-before-seen police interview footage and disturbing scenes, this is the story of the Serrano family murders. The Aurora Police Department arrive at the Serrano house on North Geneva Street at 2:17 a.m., and Jessica comes out to meet them.
All right, she's telling me he's just shot her family.
Hello. How are
Stay
you?
right there. Thank you. Where's he at? Over where? Where?
He's running. He's running. 5, we need multiple ambulances, please. Hey, gloves and let's go.
The killers only just fled the scene.
All right, give me some light. Give me some light. Sir, can you hear me? We got one hit. Give me some light over here.
Sounds like I got a wound to the chest.
I'm good, thank you.
I don't see where he's hit.
I'm just watching YouTube on Twitch.
Possible, you can see it right there. Possible entrance. And it looks like it might have gone up through.
He's actively bleeding through his chest by his right pectoral.
I've got one down, gunshot wound in the kitchen. Get the female out of here. Get out of here. Ma'am, come on. We need to get out of here. Come on. Go out there. Go out the side. Go outside.
Jessica is distraught, and the cops need space to do their jobs. But she needs them to check on her sister's kids first.
The girls! The girls!
What girls?
They're in the room! The room! I don't know! I don't know!
Okay, stay here. I need you to stay here.
The girl! The girl!
Thank you for liking the stream.
I might have some girls inside. I want to ask you one question, okay? How many people were in the house?
Me, my sister, and her boyfriend, and my dad.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. No other children or anything else, right? Okay.
My kids are in Texas with my aunt.
Jessica lives there with her twin sister Mariana, Mariana's boyfriend, Kenneth Green Luque, and her father Jesus, alongside her sister's 2 young daughters. A tenant, 49-year-old Rodolfo Salgado Perez, lives in an RV on the property too. But Jessica's the only one who's come out of the house so far.
Okay, is it unlocked or
The doors, the windows open, so. Sure. How many do we have in there?
They're good. Untouched.
Okay, so.
Kids don't need anything.
Kids don't need anything.
I think those are her sister's kids.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I think those are her sister's kids. So.
Well, there's the sister. She's dead. So, can we get those kids out?
The kids are unharmed, but the cops can't say the same for the adults in the house.
Is that where we came to? Yes.
This one right here.
Huh?
This one?
He's bleeding from the face. He was face down. I rolled him. Okay, next one with me, please. Straight ahead. Looks like a GSW the face or head. All the ones that are down look like adults. I got one in the basement, one in the kitchen, one in a bedroom at the back door on the south side.
I got black outside, black,
okay.
black.
So, yeah,
4 total.
4 total.
yeah.
When the officer says black, he means DOA. Dead on arrival.
Tough news to bring you. 4 people were shot in Aurora overnight, and moments ago, police confirmed at least one of those people have died.
Though the news doesn't know it yet, all the adults in the house are dead. All of them, except Jessica. Ken lies at the foot of the basement steps, shot once. Police believe he was the first to die. Mariana has been shot twice in the kitchen. Her father lies in the hallway, also shot twice. And Rodolfo is dead in the backyard.
There is a big scene out here. You can see multiple Aurora police cars out here. They're gathered at a home where they say this shooting happened. And we know they're actively looking for the suspect, who they say remains at large. And as you said, here in the past half hour, we've confirmed with police that multiple adults have died as a result of this shooting.
The neighborhood is in total upheaval. Aurora, Colorado is listed among the 100 best places to live in the U.S. But it isn't a good place to be tonight.
One of the Serranos' neighbors was woken up by the gunfire.
It was probably around 2 o'clock after first I heard like a ting on the window, then I heard this gunshots, then I saw this girl screaming. She ran boom like that and then screaming and hollering, and then seconds later a guy in a white shirt and looked like black pants ran right after her, and she was screaming and screaming, and then all of a sudden he took off that way and she came screaming back to up to the house.
So he run in the street north?
He didn't run in the street, he went back that way in between the houses.
Did you see anybody carrying anything or anything like that?
No, they were running fast.
Okay.
He was running fast because as soon as the gunshots, she was probably 20 seconds
after that
just screaming down. They were going fast. I mean, they were like lightning fast. They were that fast. So what got me was the gunshots.
Yeah.
How many do you think you heard?
For sure 3. For sure 3. Possible 4, but for sure 3. She was just screaming out of her lungs, like horrified, just tragic, horrified. She was just screaming. And then he started, calling her as he was running after her, so I don't know, he must have been the shooter.
The officers asked the neighbor to show them outside where the suspect went.
Where all the webs are right there on that tree.
Oh, yeah, over there?
Right there, yeah.
So he ran over there.
He ran straight between the greenhouse and the lighthouse.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Going this way?
East. We have to assume he is armed, and we are very concerned and want to do everything we can to find him and take him into custody as soon as possible.
When they got to their house, the door was open. It was all cracked and open.
But he didn't kill Jessica, and only the suspect knows why any of this happened. The suspect and Jessica herself.
I'm sorry, I just can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I need you to stay right here.
I was hiding in the restroom.
I need you to stay right here.
I was hiding in the restroom calling 911. And he wanted me to leave with him. He wanted me to leave with him.
One thing's becoming chillingly clear. The killer was known to her. And to understand exactly what happened to tear this close-knit family apart, we'll have to go back to the events that led to the 911 call, which Jessica placed before the shooting even started.
I know that you and your dad, I believe, were at a party earlier in the night. Is that right? Do you remember that?
Jessica and her dad, 51-year-old Jesus Serrano, went to a party that night at Jesus's girlfriend's daughter's house. They got back home at around 2 a.m.
So when you got home, can you tell me, do you remember when you went down to your room, did you notice some things out of place? Talk to me about that.
I went to my closet And I was gonna change into pajamas. And while I was going through my stuff, I have a TV in my closet, and in between the TV, his jacket was there.
You remember what the jacket looked like?
Orange.
Did you notice anything else?
Mm-hmm.
What else?
That was weird because it wasn't there before. So I just started looking around. And in my closet, to the left side, there's a hole. And inside, there was his pants.
And were they not there before?
No.
She recognized the pants and the car keys she found in the pocket. They belonged to her ex and the father of her children, 21-year-old Joseph Castorena. She and Joseph had been together on and off for years, but they'd recently broken up. Jessica thought for good. Now, somehow, his belongings were inside her house.
You came back upstairs, and is that when you called 911?
My ex-boyfriend has restraining orders, and he's not supposed to be here around me with this house. And I just found his jacket here, his jeans, and his keys here. Okay. In my closet, hiding. Did anybody see him inside the house? No, but his stuff is here. Okay, got it. Did you look around? Did you see him at all or anything? No.
She keeps herself hidden inside the closet, terrified he's come to hurt her. Meanwhile, the dispatcher arranges for a police unit to come by. But Jessica isn't listening anymore.
We're gonna go ahead and put them out there. If you do end up seeing him on camera or anything else, just give us a call back, but I have it in, okay? What's going on, Jessica? Oh my God! There's shots fired at my house! Okay, what's going on? I don't know, I can't lock myself in the restroom. Okay. Help now! Stay on the phone with me. Help now! Stay on the phone with me. Just don't hang up. You don't have to talk. Who's outside? Did you see him? Okay, stay on the phone. Don't hang up.
Do you remember how you knew he was outside the bathroom door? Was he talking to you?
He was trying to open the window, the restroom window.
Okay.
Because I looked up and I saw a shadow. And I looked up and I saw him, and then that's when he shot through the wall.
Do you remember what he was saying to you?
Because at first my sister was she was banging on the door first. She was trying to get in and I was holding the door back. But with my back, so I was like this. And then I didn't open the door. And I guess she ran back and that's when Joseph got her. That's when Joseph started kicking or punching the door. And he got in, and then he put the gun right here. And they clicked and they didn't do anything.
Joseph was out of bullets, and it saved Jessica's life.
I remember pushing him up, and he fell in there. Now, I don't know if he hit his head or not, but I got up as fast as I can, because I a little bit fell in there with him. And I got up, and then that's when I got up to the restroom, and I saw my sister on the floor with her blanket over her and her hair, and then I saw the blood coming out, and then I went to the kitchen, and that's when I saw my dad on the floor too, with the big hole in his head. I got out the front door, and I started screaming for help, and I was looking back just to see if he was chasing after me, and I started running. And that's when I saw him at the door with the gun in his hand. I started running down the street, and then I passed like 3-4 houses down our house. And that's when I jumped over the fence. And he was chasing after me, and he jumped over the fence. And then he started hugging me and I started pushing him. And I asked him why he did it. And he said he should have never gotten my pants out of your closet.
He said you should have never gotten his pants out of the closet.
I was like, oh, he was downstairs hiding somewhere. Oh my gosh. And then from there, I jumped over the fence again. And he jumped over the fence, and then he grabbed my hand, and he was like, come with me, come with me. I'm like, no. And then that's when I heard the siren, and I kept going running back home, and he started running the other way.
Jessica has no problem naming the killer. It was Joseph Castorena. He's the mystery man seen lurking on the Serrano's porch just moments before Jessica and her dad got back home. But they don't know where he is, and they don't know what led him to do something like this. It's vital that they find him, and soon. They've set up a police cordon, and they're using a canine unit to track his scent. He has to be nearby, because his car is still parked on the street, with the keys now taken into evidence, and his phone is pinging as within a 900-meter radius of the Serrano home. But their most promising lead is his family. Joseph's mother and sister live a few streets away, and they come to talk to the cops of their own accord.
She was just saying that all I heard was a gunshot, so I went to go see, and then they came into contact with us.
So we want to talk to your boy. We want to make sure that he's safe. And if you're willing to help us find him, we can make that a lot safer than if he's just running around and he gets contacted by the police or some other agency. Okay?
Sí, yo entiendo todo. So she understands everything. Yo entiendo, pero yo no. But she nosotros no sabemos nada.
His sister, who speaks English, is more forthcoming. She says that Joseph and Jessica had a bad relationship.
I mean, we've kicked her out of our house many times, and cops have been to our house many times because of them. Do you guys know what happened to how many people did he shoot?
I can't tell you that information. I can't even tell you anything about the case, okay? We just want to make sure that we get him in custody and that we can do that safely, okay? That's our biggest deal, okay? I know this is difficult. It's one of those things where you want to protect your brother and you want to protect your family. I'm just telling you at this point in time, this is the best way to protect him, is to make sure that we can get in contact with him and find out and get him in custody. That's the biggest thing, because the last thing we want, like I said, is him running around and he does something and some other agency contacts him or something happens and we end up having to, something bad happens at that point, okay?
But Joseph's sister doesn't know where he is. With a mass murderer on the loose, this case has massive implications for the local area. So when they get permission to search Joseph's house, the interim chief of police arrives on the scene.
So we're gonna go ahead and we got consent to go in the house. Go ahead and do a search of the house.
Do you think he's in there?
We don't know. We got consent.
Is there anybody else in there?
They're saying no.
And who is they?
The family.
And what's his connection to them?
Their mom and sister, and I think 2 sisters, and then a nephew.
Joseph, come out. With your hands up and empty. This is your police department. Come out now. This is your final warning, Joseph. You're under arrest. With your hands up and empty. Please don't make us use force. A dog will find you and he will bite you.
But Joseph isn't there.
Giving canine orders.
Joseph! Come out now!
Yep. Gotcha. You get over there, Bobby?
I wonder if I can do... doesn't give me the option. Oh, I just deleted it, fuck.
she was the kind of person where she didn't try to act a certain way or do certain things to fit into a group.
A sweet 16-year-old caught up in a whirlwind high school romance.
We were genuinely happy together.
She, a popular and beloved cheerleader, and he, a college-bound wide receiver. Together, they were the American dream. Until...
I just tried to wake up my daughter for school, and she has no pulse.
She was pale. Her lips were blue.
You formed an opinion about what her cause of death was.
It's a gunshot wound to the head.
And what is her manner of death, sir?
It's a homicide.
The murder fractures this small southern town, leaving investigators to pick up the pieces.
He was holding his head like, I don't know how I got here. I was kidnapped. I don't know what happened. Where am I?
What were you thinking in your mind about this story?
I didn't believe it to be true for sure.
What was your first thought?
That Robbie was involved in some capacity.
The investigation quickly points in one direction.
So what name did you give the police as to the person that you believe would cause harm to your daughter?
Riley Call.
Soon, his closest friends turn on him, helping police with a sting operation.
I need to get rid of the gun. The glove? I'm gonna throw it in the water. They'll never find it.
But will this teenage heartthrob go from big man on campus to a prison cell?
Am I a suspect in her passing? Should you be?
This is Crimes of Passion by Law and Crime. I'm Sierra Gillespie. November 20th, 2016 is just like any other school night. It's a Sunday, and Central High School in Knoxville, Tennessee is coming off a big win. Their football team just had a major playoff victory, and they're one game away from playing in the state championship. On the sidelines cheering would be 16-year-old Emma Walker. She's probably still riding the high of the win as she settles in with her parents for another Sunday night.
Just a normal night?
And then she found ice cream with her dad later that night.
About what time did that happen?
It's between 7 and 8. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. What time did you go to bed?
Around 10:30.
Everything is normal. Nothing is out of place. But this normal night will be Emma's last. For the following morning, as her mom wakes her up for school, she makes a grim discovery.
I touched her on her legs, trying to wake her up. And normally she wakes up pretty quickly, or will make us, or a run or something when I wake her up. And there was no response.
Could you see what was wrong?
I couldn't tell what was wrong.
But investigators will soon learn what happened to Emma.
On November 21, 2016, in the safety and sanctity of her home, she was shot and killed by a gunshot wound to the back of her head, right behind her left ear.
Emma Jane Walker was born on March 20th, 2000. From an early age, Emma was spunky. She had a strong personality and a zest for life.
Emma Walker, what kind of person was she?
Very independent young lady, very curious, empathetic, loved animals. And she was the kind of person where she didn't try to act a certain way or do certain things to fit into a group. She was her own person, and also a very stubborn teenager, but very fun-loving and silly. And a good leader.
Her friends and family say she was the light of every room. All she had to do was make a silly face and it could cheer up anyone. And cheer was something she was really passionate about.
What kinds of activities was your daughter Emma involved in?
When she was smaller, she did competitive gymnastics and competitive dance. And then as she entered freshman middle school, she started doing cheer for freshman high school.
And is that something you encouraged as parents, you and Mark?
Yes, if she was happy doing it, then it was a good thing.
Okay. And when she entered high school, she did that as well?
Yes.
What kind of student was she?
She's an AD student, very good student.
And in high school, you said that were there other activities that she did besides?
She did HOSA, Health and Science. She wanted to be a nurse, so it was an organization that worked towards that.
Any particular type of nurse that she wanted to become?
And a NICU nurse.
It's now 2016 and Emma's junior year at Central High School in Knoxville, Tennessee. She has big plans for the future, but for right now, she's still just a kid. And like any other kid on a Friday night, she hangs out with friends. And that's what she was doing on November 18th, 2016, when something strange happens.
We'd seen a person down the road who we said was Riley, so she and started running down there. I didn't want to go down there alone, so the person was saying.
Blurred. That's better. Oh shit. Ishniala. I need to get ladders, that's what I need to do. I actually don't know how you make ladders. I need all the wood I can get. Right, I'm gonna build up to the sky. This is gonna take so long. Oh my god. Oh shit. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. What do you do when you have to swim? Tell me something, boy. Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? Right, here we go. God, I can't see the ground. Oh my golly gosh. Actually, I'm gonna turn the render, it's a bit too small. That's better. I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself learning. God, I need a vape. I'm literally itching for one. need a vape so bad. I'm at the deep end, watch as I dive in. I never meet the ground. Crash for the surface where it can hurt us. Ow. Oh, actually, I got whispers. I didn't know that. In the shallow, shallow. I don't know why my phone's so quiet. I mean laggy, sorry. It's really laggy. It's on 1%, that's probably why. Testing. Testing. Of the deep moon watching. Oh my god, my laptop is so loud. I think I need a new computer. This looks good, let's watch this.
I've ignored contracts. In deals, I've signed bad deals, I've been f***ed over. I haven't paid attention to this boring stuff because that's not me, that's not... I haven't paid attention to this boring stuff because that's not me, that's not... I haven't paid attention to this boring stuff. Not for me, but I assumed this role as CEO. I sold the boys a dream on f***ing FaZe being the biggest thing ever, and we succeeded. This whole thing cost millions and millions of dollars. And I told them, I have this vision, I have this plan, and it will work. And it did. It did. I thought that in good faith, if we did a good job, that we would figure the business out later.
What I feel like I've been working half of my life on to build is about to fall apart, you know what I mean?
This award goes to these guys. You brought it back. You guys have heard the story a million times. We got this shit stolen from us. People told us we were dumb. People told me I was ruining FaZe.
And the streamer award goes to FaZe Clan.
These kids are getting ripped off. They're getting taken advantage of. These contracts are not okay, and this needs to never happen again. And there's tons of people in contracts this bad, just like me. People in contracts this bad, just like me.
Let that
Testing.
Let that
Testing.
Terminated today.
Cool, it's working. I'm just making sure it works.
All the stuff about the gambling, the stunts, the drinking. I told my lawyer I did not want that in there.
Somebody help this man. 50K. Oh, man. Is he done gambling for the day?
Are you gonna be the biggest organization in the world, leading by example, and you can't even take care of your members that's been in for 12 fucking years?
I guess the same is true. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
A 95.8% decrease. It is disastrous. A lot of FaZe Clan veterans have come forward with their horror stories.
Let's step into the Omniverse and see life as nothing but a game, a tournament to be won. Rules can be bent, and being a good person isn't as cool as being a bad guy with great one-liners.
I can't fucking compete! I just can't fucking compete!
Phase the fuck up. It's going down. Phase the fuck up.
Everything is a digital currency. Your stats, your wins, your followers and fans, all counted and categorized, giving you an exact numeric value to determine your worth. In this digital age where your currency is how many eyes you have on you, how much attention you can gather, very few have mastered the game as well as FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan has become one of the most well-known social media groups and most long-lasting, creating titans of the social media industry. Yet when it came to their own business and success, they completely fell apart.
On the group side of things with FaZe, all the guys, everything was perfect. Sometimes on the business side of things, we just never aligned.
They are bad at making money. They are all hype with no substance behind it. They do not know how to effectively make money.
As social media became the new frontier in business and entertainment, FaZe Clan went from a humble group of gamers into a corporation with investors and celebrities working alongside them. The very heart and spirit that got FaZe to its success ending up lost along the way.
I know you do. You know this is my life, homie. This brand is my life. It's my soul. I work every day for it. I've sacrificed so much for it. So much to this day for it.
Hi friends and internet acquaintances, welcome back to another video on my channel covering deep dives on internet lives. If you like that sort of content, don't forget to subscribe, and if you like this video, then give it a like if you want to. And now let's get into the story on FaZe Clan. The story of FaZe Clan itself is a lesson on how social media collectives are ultimately an unstable market, a gamble where no one wins, and where people get caught up trying to profit off of the next social media hype. So let's talk about the rise and fall of FaZe Clan and really try to answer the question, who is to blame?
Isn't it deserving of at least a little heads up that you're about to try to destroy my fucking brand? Something I've put my entire heart and soul into, something that my entire life relies on, my family's life relies on, 40 some odd kids that you called friends rely on. Like, what? Don't I deserve a little bit more than that? And if I don't tell me, maybe I don't.
On the FaZe Clan website, they describe themselves as the center of gaming, sports, culture, and entertainment, contributing to how the next generation consumes content, plays, and shops. Right there, they're kind of admitting they want quite a bit of control over influencing the upcoming generations. And with that sort of power comes a lot of responsibility to be a good influence. I would also like to point out, by them saying the next generation, FaZe Clan is admitting that their audience base is somewhat younger. They're not saying the current generation or the adult generation, which will become important later on, because what are you selling to this next generation? How are you trying to influence how they play games and shop? On the FaZe Forever website, they list what they describe as their 3 most important eras, or phases, missed opportunity there, starting with the OG era from 2010 to 2014. FaZe Clan became known as an organization filled with some of the most famous gaming influencers and streamers. FaZe Clan itself started off small with members that most modern viewers may not recognize today. Only 3 members, FaZe Clips, Housecat, now known as Timid, and Resistance. According to FaZe's website, the trio were the original creators of innovative trick-shotting in Call of Duty, which basically just means, for the non-gamers out there, I'm obviously not a non-gamer, I'm a pro gamer, as you can tell. Trick-shotting is just like shooting someone in a tricky trickster sort of way. A mini-tage of the original gameplay moments are now filled with comments that are reminiscing about the early days of FaZe and how none of this original trio is in FaZe anymore. In July 2010, FaZe Timid answered a question about how to get into FaZe if you wanted to be a part of the clan.
Yours crack little boy Timid, aka FaZe host Cat. Lots of questions and messages and people just wondering how to like try out for FaZe or how you can get into FaZe. Send us a personal message. And in the personal message, you have to list these things. You have to put your gamer tag, if you have any past videos, what you think you can bring to FaZe. Videos, montages, commentaries, whatever. We want people that can help us grow and help us be successful. And
anyone could join and be a part of the movement if they were talented and an entertaining gamer, and at least in the beginning, if they were male. By August of 2010, FaZe added their first few new members, uploading video titles like Introducing FaZe Recon and Introducing FaZe Temper. A year later, they developed their infamous logo. By August of 2011, FaZe had 300,000 subscribers. Then in 2012, FaZe had their biggest growth yet, with 500,000 subs. Only 9 months later, FaZe Rain joined, who became a very famous and well-known member of FaZe Clan, and the collective uploaded their celebratory 1 million subscriber video. One of the most notable milestones for FaZe Clan came in early 2013. When FaZe Banks joined on as a co-leader. Banks came over from another trickshot group called SOAR, which he had led. In his intro video, Banks talks about how Temper and Seabass are the two leaders at FaZe, and how he's there to help them.
FaZe is huge, and right now it's just Tommy and Seabass running the team, and there's so much more that they want to do. There's so much more that they want to expand on and improve on, and I have a lot of experience with this. If you didn't know me before this video, I led SOAR. They just hit 300,000 subs. That's absolutely amazing, and I have a lot of experience. I got a great welcoming from the team. I want to say thank you to those guys, and obviously last but not least, thank you to Tommy and Seabass for giving me the opportunity. Seriously, just thank you guys. It's huge. I know, again, some of you might not really understand. I'm glad to be on the team, and I'm really excited for the future. And everything's gonna work out, I promise you guys.
The years 2013 and 2014 ended up being a huge turning point for FaZe Clan. They started posting vlogs and skits and showed their faces more.
We started taking a different direction with our content, making, showing our faces, which we never did really. Most of us didn't show what we look like for the first 3, 4, 5 years of doing so. Thank you guys for watching. Subscribe to my channel if you're new, and help me reach 1 million.
We couldn't rely on Call of Duty to come out with a great new game every single year. We had to do something else and step out of our comfort zone. And so we started integrating vlogs and personality and showing our faces more.
Which sounds like it's nothing big, but at the time it was a huge step for us. Nobody in our scene really vlogged, and it wasn't really well received. Our fans did not want to see anything but Call of Duty videos.
Their audience got to know them as people outside of gaming, which became integral to building up their influence and brand personas. They weren't just gaming dudes doing fancy tricks, but real, true social media influencers.
We're down here just chilling. I've been grinding BO3 pretty hard the past few days, so now we finally we're gonna take a break. Go out, go to Walmart. Ricky has to pick up some things, maybe get some food. I'm starving, it's nice out, decided why not vlog today.
Though FaZe wouldn't become an official collective until they joined together under the same roof and became one of the very first content houses. On the FaZe Forever website is the second era, or phase, the FaZe houses, between the years of 2014 to 2020, and the genesis of the concept of the content house.
So this is one of my rooms. I have the entire floor basically right now to myself. So that's pretty cool.
I'm probably gonna put like a flex doll in here, so I'm just chill with it in here. No, this is like one of my rooms. What do I do with this?
I don't know. This is supposed to be
Adapts room.
Adapts room.
But you know, he's not moving in anyway till the summer.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm just gonna.
Who knows?
We're back in Faye's house. So I'm here with Richard Banks, my new roommate.
Yes.
So I just got here now. There's Tommy, Tico, and Apex all chilling. I haven't really done anything with the house yet. I'm just vlogging.
Literally just got back from
Boost.
The FaZe members moved into the first FaZe house in Long Island, New York in 2014.
New York house was amazing. It was just such a rare time. We were the first YouTubers to move into a house together.
That was definitely like one of the best times of my life. Those were times in my life that I did not realize how special they were while we were in them.
Most of my favorite memories are from the New York FaZe house. Just because he was so pure, we were so young.
You got all these people from different walks of life and different parts of the world move into a house together just to make YouTube videos every single day. That was special.
This was a core memory for many FaZe members. Their early days of success, living in a house with their bros, and when everything was looking up for them. During this time, FaZe members also formed an official company. Members Temper, Rain, Apex, and Banks officially becoming co-owners of FaZe Clan. The FaZe house was one of the first content houses ever, and they were able to dominate the market, attaining a sponsorship with G Fuel and SteelSeries, some of their earliest sponsors.
What are you doing, dude? We're at G Fuel. We are at the G Fuel offices, Gamma Lab.
The Long Island FaZe house lasted from 2014 to 2016. FaZe Clan also created a spin-off esports team called Red Reserve in 2014, which eventually became its own entity not associated with FaZe. Then in 2016, during the big content boom era, FaZe moved from New York to LA and created a lot of content houses. While the Long Island FaZe house was big, but not necessarily extravagant, the LA house was a legit mansion, elevator and all.
I'm not trying to walk down all that. Bro, that's too many stairs.
Elevator?
Like Chaos. Oh yeah, elevator. I forgot we had it. I was gonna say. Yeah. Close the door. So this is the elevator.
I think this is only the second
So when
floor.
you're too lazy, is it actually?
Yes.
Oh my god, yeah, this takes a little long. Basically, when you're too lazy to walk, you're supposed to take the elevator.
Side note, I've never understood why having an elevator in your house is that impressive, especially when you just have 2 or 3 floors. It feels more like a safety hazard to me more than anything, and an unnecessary flex. You're telling me you're unable to walk up 1 flight of stairs? While the LA extravagant mansion content house might make for good flex content, since this was 2016, peak flex culture days, and the literal biggest flex culture content creator RiceGum was a FaZe associate and collaborator, FaZe Clan was undoubtedly spending a lot of money on these mansions, a lot of overhead, all just so they could have an extravagant home in the background of their content.
Dude, no freaking way! It's it's FaZe house. Oh, FaZe, yes, dude! Oh, they got a freaking water fountain. This place is so bonkers, dude. So beautiful. Think they're gonna let me in? I'm not sure. Oh, Apex! Oh,
Dude, welcome to the house. Want to join FaZe? Come on in. Want a free Xbox, Gamma, Scuff? Anything you want. Free!
Banks said after a period of personal difficulties, he'd no longer be living at the FaZe content house.
I want to grow. So, what the future looks like for me is LA for sure. I'm probably not going to live in the FaZe house, but I'm going to live with some FaZe dudes. I don't really want to talk too much more about that, but there could be another FaZe house in the works. There could be just me and maybe a couple other dudes, maybe not call it a FaZe house, but I don't really care. The environment of that is so overwhelming for me anyways. I'd rather just live down the street and be able to just hang out with these guys whenever, rather than like living in the house and always being like, it's a lot. Like your life becomes in FaZe.
Instead, Banks started a new content house called the Clout House with other creators. Business Insider spoke about the Clout House, a really big deal at the time of 2017, saying FaZe Banks moved to Los Angeles to start a new influencer collab group called the Clout House, alongside fellow YouTubers Alyssa Violet and RiceGum. The Clout House eventually grew to include 3 mansions and 26 bedrooms in the Hollywood Hills.
The Clout House. As I said,
said the Clout Gang lives in the Clout House. The current members include FaZe Banks. FaZe Banks' girlfriend is Alyssa Violet, who is Jake Paul's ex, or like not ex, but kind of ex. And a few other influencers live in the house.
Because, again, this was peak flex culture era, FaZe members would brag about spending $100,000 per month on rent. What? Why is that necessary?
FaZe Banks tweeted that they added 2 houses to the Clout House, so now they have 3 houses and pay a collective $100,000 a month in rent.
And is each member really bringing in enough to make up for that amount of rent?
Especially with these types of influencers, so much of their appeal to their audience is what they look like or what they have materially. So obviously living in a mansion like this, being able to take Instagram pictures, film house tours, viewers watch it because they want to see somebody else living in a dope house.
The LA extravagant, flashy lifestyles of the most popular FaZe members gradually became a core part of the brand, something that viewers expected FaZe members to embody, someone who lived out the rich LA lifestyle. And while that might be exciting to someone who's young and new, green to fame and fortune, is it something that's sustainable or a smart way to live? In 2018, FaZe Clan had another content house in Hollywood, which also looked like one of the Clout houses.
It came down because we filmed FaZeCast in the basement, but there'll probably be a few guys in and out a lot because we have open rooms and stuff like that, so they're here right now. But anyways, let's get to the rest of the house. They're just gonna be kicking out here.
My biggest question with all of this is, who's paying for this? How can they afford this? And how is this sustainable or even feasible? Amazing content creator Tiffany Ferg has a great breakdown about the Clout House. She mentions how in a video, Alyssa Violet, FaZe Banks' girlfriend at the time and a Clout House member, gives a tour of the Clout House and says that the investors pay the rent of the Clout House. Who are these mysterious investors who came in and are paying so much money on these houses for these content creators to live in? And why are they doing that? Why would anyone do that? I mean, of course we'll get into that, but I'm just foreshadowing here.
Danny is Danny Fitzgerald, who is the developer who created all of these mega mansions on the street. But again, who pays for this? Alyssa Violet in this clip from Shane's series said that it is the business, the investors.
We don't even like pay for this, like it's like our company.
Wait, who pays for this house?
Investors and all that.
People were wondering, who are the investors? Why would people invest in these creators? Why would they pay for them to live in mansions? I can't tell you who they are or exactly why, but honestly, it's just money. If they see all of these creators making a good amount of money, and they sign a contract or whatever, they're willing to invest their money because they know there's going to be a return.
Tiffany Ferg also talks about the overall concept of content houses and how content houses give the illusion that it's all these friends living together. They're all so happy, hanging out, making videos for everyone, when in reality, it's sort of a business exchange where everyone mutually collabs to make more money.
They are doing this collectively as a group. Being in that house gives you exposure. They're always filming together with each other every single day. It helps boost each person in the group up, give them each more exposure, and then their own individual brand deals, sponsorships or whatever are more valuable, and then their cut of the money that goes to the company just keeps increasing.
This is something that FaZe Clan did really well, and I also think encompasses the larger sphere of streaming as a whole, especially nowadays. Everyone involved in FaZe Clan seems to be close-knit, a friendship or a brotherhood, if you will. And that ultimately is an illusion that they're selling to their parasocial audience, who gets a certain amount of satisfaction off of seeing creators interact with one another. There's been many creators who've spoken about this and how in reality, they're not friends in real life, that they don't hang out outside of making content together or really even know details about one another's life, that this illusion of them being friends, making content, hanging out, even living together is just that, an illusion. It's nothing more. It's a business exchange fabricated to gain them more views, followers, and money.
The businesses are paying for the mansions rather than the influencers themselves paying rent. If a business is paying for it directly, then it is a business expense. It's just a lot more appealing in terms of tax deductions and all of that. I assume, let me just be clear, these living arrangements are 100% business. They want it to seem like, oh, it's just a bunch of friends. We love living with the homies. We love living in the Hollywood Hills, flexing how much money we make. Got that AdSense money, got those brand deals. But they are doing this for money. The company wants each member to be more and more and more successful, to make more money, so that it goes back and makes the company money, and they pay back their investors, and the investors are happy. It is pretty damn fascinating.
Something about that feels very unhealthy to me for both the content creator and the viewer. Why lie? Why live a life of illusions, all for someone's entertainment? The Clout House would exist until around 2020, when Rice Gum ended up leaving.
The last year or so, it's been kind of, the vibe has been more of like the FaZe House than the Clout House. I mean, Clout isn't even really a thing. So it's been the FaZe House, and so now they're at the point where it's been 3 years, FaZe kind of wants a new house, so they're no longer living in this big house anymore, they're getting a new house. And so since I'm not even in FaZe, there's no reason for me to go from here and move into the new FaZe house when I'm not even in FaZe, so that's kind of why I have to find a new place.
Banks had joined the content house again. According to Business Insider, this house rented for $80,000 a month. $80,000. Well, of course, this gave a lot of FaZe content creators the feeling that they made it. They were living a life of luxury, living out their dreams. With all of these more modern LA content houses, was the heart and soul of FaZe Clan lost along the way? Looking back at the early content house in Long Island, there's a humble relatability to the content house. But once they moved to LA, everything became about this LA facade, the appearance of wealth, opulence, luxury, and capitalizing on anything, which just became unsustainable in itself, yet intrinsically a part of the FaZe brand. FaZe Clan members, or at least some, became dependent on showing off their mansions and going to fancy LA parties, yet the FaZe brand couldn't sustain that level of spending. FaZe reign and apex reflected on how they never partied in the New York house.
Everyone entered a new phase, no pun intended, in their lives where like some people started partying.
Those 2 years in New York, that's when we were still like kids with a camera who played the game.
There was one when I wasn't there was never one party at the New York.
To be honest, that's like theoretically why the LA house killed FaZe, is because we should have been in the middle of nowhere where we weren't allowed to do that until the job was done.
I mean, everyone grows up eventually. The question is, do you learn the right lessons along the way? Investors in the corporate sect saw an opportunity to make money off these influencers who had such a massive overnight success that investors decided they'd like to get involved. They'd like a piece of the pie. The transition into a corporate structure began back in 2015, a year into the New York FaZe content house. An entrepreneur named Sebastian Gertz gave the FaZe Clan money so FaZe could expand into professional esports. Sebastian also brought in Lee Trink to help them guide their business expansion. FaZe member Temper spoke more about why the group turned their brand corporate, saying they were kids with a massive organization that was unorganized. So they trusted Trink and Gertz, but that ultimately that was the beginning of the downward spiral for FaZe.
Back then, we were just kids with this massive organization, but realistically, we had zero organization under that. You know, we didn't know about accounting, legal, finance. We didn't know how to handle these things. And this guy came in and kind of swayed us into thinking that, oh yeah, you need to do this, this, and that, and that. He was the first domino that kind of started this domino effect of a downward spiral of FaZe Clan, created this entire corporate infrastructure, and then all these executives and other people from the corporate world that know nothing about the internet, know nothing about our brand, came in, started involving themselves in the FaZe Clan business. Over the course of the last 7 years, it's not like if we knew any better, this wouldn't have happened. It was such a complex issue that kind of just happened over several years.
Sebastian Gertz is a Norwegian entrepreneur and the former CEO of a now defunct social media site called Hubris.
I feel like content creator houses are just so dumb. Like, the older you get, the more you realise it's just people flexing they have money. It's like, nobody cares, you evil rat.
But there's very little information about Hubris, which is kind of sketchy as well. The domain name is for sale when you search hubris.com, and Crunchbase has very little on the company, except for poor stats and a very poorly written job description. Sebastian seemed to believe in this vision of FaZe Clan becoming something more than just a group of gamers getting together and being a group of dudes doing social media. He helped them with their vision for the organization, and after getting help both financially and with connections through Sebastian Gertz, by 2018, FaZe Clan secured high-profile investments, even from celebrities like rapper Offset and basketball player Ben Simmons. But Digiday reports that at the same time, there was growing tension between the online creators who started FaZe and the growing and developing corporate arm of this company, who may know what it takes to run a corporation, but not in conjunction with social media and influencers. But the unfortunate reality is, once you get investors involved, they now have a say over what takes place in your company, its direction, what happens, oftentimes to fulfill their own self-interests. With all the capital and the success of the influencers, the brand was doing really well, with a ton of love from other huge creators. Before Mr. Beast was as massive as he is now, he made a video in 2016 about FaZe Clan.
Have you ever wondered who started FaZe Clan? Who is the founder of FaZe Clan, the world's largest gaming team, home to some of the most popular YouTubers out there? The FaZe Clan, the team that is worth $16 million, the team that is home to countless sponsors. Just have you ever wondered who started this clan?
Mr. Beast and Jason the Ween, who's a modern FaZe member, spoke on stream about how Mr. Beast tried to join FaZe and was rejected multiple times when he was younger.
You were rumored to want to join FaZe at one point in time.
You just opened a huge can of worms. Here's the thing. Not only did I want to join, you guys were, well, I guess not you, because you're not even in FaZe anymore. The FaZe rejected me multiple times when I was way smaller. The FaZe Adapt started talking.
I still don't understand what FaZe
I talked
is.
about every member of FaZe.
Is it just a
And then I
clan
think
or
I did
something?
Unlisted. I had a FaZe recruitment video. I had FaZe 5 videos. I literally tried to join FaZe for years, and they wouldn't let me in.
In 2019, FaZe hosted their first pop-up storefront called FaZe Arcade on Melrose Avenue in LA to sell apparel in collaboration with other brands.
I'd say the project that I was most proud of being a part of FaZe.
I don't know if you can see that my screen is officially cracked. I think it's a screen protector though.
Was our pop-up.
The first time I ever shopped on the street, it was actually with Adapt, Nikon, some FaZe boys. Came up and down Fairfax and Melrose, and I said, yo, we're gonna have a store on the street. 3 years ago.
Hey.
We had like a pop-up for 2 months, and we absolutely balled out. We had events there, famous rappers pulled up.
The vision for FaZe completely changed, notably when they started receiving investment. The brand became all about building up some sort of financial and industry legacy giant, not just gaming and making content about gaming. During 2019 to 2020, FaZe fantasized about where they see the brand in 10 years.
Where do I see FaZe in 10 years? Holy Jarvis. Oh, 10 years?
Well, hopefully with me still in it.
10 years, I see FaZe Clan literally taking over the world. We already are, right? Like, we literally already are.
I see FaZe Clan as being this crazy dominant organization, as if we're not already on the top.
See us alongside the greatest historic franchises in all of sports and entertainment.
With ideas of it being a dominant cultural and financially successful brand. This vision is a drastic switch from just humble, regular dudes gaming online and doing fancy trick shots. In January of 2020, FaZe Clan received an investment loan worth $22.7 million from Canadian financial company Canaccord Genuity, further strengthening their financial position, giving them more money to play with. But at the same time, an investment loan sounds very risky. Your brand also has to be bringing in enough for investors to feel like it's worth it. And no offense, but is a group of dudes streaming about gaming really going to be the next Disneyland, the next Marvel universe?
No, but I feel like the way
I
feel like so many people now, like less people are watching films and more people are watching like YouTuber content online, that I barely ever watch. I do watch films, but I always watch YouTube. Like, I'm obsessed with you. I just love watching like body cam police footage on YouTube.
FaZe expanded their G Fuel partnership in March of 2020. They built out an entire G Fuel studio in their FaZe Clan content house and launched a FaZe Berry hydration line that you could even buy in stores. But then, only a few months later, in June of 2020, FaZe Clan became co-owners of the supplement company Control, or CTRL. It seems like Control mainly sold protein cookies and drink mixes, so wouldn't this be a direct competitor to G Fuel, one of their longest sponsorships that they've ever had? On one hand, maybe FaZe thought that if they had ownership in a supplement company that had similar aspects to G Fuel, one of their most successful sponsorships, then they could reap even more benefits than their partnership with G Fuel. But one would wonder if owning and promoting this company likely soured FaZe's relationship with one of their longest running sponsorships with G Fuel.
Thanks. Man, that was a long day of work.
Yeah, dude, I'm so tired. I'm thirsty.
How about some G Fuel?
What does FaZe Berry even taste like?
I don't know.
Does it?
Nope. Let's try it.
In August of 2020, FaZe Clan partnered with TV and film producer Michael Sugar. They launched FaZe Studios, which specialized in scripted TV series and feature films, and made their first FaZe movie titled Crimson, which was released in October of 2020.
I think I just heard something.
While I think it's amazing that YouTubers are branching out and releasing other creative works like Markiplier, personally, I only think that's the case when they're genuinely passionate about what they're doing and they're pouring this artistic, creative energy into something that's truly creative and original, especially because things like the film industry at the moment can feel stale, with a lot of films just replicants of what's already existed on the market. But is that the intention of FaZe Studios, or were they just trying to find another avenue to profit from their audience? And if that's the case, is this really what the viewers are wanting from FaZe Clan? Or is FaZe Clan just doing way too much with the way too much money they were given? Either way, FaZe was given even more money. Towards the end of 2020, FaZe secured a $40 million investment funding. FaZe was a fully corporate organization, expanding their business rapidly. But quickly after 2020, FaZe scaled way too quickly. They got too close to the sun and got burned. In June of 2021, FaZe Clan became the first esports team to be featured on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Then, right before FaZe went public, they ended their long-term relationship with G Fuel in May of 2022. After this decade-long relationship with G Fuel, from all the way back in 2012 to 2022, FaZe Clan ended the partnership and immediately partnered with the competing energy drink brand Ghost, doing a multi-year deal together and creating energy drink flavors FaZe Pop and FaZe Up. FaZe Clan officially became a publicly traded company on July 20th of 2022, listing on the NASDAQ exchange under the ticker symbol FaZe.
Oh my god, first time in New York, and it's for a special occasion. FaZe Clan is going public.
Come here.
We all somehow coincidentally wore the same shirt. Go ahead, show him the back. Yeah. Something wrong. There's something wrong with him, for real. Today's the day. FaZe officially going to be a publicly traded company. But what I'm really excited for is that going public is going to give us the resources we need to get FaZe back to what it should be.
I miss the old FaZe. It's just different now.
What is that? Testing.
Testing.
Okay, cool.
Least made history by being the first esports organization to go public. The company went public at a valuation of $725 million, even though they were hoping to have a $1 billion valuation. That being said, FaZe shares fell nearly 25% on their debut day, not off to a good start. The same month that FaZe went public, they also acquired a significant plot of virtual land within the Sandbox metaverse, where they built out FaZe World world, placing a sort of bet that the metaverse was going to be this amazing, integral part of a future internet, or the Omniverse, even though there wasn't much stats indicating that it was going to be so, and still there really isn't, in my opinion at least. FaZe integrated cryptocurrency and NFTs as part of their Web3 push.
Right now, it's really important. Cryptocurrency is the future, it's internet culture, and that's exactly what FaZe Clan is. So naturally, we're parallel with this market. This is gonna be awesome. Let's get it.
Their business plan was that metaverse,
I swear every time I see FaZe
cryptocurrency,
Banks,
and
he's just trying
NFTs
to
was how
get money
FaZe
from his
Clan was
fans.
going to be valued at $1 billion, encouraging
Oh my God,
their
I'm so
new
lazy.
generation audience to buy into the metaverse, cryptocurrency, and NFTs. That was the plan on how FaZe was going to dominate internet culture. But when the metaverse didn't become what they were predicting it would be, NFTs died off and cryptocurrency stagnated, FaZe seemed to struggle in how to actually make a viable business for all of its vested interests. Digiday acquired requests for proposals sent out to investors and found that the plans of how FaZe would be financially viable changed over time. FaZe initially planned to sell NFTs to their audience as a source of revenue, back when influencers were making a ton
I
of
just
money
think NFTs
selling
are
get
so
rich quick
scummy.
NFTs to their
I guess
audience.
some of them
but
weren't,
when
but it just
people were
seems
under a
slimy.
ton of controversy for NFTs being, well, kind of scammy, FaZe changed this to just saying the metaverse, after so many NFTs were exposed for being rug pulls.
I jumped in to the NFT community without knowing what an NFT was. I didn't know what an NFT was. I didn't know what crypto was. I wasn't well informed.
FaZe Clan toned down
'Cause
some
you
of its
wanted
language
money.
between the 2021 and 2022 pitch decks. The 2021 deck lists NFTs as a future revenue stream on its deck on consumer products, which was changed to the less controversial metaverse descriptor on the corresponding slide in the 2022 deck. Furthermore, the 2021 deck projects a revenue figure of $651 million for FaZe by the end of 2025. The 2022 version lacks a revenue projection entirely. Not that FaZe execs let these concerns stop them spinning a compelling yarn for everyone else. While they were carefully resetting expectations among their investors, execs were telling media, including Digiday and fans alike, that the company was going to become a media conglomerate for youth culture. They even enlisted the help of talent agency UTA to ensure a smooth landing. The only way FaZe would be financially successful on the stock market was to accomplish what's planned, to make FaZe Clan into a media conglomerate for youth culture. Again, youth culture being the key word here. Becoming a media conglomerate for youth culture is also just downright outlandish and unrealistic, without a clear set way to get there.
We are at the cutting edge, at the bleeding edge of change. And it's a change that is underappreciated by the majority of the traditional world. But stay tuned, keep an eye on us, keep an eye on our talent, keep an eye on our community, and we're gonna do things that continue to break ceilings and continue to have and create historic moments.
Ultimately, FaZe lacked a clear plan, so instead the brand turned into a way to peddle products constantly. Then CEO of FaZe, Lee Trink, strongly believed that FaZe Clan being a public company would help them though in that process, lending them real mainstream legitimacy, as if the 14-year-olds who watch the gaming streamers would care about whether or not their favorite streamer is part of a company that's traded on the stock market or not.
Having the global profile that being public gives us the opportunity to create a future in the image of our talent and our community. I think even looking at that stage and how we rang the bell and what was important to show up there is something different. That there's an underappreciation for the level of change that's happening right now, and a change that we will continue to drive forward. It's exhilarating, it's thrilling, it's inspiring, and hopefully we inspire our community and more talent to join us on the mission.
During this time, FaZe Clan partnered with a lot of mainstream brands like McDonald's, DoorDash, and Porsche, who had a multi-year deal with them. Porsche even posted an announcement video on their YouTube channel. FaZe also released a shoe with Nike in 2023. They released apparel with Disney in 2022, featuring a specifically designed...
I'm just gonna go to the toilet. I need a wee-wee. BRB. Ooh. I'm gonna make another coffee. It's actually scary how much coffee I've had today. Well, no, I've only had one, but I just drink so. I'm so tired. I could literally have a nap. Oh my gosh, so sleepy. Wait, where's my cup? I swore I had a cup somewhere. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and now she's screaming, mum, 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 mum. Grab a cup, gone crazy. She's poison but tasty. And people say run, don't look away. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. When did it end? What do you enjoy? I need to stop drinking coffee. I've got a coffee addiction, guys. It's gonna make my tea fucking yellow. But I can't stop. Ow. I need to get milk. We'll do 1 minute 40. 1 minute for 1 minute, £1 fees, £1 fees. She don't wanna be so kind, she don't wanna be so nice. 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. God, this is gonna be boiling hot, I'm scared. I'm actually scared for my safety. Oh shit, I keep doing that. This is low-key gonna taste absolutely rank. Something in the way you do. Oh. Right, let's get back to watching this video.
Signed Mickey. They had a partnership with the NFL in 2022 and a merch collab with Naruto. They collabed with even more brands, but this is just a sample of some of the biggest. It seems almost like FaZe was willing to partner with every brand who wanted to collaborate with them, not only to grow their name as a big name brand, but also because, well, they were desperate to sell and grow their valuation. But with all the money all of these partnerships produced, this still wasn't enough, or what they projected making when they went public. Despite a fairly strong IPO, kind of, within a year their financial future on the stock market looked much less promising. FaZe Clan reports a $53 million loss despite increased revenue. How? FaZe Clan's high of $20 per share in August of 2021 had dropped to just 40 cents per share by March of 2022. A massive drop, which led to the NASDAQ issuing FaZe a deficiency notice, meaning unless they could get their stock prices back up to over $1 for 10 consecutive days, they would delist FaZe from the NASDAQ capital market. Delisting isn't great for a host of reasons. It can indicate to investors that a company isn't doing well enough to safely back. It can also mean less visibility or accessibility for stocks to be traded, meaning essentially it's a steep downward spiral for that stock. Why was FaZe Clan failing, even though FaZe was scaling rapidly fast and working with high-profile sponsorships? Despite the sponsorships, FaZe Clan continued to spend more and more, all in the name of content, it seemed, limiting the success of the brand and business in the process. Most of the reckless and most irresponsible spending, or just plain stupid, is that fair to say, seemed to take place in the year 2022. FaZe Clan continued to spend a ton on real estate costs. In 2021, the brand spent hundreds of thousands on LA mansions. By 2022, the lease expenses rose to $1.5 million. FaZe also did celebrity partnerships that didn't work the way they intended. Snoop Dogg was brought onto the board in 2022.
Mustache ready? Let's go! FaZe, I am a part of the FaZe Clan.
Which was a decision made by FaZe executives. Snoop received millions in stock, with the expectation that he would participate in branded content. But Snoop reportedly showed little interest because the deal wasn't big enough for his standards, so he exited the board in April of 2023. Additionally, FaZe would spend large amounts on celebrity events. A single party in San Diego featuring Travis Scott would cost FaZe approximately $1.7 million in July of 2022. But here's the thing, would Snoop Dogg promoting FaZe sponsors or a Travis Scott party, even if it all went according to plan, really have that much of a significant boost to the brand? Content creation is at times predicated upon a constant upping of the ante and the flash to amaze the audience. FaZe Clan paid for celebrities and mansions in LA and other things for content that may have brought in views and status, but also made it harder for them to turn a profit. The biggest question of all is how much of this spending was ultimately necessary versus a detriment to the brand. All of this spending ultimately led to corporate layoffs. There was a 20% staff reduction in February of 2023, followed by a 40% layoff that year. Yet top FaZe executives were pulling in salaries in the hundreds of thousands, according to public filings. Frustrated with the mismanagement in April of 2023, FaZe Banks called out the corporate arm of FaZe, saying, "Give us our brand back." But the top leaders of FaZe Clan were the ones who accepted all the investment money without considering the consequences to the brand in the first place. I don't know what all these corporate Fs think they're doing, weighing options, plotting, doing whatever the F it is they've been doing. But the answer is very simple. Give us our brand back. You stole it in the first place. It goes to zero otherwise. You have no idea what FaZe is. While I don't doubt that the corporate side of FaZe was mismanaged, on the other hand, to be as fair as possible, the influencers were also the one reaping the benefits, living in the LA mansions and attending lavish parties, filming that, posting about it, spending the funds that are getting mismanaged. So it sounds kind of like everyone involved are idiots. FaZe was floundering with no way out on its own. It needed a Hail Mary to save the brand. On October 2023, FaZe announced that the company GameSquare would acquire FaZe Clan. GameSquare is a Texas-based esports company backed by the Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones. Part of the acquisition deal was that the FaZe influencers who formerly led the company would take on roles once again. FaZe Banks took on the role of CEO, Temper took on the role of president, and Apex took on the role of COO. The gaming influencers becoming involved in the corporate structure. When it came to FaZe Clan, it seemed like either you had corporate people who knew nothing about gaming and influencing, or you had gaming influencers who likely knew very little about how to run a company. The greed and disorganization of FaZe Clan led to individual influencers getting hurt along the way. Member Turner Tfue Tenny sued the FaZe organization back in 2019, foreshadowing so many of the issues to come. Tfue alleged that FaZe had a downright oppressive contract that limited his earnings. He claimed FaZe took up to 80% of his revenue, which is the most exploitative contract I've ever heard of. Tfue wrote about this situation. Not only does FaZe Clan take advantage of these young artists, it jeopardizes their health, safety, and welfare. Tfue claimed that FaZe Clan pressured him to live in one of its homes in the Hollywood Hills with other young YouTubers, where he says he was given alcohol before turning 21 and encouraged to illegally gamble. Almost like a frat house mentality, but with very young kids.
All the stuff about the gambling, the stunts, the drinking, I told my lawyer I did not want that in there. This is about me and this contract. This contract that I signed when I didn't know any better. I'm an idiot. I should have never signed it in the first place. This 3-year contract. This contract basically allows FaZe at any point in the 3 years to just take all my hard earnings and all my hard work and just strip it. Over 49%, over 79%. And what I'm trying to do here is just serve justice to the esports community, the esports industry. These kids are getting ripped off. They're getting taken advantage of. These contracts are not okay, and this needs to never happen again. Hashtag release the contract. Release it, please.
People who were exposed to fame for the first time, and a ton of pressure with the internet fame and sponsors, and this massive organization pressuring them to do things, sign contracts when they don't know the implication. FaZe Banks, who is an influencer but also has a level of power and control in the FaZe organization, even verified that Tfue's initial contract was horrible, but that he was later offered different contracts that he didn't want to sign.
This changed Rice's life, Alyssa's life, everybody in the FaZe house. Life. And that's what I love more than anything. I love to really take somebody, because I was a kid who played video games, who was lost. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And this logo, FaZe Clan, this shit saved my fucking life and changed my whole world. And I know what it meant to me, and I want to apply that to as many people as possible, people who deserve it. And Tfue, you did deserve it, but I did not deserve this, homie. I did not deserve this.
Even so, FaZe Banks being involved in the organization and a front-facing influencer, allowing influencers to sign terrible contracts so that those in the organization and can profit off of them is so horrible and unjustifiable, especially when FaZe Banks tries to turn around and tell the influencers he's on their side, he's one of them, he's a snake in the grass.
I taught you everything I knew. I was there for you. You confided in me. You told me things that your own brother doesn't know about.
But these bad contracts were also, in my opinion, a sign of an initial collapse. To make money, FaZe not only had to bring in a ton of sponsorships, but also had to simultaneously exploit the talent as well. Former FaZe member Tico also confirmed these bad contracts, saying that at one point he was also given a Tfue contract.
Do you want to hear something even crazier? The only contract I've ever had with FaZe, guess what contract that is? The only contract I ever had. Guess. The Tfue contract. It's the only contract I ever had with FaZe. As I was publicly defending FaZe on Twitter, everywhere, about that whole situation, I was in the same contract myself. Let that sink in. I told them I need this contract terminated today or I'm going public with it. And they did terminate it, okay? But here's the thing. This is like 2019. Even at that point, no follow-up, no new deal, no new contract, no like, hey, we want to make this right. Nothing.
The somewhat shady company Hubrick also filed suit, alleging that FaZe members raided corporate offices, taking computers and furniture. They claim that FaZe took dozens of computers and gaming stations, some of the office furniture, all of the data available to it on the computers, and left it ransacked as little more than piles of empty boxes of expensive electronics and cleared off desks. The worse off the FaZe company was, the more risks the company took in doing shady business practices on the corporate side. Meanwhile, on the influencer side, more and more FaZe members came under fire for misconduct. The thing is, you can't predict influencer controversy, measure it in a flowchart, account for it on the stock market, and the one thing FaZe Clan members came along with was their fair share of controversy. In 2017, during the days of the infamous competing content houses, Team 10 and the Clout House, Jake Paul posted and then deleted a video accusing FaZe Banks of assaulting his assistant Meg. FaZe Banks responded with his own video titled "My Girlfriend Was Assaulted."
Okay. Before I say anything about the situation at hand, please watch the entire video, hear me out, and just come to your own conclusion. Don't pick a side based on bias. So if you don't already know, this is a response to Jake Paul's video, "My assistant was assaulted." I first want to come out and say 99% of what this kid said in his video was absolutely fabricated and not true. I am going to be 150% honest about everything and every detail about this night from my point of view. It has gotten to where this needs to be pursued legally. Defamation of character and slander to the highest degree.
When I was leaving, he sort of clotheslined me and put their arm out in front of me and tried to like pull me into the place that they were, into his table.
At this point, anything that these kids say or do could be an absolute lie.
FaZe Banks shows a screenshot with a member of Jake Paul's team where the person tells Banks he did actually hurt Meg. That did actually happen, but that Meg doesn't think he did it on purpose. As if that fully clears his name, when in my opinion, that just kind of shows he did hurt someone. Now, for obvious reasons, I'm not a Jake Paul fan, but Banks' response video does also kind of feel like gaslighting 101. FaZe Banks calls Jake Paul a kid throughout the video and says that the whole video was lies. Banks also has his girlfriend at the time, Alyssa Violet, come onto camera and say that when she was dating Jake in the past, he assaulted her, to almost muddy the storyline or make them both look equally bad, which I'm not trying to say is not the case, because in my opinion, everyone in this situation is all bad.
Jake Paul, you guys know that I used to live with him for 2 years. I've known him for like 3 or 4 years. Honestly, he did assault me a few times. If we never agreed on something or if something happened, he would spit in my face, and this has happened multiple times.
We're sitting on a lot of shit, Jake. Like a lot of shit. And there's stuff that I know about you that if the rest of the world knew about you, they would never accept you again. They would hate you.
Shoved me all the way into the bush. And see this? I don't know if you guys can see. This scar right here were from thorns, and my entire arm was bleeding. When I was living in his apartment, he took my phone, threw it at the wall, we got into a fight, I ran upstairs, he dragged me down the stairs, and I actually have...
Yeah, that's been on your leg since I met you.
Like, this has been here for like 2 Years, dude.
Banks then brings in his friend and her boyfriend, who were allegedly at the club with him, to provide their own testimony, because his friends will definitely provide unbiased testimony.
So, this is my friend Alexa. She's a good friend of mine. Was I being aggressive at all?
No, you were like sitting there chilling, dancing a little.
But it seems that at the time, a large amount of the internet took FaZe Banks' side in this sort of ongoing battle, believing Jake Paul to have over-embellished the story, his video to be over-dramatic, or even his assistant Meg lied and fabricated and made up the entire incident. In a Fox 11 news report from August 18, 2017, Meg describes the alleged assault to reporters, showing her neck and saying that there's never any excuse for this kind of behavior.
McPherson said it happened Wednesday night. When she was leaving the club, she says a man hooked his arm around her neck and started dragging her. We spoke with her via Skype.
It was frightening mainly because my air supply was cut off. You know, when you hit your trachea on something, it hurts really badly.
We're going to use this platform to spread awareness to everybody.
With a combined 13 million viewers, McPherson is hoping to send a powerful message.
Everyone should feel okay going out to a nightclub and having fun with their friends. No girl or woman or anyone should feel like afraid to be somewhere.
And McPherson says she has filed a police report and is now letting LAPD handle her case. Meantime, FaZe Banks says that the videos may come out to sound like legal action.
The report concludes by saying that Meg filed a case with the LAPD. FaZe Clan never took any action as a result of the incident. One of the most damaging scandals for the FaZe brand was the cryptocurrency scandals, mainly because they hurt their own fans financially when they promoted rug pull cryptos to them. In 2021, members promoted the Save the Kids crypto token, what was described as a pump and dump scheme, leading to the removal of FaZe K.
My name's Frazier.
My name's Jarvis.
I'm Tico. I'm Ryska. I'm Nikon. And I support Save the Kids token.
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 Ladies and gentlemen, the scamming doesn't stop. Today, we've got yet another juicy little scam coming from the influencer section of the internet. The biggest scumbag, greedy people on earth who are happy to sell you out for a few bucks.
With their promo came the claim that some of the proceeds would go to charity. Many people bought it. The price soared. And then several members of FaZe Clan immediately sold their stakes in the crypto and the price dropped.
So the day of, what happens? It goes to the moon, right, guys? Well, no. The answer is the first day it pumps and immediately it dumps, all the way to negative 90%. What we know is that all the whales in the coin sold off immediately. And why would Rice Gum, the king of the Lambos, do anything if he's not actually involved in some of the projects?
This was early on in crypto pump and dumps, when the widespread knowledge of them wasn't as common, and there were high hopes that people could still get rich off of crypto. This meant that many people who followed FaZe members hoped for success in the crypto market and believed them when they said it would be a legitimate financial opportunity. That and the Save the Kids coin being linked to a charity, meaning those who invested in it felt they were doing good, and it lent a certain level of credibility to the whole thing until the rug was pulled and those at the top walked away with all of the profit and everything else came tumbling down. No kids seemed to be saved. The price of Save the Kids rose 30% before it plummeted 72%. And after the internet responded in outrage, FaZe Clan kicked out FaZe K and suspended 3 other members. We have made the decision to remove K from FaZe Clan and have suspended Jarvis, Nikan, and Tico until further notice. FaZe Clan had absolutely no involvement with our members' activity in the cryptocurrency space, and we strongly condemn their recent behavior. The trust and respect of our fans has been and will always be our #1 priority. K tweeted out in response to being kicked from FaZe, "I want you all to know that I had no ill intent promoting any crypto altcoins. I honestly and naively thought we all had a chance to win, which just isn't the case. I didn't vet any of this with my team at FaZe, and I now know I should have." Then more recently, in 2025, FaZe Banks stepped down as CEO. Scandal. When does it end? When do the meme coins and crypto things end? You would think by now people would realize Banks stepped down as FaZe's CEO following accusations that he and streamer Aiden Ross, surprise, surprise, coin MLG. And by this point, they clearly should have known better.
The only thing I'm telling anybody to buy, I mean, that's the ticker of the year, honestly, for me. When the waiter comes up and asks me what to buy, everybody wants a ticker. And it gets boring to tell them Bitcoin and Solana over and over and over. That's the right answer. But the only ticker that I can tell anybody besides those two is MLG. Been saying it since 3M's, gonna keep saying it till 420 billion. Yeah, that's it. That's it for me.
Banks and Aiden definitely bought MLG before the stream, knowing that leading up to it, it's gonna get hyped up, and then when he mentions MLG, it's gonna be like Dogecoin when Elon went on SNL, and then everybody fucking sells.
FaZe Dubs was suspended in 2020 for using a racial slur during a stream. All FaZe Clan members were required to go to sensitivity training after the incident. FaZe Dubs then posted an apology following his return. He returned. FaZe Barker was removed in 2020 following allegations of misconduct involving a minor. He would send unsolicited nudes, sexually explicit messages, and images of him himself. In one instance, one of the girls claimed he asked her for nudes when she was 16 years old. Yes, former FaZe Barker asked me for explicit photos when I was 16. If you need the proof, I will send it to you, but I can promise I am not lying about this. In November 2022, streamer Astronova posted a tweet-longer about an encounter with FaZe Mew. The tweet-longer was titled My Story and talks about how she flew out to Texas to visit FaZe Mew, how he acted like a friend, but after an event when they were both drinking and Astronova might have gotten too much to drink, he took advantage of her, and his roommates seemed to try and cover it up, leading her to believe that they had done this before for him. FaZe would go on to announce through Twitter that they would suspend Muse to conduct an investigation, and Muse eventually responded with his own tweet-longer a couple days later, claiming the whole encounter with Astronova was consensual. What was his proof of this? He posted screenshots of Astronova being flirtatious with him in the DMs, as if that's proof that she consented during the IRL interaction. Ash put together a doc with a bunch of screenshots and links to corroborate her initial claims, and a folder of screenshots from other women she connected with who shared similar stories, and she submitted that to FaZe with their permission. He was officially dropped in January, but they silently dismissed him. After Muse was let go from FaZe, he posted what he said was the phone call with FaZe as they let him go.
It was definitely, yeah, it's a he said, she said kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there are too many questions. It was obvious that that girl was, a little bit of a, there was some like drama, looking for attention kind of thing. But there's also, like I said, the people that were looking into it felt like there was enough feedback that was not good.
The FaZe brand has faced criticism for its boys club atmosphere. In general, it's fairly well known that sexism and sexual misconduct is an overall problem in the gaming and streaming industry. There was a 2020 report from the New York Times about a weekend where over 70 allegations of sexism and harassment went live in just one weekend, all from women in gaming spaces. In their recently released 2025 report, Stream Hatchet, which is owned by GameSquare, the same company that most recently owns FaZe, showed the viewed hours of the top 10 male versus top 10 female streamers. The top female streamer, Emaru, had 23.8 million hours watched. By comparison, the 10th most watched man, XQC, had 70.7 million hours watched. In their 2021 report, they wrote that only 27% of the top 3,000 streamers are women. And it is undeniable to say that FaZe Clan is sort of a part of this problem. FaZe Clan clinched the market and made it a boys club, and by the time they tried to add more women into the space, the members of FaZe Clan were resistant, adding to the problem. In May 2023, FaZe announced the addition of new recruit FaZe Bluefill, otherwise known as actress Grace Van Dien, who's most known for her role as Chrissy on Stranger Things. Now, there have been women who are members of FaZe. Khalid joined in 2021 and left in 2024, and without realizing it, FaZe recruited their first trans player in 2019. Ewok came out as trans on National Coming Out Day in 2020, which was met with overall support by FaZe. Fast forward to FaZe Bluefill joining the team. In an interview with IGN on the date of her announcement, under the tweet of her announcement on the official FaZe account, there was a lot of hate directed towards her. A lot. Even though really she'd already been a streamer prior to joining FaZe, there was this sort of red pill talking point that Grace was only added on to FaZe Clan to make FaZe Clan look better in terms of its diversity without actually caring about the quality of its members. I guess I don't particularly understand. Like really what fans were upset at is the change in FaZe Clan as it was becoming more corporate and caring more about brand over authenticity. But instead of being upset at the company and taking out their frustrations on the company, fans directed all their hate onto Grace. Despite the backlash, FaZe's account made a collage of the positive welcomes and tweeted them out. But FaZe Banks himself responded with the following tweet, which got over double the likes of the tweet welcoming Grace. "You forgot our response," with a group of FaZe Clan members pointing and laughing, as if it's a joke and they don't take it seriously. Rain posts a video titled "The New FaZe Clan," where he breaks down his frustration with Grace's recruitment, saying that he's mistrustful of the way FaZe is managed on the corporate end, and that corporate doesn't care about the creators and community, and again directs all of that frustration onto Grace.
I know it's all political. Whenever they want a sponsorship or to appeal towards these brands, they always say, we need a woman, we need a person of color. They wanted Gucci, so they want to get a woman. They wanted Nike, so they had to get people of color. I could never be biased when it comes to FaZe Clan. I only have to do what's better for FaZe Clan.
He says Grace is just a way to fulfill a sponsorship, that sort of talking point of adding someone on just for the sake of diversity, almost dehumanizing them within your own talking point. While I understand the concept of wanting to keep FaZe Clan elite and only the best gamers, because you're so focused on ousting people you don't think deserve this spot, you are also ruining the brand through doing so, through allowing hate and vitriol into the FaZe Clan brand. In fact, I would argue that ruined the FaZe Clan brand even more so than just having a famous person on FaZe Clan. At the end of the video, FaZe Rain watches a clip from Grace's stream where she calls out Rain for saying the only reason she got recruited was because of Stranger Things. He ridicules her, calls her a bitch, and that he wouldn't touch her on his drunkest night.
FaZe Rain said that the only reason I was signed with FaZe is because I was on Stranger Things. I'm sorry, sir. Were you in the meeting with us?
That's my fucking boy, bitch!
Oh, get fucking wrecked. To everyone saying that.
Their Phoenix makes
Rain.
Holy! Grace, I'm sorry. All I want to say is you're golden Valorant. Make Stranger Things your entire personality, even though you're only on one episode. You found out about Twitch through Tumblr. Not only have you not hit a trick shot, but you don't even know what the that is. When you were still playing with Barbies, I made my first million out of this industry. And on top of it, you're excruciatingly mid who I would never let touch me on my drunkest night.
He somehow also claims in this same video that he wants to see more women in gaming. And he pins a comment in this video that says, once again, this isn't against Grace at all. It's entirely about FaZe corporate. Had to troll her at the end because of what she tweeted though, LOL. As this comment points out, while so many FaZe members have such a huge problem with a woman who's a famous member joining FaZe Clan because it's deemed not authentic, because she didn't join FaZe for her talent, they didn't have the same problems when Offset invested in FaZe or when Snoop Dogg became a member of FaZe. Coincidentally, they just whined and raged when Grace joined FaZe, yet they claim there was no misogyny behind their actions, and it was all solely because she wasn't a true gamer. Eventually, Grace and Rain made a video together to try and make peace, but by the end, the discussion falls apart.
Do you want me to keep demonizing horrible humor for calling you mid that I went to those on my drunkest night? Like, what do you want? And it's like, how could you let other people hurt your feelings? Do you not believe in yourself? Are you not a confident woman? You should be.
I don't like you.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just being very logical. I understand how you feel, but you brought things up against me. How do you expect me to
you're a
react?
terrible person.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, she's pulling the acting stuff now. Because I said that
Pulling the acting out
How am
now.
I a terrible person for what?
Pulling the acting.
How? Person. Explain.
I don't owe you an explanation, actually. Tell Vera that I'm not doing this video, and if they release anything, then I'm leaving, please.
By 2024, Grace and FaZe Clan are even worse off. Grace deactivated her Twitter account after tweeting about how the FaZe Clan guys stared at her and whispered around her at the Streamer Awards in 2024. Banks Kason responded, saying, "You're a slam pig. LOL, nobody's afraid of your baby voices or your 80-pound
why is it
emo
so
boyfriend. Stop clinging onto our shiz. Nobody knows you or gives a F about you. You tried to force your way into FaZe. LOL, says the person who woke up the next day and is tweeting about us. Rent-free, humble yourself a little. I promise we do not care about you, respectfully. Let's fix this, Grace. Let me take you out to dinner. No, not the FaZe boys, just us." The FaZe Clan, a welcoming space for everyone. Former FaZe Clan executives Greg Selko, Clinton Sparks, and Will Edens, together with Marco Maru, have launched a new gaming brand called XSET. Gaming is the new pop culture. We're creating an entirely new gaming organization. XSET means excellence and inclusion. We will set the standard and be the kind of role models the community of hundreds of millions of gaming fans deserve. The way I look at it, the future is set. The strangest thing is, as much as FaZe Clan members have done in terms of racism, bigotry.
Listen, bro, the reason I wanted Trump was because I wanted to make more money. All right, that's why. I'm gonna say it. At least I'm honest. I don't give a I'm not sitting here lying. I don't give a who's the president. I want to make more money. I'm a greedy bitch.
There are still people with progressive views that want to be a part of FaZe Clan, and women in the streaming spaces that continue to collaborate with FaZe Clan members, even controversial FaZe Clan members. It's almost like when it comes to FaZe Clan, views go out the window, but what precedent does that set? What example does that set? When you're labeled an influencer, influencing your audience, and you're willing to set aside your core belief system to collaborate with someone of prominence in your space, propping up and normalizing the hatred in the process. I don't want to necessarily call out specific streamers for doing this because I know it's a complicated situation, especially for women in the streaming space. As noted earlier, women have it rough in the gaming industries and streaming spaces. They're isolated, it's hard to get ahead, and there's so much that's weighing them down. In April of 2024, there were announcements of new members: FaZe Max, Silky, Jason, and Lacey. These members brought new life into FaZe Clan. Each were a new era of streamer, better versed on the most popular phase of streaming at the time, IRL streaming most notably, which helped to keep FaZe relevant as much as FaZe helped boost each individual streamer's profile in turn. FaZe announced the lineup with the infamous blue screen post. Temper said he was excited about this new wave of FaZe.
Thank you, GameSquare, for helping us accomplish this vision, and we're so excited to bring this back. Thank you to everybody that's been a part of this. Thank you to our company, the people that are with us today.
But around the same time that the announcement for the new members came, 17 people were kicked from the clan suddenly in April of 2024. Just kind of seems heartless. Banks shared a long tweet on the changes after the announcement. A couple notable snippets include, "This gaming clan, collective, org shit has felt extremely played out. Washed, not well lately. Definitely in part to gaming in general feeling a bit dry, but I really do believe in part has to do with the fact we all effing lost the plot. VC gets involved, these finance bros get involved, and effing ruin it every time. We're all running up these contracts against each other, being greedy pigs about slapping a brand's name on top of random streamers and YouTubers who might be popping at the time of negotiating, taking bets on whether they'll maintain the success or not, but contributing exactly nothing to them as people or their career. It's so disingenuous. No, not today, not anymore. I'm effing over it. It's trash, doesn't work." The way FaZe Banks describes this almost feels like FaZe Clan was a way to get investors to almost gamble on the long-term success of a streamer, in a similar manner to the stock market, when there are far more factors at play when it comes to streaming and influencing, like all the controversies that different influencers enter. Banks continues saying, "FaZe Clan is the next Nike. It will outlive any one person that wears the name. This is a very important story being told, a movie playing in real time. Mark my effing words." But the relaunch of FaZe publicly was seen as a success by FaZe Media Management because of all the public interest in the relaunch. When FaZe Clan relaunched the brand on April 27th, 2024, It experienced unprecedented engagement across social media platforms and was the #1 trending topic on X. In addition, FaZe Clan's search interest was the strongest the brand has experienced on YouTube since May 2020 and on Google since May 2019. In May 2024, FaZe's new owner, GameSquare, announced the formation of FaZe Media, which combined the FaZe creator talent roster and non-esports assets, meaning the more IRL streamer-focused content creators rather than the esports-focused gamers, into a creator-led IP and internet media company under the leadership of CEO FaZe Banks. The entire goal of FaZe Media seemed to be to return its reputation back to what it once was. FaZe Media is focused on building on the value of the FaZe brand IP and returning creative control of the brand to its founding leaders, who made the FaZe brand an internet media juggernaut. That being said, when you look at the corporate restructuring of the brand, there's certain implications that I'm not sure legally if I can say, since there's never been an official statement of the intention of FaZe Media. That being said, FaZe Media seemed to be more of the influencer side, focused on selling things, and the way they recreated their corporate restructuring is very telling. As Matt Kalish invested $11 million into FaZe Media and would be joining the board of the company. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed because yet again I mispronounced a name. I don't watch a lot of content revolving around DraftKings. The co-founder of DraftKings is Matt Kalish, not Matt Kalish.
Person who owns the most shares of FaZe now is a guy named Matt Kalish. You probably don't know the name, but you know what he's created because he's the co-founder of DraftKings.
And I cringe at the fact that I say his name constantly throughout this video and mispronounce it Matt Kalish instead of Matt Kalish. Please forgive me. But I feel like I need to watch a variety of content and practice the pronunciation before filming to get better at it. I'm working on it, but I feel like I'm failing and I'm not doing a good enough job, so I'm really sorry about that. This means FaZe Media, the arm of the company where a lot of the new members, influencer, IRL, streamers joined, was only about half owned by GameSquare. GameSquare owned 51% of FaZe Media, and Matt Kalish, just Matt Kalish, this guy, owned the remaining 49% of FaZe Media. Whereas on the other hand, GameSquare owned 100% of the esports arm of FaZe, which is a weird way to split up FaZe. Matt Kalish's $11 million went only into FaZe Media. Matt Kalish also launched the company Hardscope in conjunction with buying almost half of FaZe Media. Hardscope describes itself as the operating system for the creator economy, connecting brands and fans with the most influential streamers built to lead culture.
What is Hardscope? The way I understand it, it's basically trying to Disneyfy streaming. You can call it a glorified ad agency, you can call it a management team, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to get a contract with streamers, a 365 deal, where they'll get a percentage of every single dollar that walks in the door for that streamer in exchange for making that streamer's life a lot better, making them a bigger creator overall, getting them more deals overall, yada, yada, yada. Okay? That's what the idea is.
Basically, the goal was to create FaZe Media, get the most influential streamers, and connect them with brands through this company, Hardscope. But what kind of brands would these influencers that are dominating the streaming world be promoting exactly? Who is Matt Kalish? Matt Kalish is the co-founder and president of DraftKings. Yeah. Matt Kalish is the co-founder and president of DraftKings.
All right, guys, we got Matt, co-founder of DraftKings. Thanks for coming on today, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see the evolution of the company since I was in high school.
Yeah, 12 years now. You know, we started with fantasy sports, and now obviously the culture in the country has changed a lot. Sports betting is in about 50% of the U.S., and being on the forefront of that, really, really amazing experience. I think the best is still yet ahead as well. So it's been quite the ride so far.
So what does this mean when members of FaZe Clan are constantly promoting DraftKings in their content? And is Matt Kalish becoming the co-owner of FaZe Media A roundabout way to use influencers for self-promotion? FaZe Clan does have a long-standing relationship with DraftKings. Back in 2021, FaZe Clan made DraftKings their official betting partner. Doesn't FaZe Clan define itself as defining the new generation, influencing youth culture? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought sports betting was only for adults. Those two things seem to contradict each other, but nonetheless, DraftKings became FaZe's official betting partner, and the deal was intended to help both companies reach new audiences, which feels like a roundabout way of saying exposing FaZe's audience to sports betting.
Man, oh my. Are you ready for this game, though? Are you ready for the game? No, we got this, boy. What the f? Damn, Pats, bro, is weak.
It's game day! Oh, what's that about?
I ain't getting none of this since you
Yo, put the glizzies down, homie.
Cap.
What are y'all doing, man? Stop fighting!
Hey, 911. Listen, I don't do this. You guys have never heard me do it, but I'm gonna do it today. My neighbors are too much.
FaZe Clan is a juggernaut of internet engagement and culture, built from the ground up into one of the most influential esports and content organizations in the world, said Matt Kalish, president of DraftKings North America, in a statement. The strong
I repeat this story all the time, so I hope I'm getting it right. But you've told a story in the past that I always use as the perfect example of just how clever and kind of sneaky Princess Diana could be. She's having lunch with Oprah Winfrey at Kensington Palace, and Oprah is eating this lunch, and she is like, how do you eat like this and stay so thin? And, you know, Diana's just sitting there scooping up her food. Well, I don't know. It's just genetics or whatever. And you say, I'll just let you tell the story, but there's a little sneaky something going on behind the scenes.
So when I was cooking for the princess, when she'd come to stay with the queen, she was going through what she called her dark years, the bulimia and everything else. But when her and Prince Charles separated and I moved across to Kensington, became her chef, she said, Darren, I want you to take care of all the fats. I'll take care of the carbs at the gym. And so then like a few days later, she said, oh, make me the tomato mousse you made for President Reagan at Windsor Castle. And I said, you can't have it, Your Royal Highness, because it's got mayonnaise and sour cream and real heavy cream in there. She said, well, maybe a fat-free version. Yeah. So all my recipes had to change. It was all the healthy eating. Cooking for the Queen was traditional French cuisine. It was lots of butter, lots of fat, really rich foods. And so now it was healthy eating. It was, how can I take this recipe and make it healthy? And so she gave up beef and she gave up most red meats. She'd eat lamb a little bit, but it was chicken and fish and vegetables. And so I made the tomato mousse. She loved it, completely fat-free. And she had Oprah come for lunch. And I thought, okay, well, let's do the tomato mousse with lobster, poached lobster tail, and some sauce, dressing. And we served this. I served this to them. And Oprah did say that. She said, Diana, this tomato mousse is incredible. How do you manage to stay so slim, eating rich foods like this? And the princess said, well, I eat small portions and I work out at the gym. When in fact, Oprah was on the full fat version and Princess Diana was on the fat-free version. So I never told anyone. But when Prince William got married, he chose the chocolate biscuit cake from Eating Royally, my first cookbook, as his groom's cake. So I got a call from Oprah saying, come on the show, we want you to make a big 4-tier chocolate biscuit cake. And I went on the show And she said, oh, we need 400 small ones because you get a cake and you get a cake and so on. And so I never told her then about the tomato mousse. I thought the princess, that was her secret. I'm not telling Oprah.
It's such a good story, and I mean, I've repeated it so many times throughout the years, so know that it left an impression on me. It made me laugh so much. You've talked about Diana, about how she remembered birthdays. She sent you flowers to the hospital after your daughter was born. You know, the difference in the way you felt like she truly treated staff like, I don't want to say family, but certainly, you know, acknowledged that you were a human, which I think is difficult in that ecosystem potentially defined. Can you expand on that and how she made you feel special?
Yeah, well, the royal family is an institution. It goes back thousands of years. And, you know, when you're working for the Queen, for the King now, you're a servant. And it's something hard to explain, you know, being over here in Dallas and, you know, to people I talk to. Well, you know, were you friends with the Queen? And it doesn't work like that. You know, you work for the Queen. You're a servant and you serve the Queen. And when you leave, someone else serves the Queen. And I could cook for the Queen at Wood Farm at Sandringham, where she's on her own, and she'll pop her head into the kitchen and say, thank you. That was a lovely meal. And that means so much, better than any medals, than any money, anything, when the Queen does that. She's never going to pull up a chair in the kitchen, or she was never going to, the same as the King, and sit there and drink coffee with you. Because we have the aristocracy, we have the royal family, we have the servants, and you're a servant. So, you know, the Queen always treated the staff amazing. She really did. But there was that line. When I moved to Princess Diana, it was different.
What do you remember about the moment of impact?
On the 2nd of June 2015, in one of the worst theme park accidents in recent memory, a passenger carriage containing 16 people collided with a forgotten stationary carriage on the tracks of a world record-breaking roller coaster at Britain's Alton Towers.
This accident is the worst in its history.
The two carriages hit each other with force the equivalent of a 90-mile-per-hour car crash, causing devastating injuries to many of the passengers.
What's your sense, Joe, about the fact that this ride is going to be reopened to the general public tomorrow?
In today's video, we're going to deep dive into the horrifying story of the 2015 Smiler crash. Alton Towers is often referred to as the UK's flagship theme park. It's one of the most visited parks in the UK and is also probably the largest at 910 acres, located in Staffordshire in the West Midlands. Alton Towers is owned by Merlin Entertainment Limited, an absolutely enormous theme park and entertainment company based out of London. It's the second largest attractions company in the entire world and operates a staggering number of resorts and theme parks both in the UK and globally. Alton Towers has a generally pretty good safety record and is a well-regarded park, which currently has a total of 43 attractions, 10 of which are roller coasters, and the most infamous of which, and the subject of today's video, is the Smiler. One of the themed areas of Alton Towers is known as the X Sector. It's a dystopian industrial zone styled as a 1990s era government testing facility run by the Ministry of Joy to perform psychological experiments on unwitting people. And this doesn't exactly distinguish it from the rest of the United Kingdom, but that's a topic for another time. The X Sector's other famous ride, Oblivion, was the world's first roller coaster to feature a vertical 87.5 degree drop, designed by the Ministry of Joy as an experiment in overcoming fear via a vertical drop. An old indoor roller coaster situated within the X sector called the Black Hole had been closed down in 2005, and after a long period of sitting derelict, the site was eventually announced to feature a new ride, codenamed Secret Weapon 7, shortly after permission was granted to build the roller coaster back in 2012. Interest in the new ride quickly grew because of the ARG-style promotional stunts, which included spray painting the ride's stencil logo over the park and in several places around the country. These included railway stations, billboards, and most famously, the sight of a bunch of sheep around bits of the English countryside. Shortly after, in January 2013, the name of the roller coaster was revealed in a British newspaper called The Metro and was scheduled to open in May the same year. In February, a free game app was released which allowed you to experience a 3D preview of the ride. If all of this wasn't obvious, Alton Towers and Merlin were clearly going all out, and it opened in the summer of 2013, costing around 18 million at the time as a bit of a prototype ride, being the world's first 14-loop roller coaster. That makes it, to this day, the world record holder for the most inversions on a single ride, and if you watch any YouTube POVs of the ride, it is very inverty. The Smiler's art style follows the dystopian theme of the X sector, and the whole point of the marketing and branding was that the roller coaster would essentially condition you to smile, assisted by a large spider-like machine called the Marmalizer. So turning to the experience of the ride itself, as I've already mentioned, you've got 14 inversions and it takes just under 3 minutes to travel along the Infinity Coaster Loop, an experience described as fun but disorientating. The ride was designed and built by the German manufacturer Gerstlauer and generally operated between 4 and 5 trains, each with 4 rows of seats, which means 14 passengers per carriage or 64 guests in total on the Smiler at once, enabling over 1,000 riders to ride per hour. And during the summer, it regularly hit those numbers. Almost immediately after the Smiler had opened to the public, a number of smaller minor incidents began to plague the ride, which was actually quite unusual for Alton Towers. Before the ride was even officially open, a carriage of 16 journalists and celebrities got stuck very close to the start of the ride on a lift. They were trapped at a slight angle and it took over 30 minutes to rescue.
I cannot imagine being on the roller coaster and then all of a sudden your legs are crushed. Like, they must have been so scared. Like, the thought of that terrifies me.
The brave journalists as they screamed for help. 2 months after opening, in July, 48 people had to be evacuated as a piece of debris fell from a section of the track. It's not 100% certain what that was, described by some as a metal bolt or bar that made up part of the structure of the Smiler, but it did cause 2 sections of track to partially disengage from each other, leaving a small gap. No one was injured, but the ride was closed for a few days while the tracks were repaired. Only 5 days later, the ride was again closed when cracks were found in the base of one of the ride's supports. And then finally, a few months later, on the 2nd of November, 4 people suffered very minor injuries when some of the plastic guide wheels detached from a chain guide as the carriage was in the middle of ascending a vertical lift section. The guide wheels were caught by netting and resulted in no serious injuries, but 1 or 2 did strike a few of the passengers. No one required hospitalization or an ambulance, but it didn't leave anyone smiling, put it that way. But none of these came anywhere close to the horrifying events that happened just under 2 years later in June 2015. So it is important that I tell you a bit about how the ride operated. As is typical for modern roller coasters, the track was divided into a number of smaller sections called blocks. The whole point of dividing the track into blocks is very similar to how train tracks operate. The ride is governed by a PLC system, or programmable logic controller. Essentially, this is the ride's computer, and it detects whether a given block is occupied by a carriage. So if a carriage gets stuck in a particular block, the computer
Chicken nugget.
Chicken nugget.
Sorry.
Computer does not allow any further carriages to enter that block, which is called block stopping. At the start and end of each block were a number of trim brakes and sensors, which allowed either a complete block stop or a slight slowing down of a carriage, which kept the carriages safely spaced apart and created an enjoyable ride experience for everyone while not killing anyone. In normal operation, the ride is controlled by the operator at the control panel, also referred to as the human-machine interface. This gives operators a visual display of the track layout, blocks, and ride status, including CCTV coverage footage of the ride. There are 25 CCTV cameras present on the Smiler, positioned at various locations around the ride to provide a more or less complete view of the track. These images are displayed on two 50-inch screens mounted above the ride's main control panel, as well as on two smaller 15-inch screens positioned on a wall-mounted cabinet. If a carriage is block-stopped and becomes stuck, the operator cannot restart the ride by themselves. They need to call for an engineer who can use an identification and password to move the ride from its normal mode into maintenance and clear the fault. And there's probably nothing about what I've told you so far that rings out as a major red flag in the design or operation. But on the 2nd of June 2015, a fatal flaw would lead to a devastating accident. From the morning of the 2nd of June, 4 trains were in operation under the control of the ride's operator, while the 5th train was stored in the Smiler's nearby workshop located next to the station. The ride was working like any other day until about 6 minutes past 1 in the afternoon, which marks the moment the last successful train with guests left the Smiler station. As this happened, the next batch of 16 were loaded into the next train waiting on the platform. The front row was occupied by Leah Washington, a 17-year-old student from Rotherham, her boyfriend Joe Pugh, an 18-year-old student as well, Vicky Balch, a 20-year-old student from Wigan, and Daniel Thorpe, a 27-year-old from Buxton, and Vicky's partner. However, before they were able to begin their ride, a fault was generated when a start enable button in the station's load area had been pressed for too long. The ride operator saw a flashing light on the main control panel indicating a fault condition, so stopped and called 2 mechanical maintenance engineers to attend the ride. As they were fixing this minor fault, the ride operator removed the 16 guests and placed them back into the queue. Because the ride was down, it seems that the ride operator said, you know what guys, why don't you put the 5th spare train onto the track, seeing as you're here? And then this was prepared. And over the next few minutes, the exact sequence of events becomes a little bit complicated, but the important thing to convey is that the remaining guests still completing their ride were all offloaded successfully, and all carriages were returned back to the station. The guests were gone and 4 empty trains were left sitting in the station building. At 19 minutes past 1, with all the riders off-boarded, the engineers put the ride into maintenance mode again and cleared the minor fault by acknowledging the message. Having fixed the initial problem, they then added that 5th train to the track, a process which took about 5 minutes. The informed control and the daily ride report sheet was updated, indicating that the 5th train, train number 2, was in circulation. Again, a very important detail. By 25 minutes past, all 5 trains were now sitting within the station block awaiting guests. Just before 1:30, an empty test train was sent around the ride. It became stuck at the end of Block 3, short of lift number 2. 4 engineers convened outside, the 2 mechanical and the 2 further electrical engineers. 3 of them went to the stranded train and, because it was low to the ground, were able to manually push it forward to engage with the lift. The 4th engineer returned to the control cabin to monitor, and as the train arrived back at the station without any further incident, the remaining 3 engineers just went back and joined him. A second empty test train was then sent around the ride. This train stalled at the apex of the Cobra Loop, hanging upside down for around 20 seconds before slipping backwards, penduluming at the bottom of the loop for a bit, and then finally coming to a rest. And at the same time, the ride's operator reloaded the 16 guests who had been previously returned to the queue back into a carriage, which was then dispatched around the ride. This train reached the top of lift number 1 before becoming block stopped. The ride had correctly identified that empty carriage was blocking its route, and this is the exact moment things started to go horribly wrong. Different videos and sources claim slightly different things about who knew what exactly, but what is certain is that at 13:44, that block stop fault was logged in the park operations breakdown checklist, and the location of the trains was noted as 4 vehicles on the ground, 1 vehicle at the top of the lift. In reality, one of those 4 stationary trains was that empty carriage still stuck in the Cobra Loop. One of the engineers left the control cabin and made his way to the bottom of lift number 2, where the trackside engineering panel was found, and he manually overrode the block stop system before returning to the cabin at 13:49. A normal ride operator would not be able to do this, but in maintenance mode, the engineers had the authority to tell the safety computer, "You're wrong. wrong. In this case, they believed the block stop was just a ghost fault left over from the original fault the maintenance engineers had fixed. So at this point, I have to admit, it is difficult to piece together exactly who knew what and who did what, because the names of the 5 staff members involved in the accident have all been redacted. But what it appears to me is that the 2 original engineers and the ride operator forgot they had added the 5th carriage and didn't tell the new engineers they'd done so. And again, despite there being ample CCTV coverage of the ride across those 3 screens, none of the people in the control room saw the trapped carriage. And to be fair, the CCTV screens were small and poor resolution, and the specific angle that covered the area of the Cobra Loop where the carriage was stalled only showed the very back 2 rows, making it a small and not particularly clear picture. However, further compounding this disastrous situation was the fact that the engineer who went outside to manually reset the block stop error never thought to go and physically check whether there was a carriage stuck on the track. And again, to play devil's advocate here, a particularly unique feature was that the carriage had stalled in an area that was actually slightly underground, known as the amphitheater. My assumption here, and I have to admit this is conjecture, I haven't seen it in person, is that from the position the engineer was standing, it's likely that the carriage would have been just out of sight in that underground section of track. Had he walked over, he would have seen it. After the engineer returned and confirmed the block error had been cleared, the ride operator called Central Control and asked for a code 0, authorization to put the ride into evacuation mode and return all trains to the station automatically under the command of the ride's control system. Evacuation mode returns the trains one by one, starting with the train most advanced through the track and then working backwards until it's cleared. Permission was granted to do this, and the ride operator then checked with the electrical engineers to confirm it was okay to enter evac mode. They told her to proceed and that it was safe to do so. A minute later, the code 0 was initiated. Under normal circumstances, the ride should have moved the stall carriage first. However, the engineer had specifically instructed the ride's computer to ignore that carriage. As a result, it began with the train it believed was the furthest through the ride experience, the one carrying 16 guests that had been stopped at the top of lift number 1. The train was released from the lift and, around 30 seconds later, arrived at the top of the Cobra Loop. Shortly after that, it collided straight into the back of the stationary train in the valley, smashing into it at around about 20 miles per hour. Though this might not sound like a particularly dramatic speed, independent investigators determined that the force experienced during the crash was equivalent to a family car crash at about 90 miles an hour. The engineers immediately realized that something had gone wrong and left the control cabin of the Smiler to see what had happened. The results were not good. The collision forced the 2 carriages together with such force that it crushed the 4 passengers in the front row of the carriage. The 2 women, Leah Washington and Vicky Balch, received the worst injuries. Both required complex surgeries in skin grafts, and ultimately both would suffer a single leg amputation. An air ambulance was called in carrying blood, and this is widely credited with ultimately saving both their lives, given how much blood they had lost by the time they were freed. The 2 men, Joe Pugh and Daniel Thorpe, were also seriously injured. Joe suffered multiple fractures to both legs, shattered kneecaps, and extensive injuries to his hand. Daniel suffered a fractured leg and a collapsed lung. In the second row, passengers suffered internal injuries, rib fractures, and almost everyone aboard got whiplash and PTSD-related trauma. Immediately after the accident, engineers and park staff began constructing a rescue scaffold underneath the Cobra Loop. However, emergency services were not called for almost 20 minutes, and it suggests that park staff didn't really fully appreciate how serious the accident was. A combination of factors made the rescue attempt extremely difficult. Firstly, the passengers were suspended mid-air at a roughly 45-degree angle. The scaffolding that they erected had never been intended for emergency use, and it took a long time to build up. It was more designed for slow, controlled evacuations during minor faults, rather than getting seriously injured passengers off the ride. The riders were suspended around 25 feet in the air, while also being below ground level due to the bottom of the loop being located within the amphitheater. All this made the evacuation a bit of a logistical nightmare for the emergency services, and it would take around 3 to 4 hours before everyone had been rescued, as the most seriously injured were stuck there in agony. For those in the front row, the prolonged suspension did pose a significant risk of hemorrhage, and it's remarkable that nobody was killed or bled to death. In fact, paramedics who responded to the scene were explicitly told not to ascend the scaffolding until it had been fully completed, but several defied this instruction in order to deliver emergency treatment to the injured passengers more quickly. Thanks to the response by the emergency services, ultimately everyone would survive. In the UK, accidents that take place in a workplace environment are regulated by the Health and Safety Executive, and very quickly after the accident, they served a prohibition notice on the roller coaster, shutting it down, and transported the 2 carriages involved in the accident to a laboratory in Buxton for detailed forensic analysis. At the same time, Merlin Entertainments temporarily closed a number of its other similar rides while safety protocols and procedures were evaluated, and the Smiler itself would remain closed for over a year. The Health and Safety Executive took Merlin
Thank you for the
Attractions,
follow,
a subsidiary of
viable.
Entertainments, to the Crown Court for an offence contrary to Section
Much
33(1) of the Health and
appreciated.
Safety at Work Act. The charge being that Merlin had failed to conduct its undertakings in such a way as to ensure
Nice streaming. I'm a huge fan of this game. This isn't a game, this is a video, and I think you're a bot. I think you're possibly a bot, but thank you for following me.
visitors to Alton Towers were not exposed to material risks to health and safety. And to their credit again, Merlin pleaded guilty immediately. Under English law, this offence does not put a company on trial for the actual injuries that were caused. Instead, it's about prosecuting the creation of the original risk that led to those injuries. So the role of the Health and Safety Executive was to determine how and why the risk had occurred and whose responsibility it was. The investigation first examined the ride itself. The computer control system, the sensors, the impacted carriages, and the structural integrity of the ride were all assessed, including undergoing a third-party evaluation, and these were all quickly cleared as being up to the relevant standards and functioning correctly. So the cause of the accident itself was not in dispute. Wind speeds around Alton Towers on the day were very high, gusting at up to 74 kilometers an hour. And when the empty trains were cycled, the lack of passenger weight meant that they did not gain sufficient momentum to clear all of the loops. The manual clearance of the occupied block performed by the engineers was therefore the direct cause of the accident, precipitated by the wind conditions. The key question for the court was whether fault lay primarily with the engineers involved or whether this accident was a result of deeper organizational failure, and the HSE argued the latter, while Merlin Entertainments essentially tried to fob off all the responsibility to the engineers, particularly after the initial investigation found no mechanical fault with the ride itself. And Merlin did take what they described as appropriate HR action with the staff involved, which I can only assume in this case would mean they fired them. This mirrors a common sentiment among people who watch videos about the Smiler accident, and I have to admit myself that much of the blame does seem to fall on the very poor decision making by the engineers on the day. It's clear that they failed to properly ascertain the location of all 5 trains before resetting the track, and performing a reset without visually inspecting the cause of the block error is frankly pretty dumb. Taking an extra 30 seconds to visually verify a train's location in response to a fault indicating a blockage on the track would have prevented life-changing injuries. However, it's obviously not the full story. The HSE didn't simply accept dumb staff as the sole cause of the accident, and instead turned its attention to the human-machine interface and the wider organizational systems surrounding the ride's operation. As is common in many theme parks, new engineers were trained using a buddy or shadowing system. When the manufacturer initially handed over the ride, they would train a first group of engineers, but subsequent hires were then trained more informally by shadowing experienced staff, rather than through a structured training based on the original material. In the case of Alton Towers, there was no evidence that the engineering staff had been formally trained, audited, or supervised by management for those specific tasks, and as a result of this shadowing system, the HSE found it was unclear how Alton Towers could account for the quality of training being provided to them, especially when dealing with complex faults such as the one that occurred on the Smiler. The 2 electrical maintenance engineers who performed the block reset on the day of the accident had not received any formal training or written procedures on how to do this safely. They had not seen any risk assessments for the ride and had not read the original operating instructions, which also, by the way, clearly state that the ride must be shut down if the wind reaches approximately 55 kilometers per hour, which is almost 20 kilometers lower than the recorded wind speeds on the day of the accident. It just shouldn't have been running. In fact, another ride at Alton Towers, the Sky Ride, had also been shut down on the day due to high wind speeds. There was also no effective culture of sharing breakdown information. A previous incident involving a Valley train stopping in the exact same location had occurred previously, but this had not been shared with the...
Hello, Magicals. How are you? I'm currently watching... This is about the Smiler crash. And I don't know if you ever saw it. It was in the UK.
engineers involved in the 2015 accident. It was known only to the staff who had attended that breakdown themselves. Furthermore, there was an absence of formal training procedures governing how control of the ride was to be handed over during breakdowns. There was no system requiring engineers to review the ride logs or documentation before
trying to stream for 10
and
hours.
a lot of the
I'm on
times
4
they
hours,
did the
11
paperwork
minutes.
retrospectively. In conclusion, while the two electrical engineers did make a pretty serious mistake, they had never been trained properly on what to do in this situation. They were not aware of the previous faults, and there was no single lead engineer appointed to oversee the fault repair. The critical issue identified by HSE was that no matter how well engineered a ride may be, human intervention is inevitable, and the company needs to manage that through robust formal systems of work. Merlin had not done this, and when these arguments were put before Judge Michael Chambers at the Crown Court in a hearing held on the 26th and 7th of September 2016, a judgment was passed, finding exactly that. In summary, the court accepted expert findings that members of the public had...
I'm pretty sure the people, they got like, I saw online that they got like £1 million, the people that were involved in the crash, but I just couldn't imagine losing my leg. Like, it's crazy.
Been exposed to unacceptable risks to their health and safety due to Merlin's failure to properly risk assess and manage faults on the ride. The judge also criticised the inaccessibility of that particular section of the ride to the emergency services and the lack of any high wind detection systems on the Smiler. As a result, the company was fined £7.5 million. This was reduced by 1/3 to reflect Merlin's guilty plea and its cooperation with the investigation, resulting in a final fine of £5 million, along with an additional £70,000 of court costs. Many of the victims would then sue Merlin for the life-changing injuries they received, and although these have not been made public, it's likely that the two women who received partial amputations were both awarded well over £1 million in compensation each, and many of the others who were seriously injured would receive tens to hundreds of thousands of pounds for the various fractures and injuries, loss of earnings, care costs, and future support required. To Merlin's credit, the company did state that the victims would not be left wanting as a result of the accident, and they did follow through on this promise. Alton Towers would suffer a reduction in visit numbers and a poor financial performance in the following years after the accident. The Smiler itself would reopen on the 19th of March 2016, and while this was welcomed by some, a number of the victims did describe it as a bit insensitive and had expected it to be demolished. The HSE made a series of industry-wide recommendations aimed at improving accountability and procedures when dealing with faults like this, and these recommendations were implemented on the Smiler and across a number of other Merlin attractions.
See, this is why I'm scared of roller coasters, because I'm like, every time I go on a roller coaster, I'm like, imagine if this is the time it breaks. Like, I'm on a roller coaster, and 9 times out of 10, well, you're always going to be fine. But at the back of my head, I'm always like, maybe this is the time it, like, something goes terribly wrong and something's going to happen to me. Like, that actually scares me.
To say in cases like this, well, at least no one was killed. The effects on those most severely injured were pretty devastating. Vicky Balch underwent 7 separate surgeries in an attempt to save her leg before the decision was made to amputate, and she remained on pain medication for over 5 years and required a significant amount of physiotherapy to manage the ongoing pain. Leah Washington's right leg, which was able to be saved, was also severely damaged, and it took her over 8 weeks of hospitalization to relearn how to walk and to return home for the first time.
What shall I watch, guys? Leave a comment in the chat what I should watch. Something interesting, something good, something exciting. Let me have a look what's on YouTube. Actually, no, I'll watch this one. This is good. I've seen this before, I think.
In 2016, a theme park's most popular and safest looking ride became a scene of unparalleled horror in one of the worst accidents I've ever heard of.
There was a deadly accident on an amusement park water ride in Australia. 4 people were killed
when the popular water ride catastrophically malfunctioned.
The Thunder River Rapids ride was a thrilling and well-loved attraction suitable for guests aged only 2 years and above that ended its existence buried in concrete because of an accident that killed 4 guests and traumatized hundreds of people. In today's video, we're going to dive into the horrifying story of the 2016 Dreamworld disaster. The 15th of December 1981 was a very proud day for John Langhurst. A project that he had spent over 7 years and millions of dollars building had finally been completed and was even opened that day in a ceremony attended by the Premier of Queensland himself, which was where this project had been built, Queensland, Australia. Longhurst had finally fulfilled a dream of building his own theme park, having purchased 210 acres of land in Coomera, a town on the east coast of Australia. Longhurst spent a lot of money hiring designers who had helped build Disneyland and Walt Disney World, and he himself worked 12-hour days for over 2 years to excavate the Murrissippi River, on which a paddle wheeler would travel ferrying guests around the park. So it really was a labor of love. And in December of 1981, the park opened with this and a few other attractions, including vintage cars, the Rocky Hollow log ride, the Dreamworld Express, an IMAX theater, and a Koala Theatre. Over the next few years, Dreamworld saw great financial success and expanded to over 40 rides, becoming Australia's largest theme park, eventually being sold and then resold between different owners until it got acquired by an Australian company called Ardent Leisure. New themed areas such as the Blue Lagoon Water Park and Gold Rush Country were opened, the latter of which debuted in 1986 with the Eureka Mountain Mine and Thunder River Rapids rides, along with some snack and refreshment areas. This whole area of the park was rustically styled to look and feel as if you were in the gold prospecting era. The Thunder River Rapids opened in 1986 and very quickly became the park's most popular ride. During the holiday season, over 600 guests per hour would travel along a roughly 450-meter long twisting watercourse, complete with slower, calmer sections, some of which included splash zones to get guests covered in water, some indoor, darker tunnel sections, and whitewater turbulence, which was provided by submerged wooden logs. And the
To be fair, I'm not really scared of any ride, but the only ride I'm scared of is the ones that swing back and forward, like the boat rides that go like that. Those ones scare me so much. Like, you couldn't pay me to go on that. I think it's because I went on that when I was younger, and it scared me so much that, like, I've never ever gone on a ride like that again because I was so goddamn scared.
Would travel with a maximum speed of up to 28 miles per hour. Guests traveled in 6-person fiberglass circular rafts, and the whole ride would take about 4 minutes to complete. Most of the park's rides had been designed and installed by an internationally renowned company called Intamin. However, the river rapids were created in-house, taking inspiration from a successful Intamin ride called the Rapids Ride, and were installed by an independent company contracted by Dreamworld. This is pure conjecture on my part here, but I'd assume that doing so was cheaper than purchasing the same ride directly from Intamin. The River Rapids were designed as a family-oriented ride, and anyone over the age of 2 could participate. Some footage has survived on the internet of the ride in action, and as far as you can see, it does seem like one of the safest rides you could possibly go on, which makes the story we're about to go into all the more horrifying. To understand the nature of the 2016 disaster, we have to answer the question, what was the fatal flaw? The watercourse passively moved rafts downstream by a gentle sloping downward gradient, which meant that at the end of the ride, those rafts had to be picked up and transported back to the top using a conveyor belt system. This highest point of the ride was an area called the station, which was a platform that the ride staff used to supervise loading and unloading. The ride ended with the rafts being plucked out of the water reservoir by a conveyor, which pulled rafts up using wooden slats. And of the ride's 4-minute run length, about 40 seconds was spent climbing the conveyor, before the guests would exit the ride at the unloading point shortly after summiting the conveyor system. The ride was constantly staffed by a minimum of 2 operators, but could be ran by up to 4 in peak times, and 2 large pumps continuously brought the reservoir water back up to the top, and this was necessary to maintain water level at the station and keep the ride flowing. These pumps would output over 4,000 litres of water every second, and the disaster that saw 4 people horrifically killed began with one of these 2 pumps. When the ride was initially built in 1986, the top station had a turntable that physically helped move rafts along to enable simultaneous load and unloading. However, the mechanism and bearings suffered from weathering and overall wear, and eventually the turntable was removed around 1990, and the rafts were instead just pushed along past passively by water flow. A consequence of this decision was that when rafts arrived at the station, they would float around quite unstably as the weight of the passengers getting on and off shifted their balance. So to counteract this, Ardent Leisure added metal support railings to stabilize the rafts during this process. These were bolted onto the floor of the waterway and rose up about a meter or so from the floor of the trough, which was all well and good except for one very specific issue that unknowingly created a death trap. So the two pumps I mentioned earlier that bring water back up to the top, there was a very particular fault with one of the two, the south pump. It tended to shut off intermittently and water would then flood back into the open mouth of the pump, falling back down into the reservoir. And when police later reviewed CCTV and conducted their investigation after the 2016 accident, they found that from the moment the pump was switched off, the water level at the station would drop by 20 centimeters in 15 seconds and over 40 centimeters in just a single minute. The result was those steel support beams would become exposed and would beach the rafts in place, and as the rafts weighed several hundred kilograms, they were not movable by staff by hand. They had to switch the south pump back on, and once water flooded back into the station, it would push them back along. Despite this critical flaw being known, there was nothing that really indicated a water drop to staff, aside from an informal scum mark on the wall of the ride, which had been left there from years of operation. A light did flash on the load operator's terminal to indicate a pump failure, the terminal being a very important piece of equipment that we're going to come back to shortly. But for now, know that there was no audible alarm to indicate the south pump's failure, and according to the police, you couldn't hear a difference in the pump's engine sound from where the ride operators were stationed. Considering that most of the time, the two operators were very busy managing the guests and not watching for the potential of a light to appear on the control panel, it meant that the first obvious indication staff would get of a water drop was, quote, whether the rafts were bobbling around or they're not moving in the water, indicating they had already landed on the struts. And this was known to produce some quite challenging situations for the ride's operators. Previously, on January 18, 2001, a ride operator was conducting the standard pre-opening checks, which included turning on the pumps and cycling one empty raft completely. On this occasion, the operator had dispatched multiple rafts. Two had returned to the station and then got beached near the conveyor exit in low water levels after the south pump failed very quickly that day. And when a third raft travelled up the conveyor and struck the second, it hit it with such a force that it flipped entirely, jamming all three rafts in place before the emergency stop button was hit.
Crazy.
No passengers were involved, but the event highlighted a potential for very dangerous situations to occur if the rafts got beached. However, Ardent Leisure focused their investigation on the actions of the park employee, saying it was her fault essentially. They blamed her for starting the cycling procedure without a second operator present, a condition of the ride's operation being that two staff members were needed at all times, and that she had dispatched the rafts too close together, neglecting to wait their standard 35 seconds of spacing, and finally that she was inattentive to the impending disaster by talking to some guests who were standing nearby waiting for the ride to open. Consequently, she was banished to the 7th circle of hell, the food and beverage division, where shortly after she resigned and left Dreamworld. A more alarming incident occurred in 2014 when a ride operator heard a backup compressor shut down, which was responsible for operating the pneumatic gates that would automatically space out the rafts as they left the station, followed by the sound of a low air alarm 10 minutes later. Hearing this, he stopped dispatching rafts and began the ride shutdown procedure, but mistakenly turned a water pump off before he had collected all the rafts. Due to the resulting lowered water level, a raft had gotten stuck on the rails just at the end of the conveyor. Noticing that a second raft was climbing the conveyor and was about to hit it, the operator hit the stop button. The two rafts came into contact with each other and violently bumped for a few seconds as the conveyor forced them against each other before it finally halted, although no one was injured during this incident. This operator then violated procedure a second time by turning the water pump back on in order to get those rafts moving along a bit. Because he had initially turned the water pump off, which was not part of the low air pressure procedure, and that action did somewhat directly caused the incident, he was terminated from his employment at the park. Neither of these incidents caused any change to the underlying procedures or design of the ride, as Ardent Leisure really considered operator error to be the main and sole cause both times, claiming that neither situation would have occurred had the operators followed the correct stopping procedure. And consequently, at this point, it's probably a good time to talk about just how difficult the ride was to operate. This ride was considered by staff as one of the most stressful to get stationed on because of how many tasks had to be juggled in order to keep the river rapids running safely, including monitoring the pumps, ride CCTV, air pressures, and queue lines, while getting guests in and out of the rafts safely at the same time. At the top of the turntable, the two operators would stand, with one positioned at the unloading area and the second at the load position, with access to the nearby operator's terminal, which was the single full control point available to the ride's operators. An important criticism that investigators leveled at Ardent Leisure after the 2016 accident was that despite independent recommendations to do so, a single master e-stop button was never implemented on this control panel. In order to shut down the ride in an emergency, the lead operator had to first press the emergency gate button, which closed the pneumatic barrier to prevent any more rafts from being dispatched onto the watercourse, then press the conveyor stop button, thirdly press the emergency pump stop button, which bizarrely would shut down only the north pump, and finally press the alarm button to call other supervising staff over. There was no single button that a staff member or guest could press to immediately cease all ride operation in the event of an emergency, which is how situations like that 2014 disaster could happen. If you missed part of the procedure or completed it in the wrong order, it could have unintended and dangerous consequences, such as stranding rafts. This was made worse by the fact the conveyor stop button on the main terminal was not an e-stop. In fact, it would take
I think
over
it's so
8
bad that they try to just blame the girl. Like, take responsibility. There was a flaw in your design.
seconds for the conveyor to cease movement entirely after pressing stop, which meant that a raft could move around 25% of the total conveyor length before the conveyor stopped. However, over on the unload station, there was a single unlabeled e-stop button that could stop the conveyor's movement in only 2 seconds. Police uncovered an internal memo that stated this conveyor e-stop was only to be used in situations where the regular ride stop button was not accessible, and unwarranted use could result in disciplinary action. It's also worth noting that testing of the emergency stop buttons was not part of the daily pre-operational checks, and although junior ride staff were verbally trained in emergency stop procedure, they were not required to actually press the emergency stop buttons as part of their training or role-play incident management. As a brief aside on safety, there was also automatic shutdown features for the conveyor for if the chain broke or if rafts got stalled at the bottom of the conveyor, and rollback gates for preventing rafts from sliding back down. However, crucially, there was no automatic shutdown for the conveyor if a raft got stuck at or just after the top. And this unique combination of factors came together in a disastrous way on October 25th, 2016. Like any other morning, at 8 AM, park technicians inspected the River Rapids ride, reported no issues, and then signed off the ride to the operations staff. That day, the number 1 operator, which was park code for the most senior trained staff, was 38-year-old Peter, who had been working at Dreamworld for over 4 years, with 2 years experience operating the Thunder River Rapids, and he was joined by a number 2 operator, 21-year-old Courtney. This day was actually her first ever day being trained to operate the ride, and at 9:25 AM a trainer began instructing her on how to perform the number 2 operator role, which included explaining but not demonstrating how the ride is turned on and off. At 9:50 AM Peter began the startup procedure and performed the pre-opening operator tests before opening the ride to guests at 10:05 AM. At this point, Courtney had received about 40 minutes of training. Peter would stand at the loading station while Courtney and her trainer operated the unloading station, and the first few guests started traveling around the rapids. It was around this time that, according to the trainer's testimony, she pointed to the yellow conveyor e-stop box at the unload station, which at the time had Peter's drink bottle sitting on top of it, and stated that this was the emergency stop button for the conveyor, and that it could be used in situations such as if Peter fell into the water or if a guest had gotten out and was standing on the conveyor, with the added caveat, but don't worry about it, no one ever uses it. However, Courtney maintains none of this ever happened, and she had no idea about the e-stop button at all, a small detail that is about to become horrifically important. By 11:15, Courtney was deemed to have completed training and was allowed to go on break 15 minutes later, being relieved by another senior operator, Chloe. Chloe was at the main control panel when 35 minutes later, she noticed the water level in the ride had dropped. She called over Peter, who was still in charge of the ride, who then noticed the south pump had failed entirely. He then switched off the ride and called a code 6 on the radio, which was code for a serious ride failure, and maintenance arrived shortly after. The actual electricians were busy with other electrical faults that day, so maintenance performed a quick reset before the remaining guests were evacuated. Police investigation revealed that, according to maintenance staff, the south pump had failed 5 times in the preceding week, each time being reset without further incident. At 12:21 p.m, the ride was reopened to the public, with the newly trained Courtney returning to operate the load station in place of Peter. Chloe took over as lead operator, standing at the unload station. At 1:09 p.m, Chloe looked over to the main operator panel and noticed that the south pump failure indicator light was flashing, so she swapped places with Courtney and then shut down the ride, calling a code 6 for the second time that day. At this point, according to the park's maintenance guidelines, the ride should have been permanently closed until senior maintenance supervisors had a chance to look into the fault in more detail. One of the maintenance responders more or less suggested this, however another incorrectly stated the ride has to break 3 times before escalating the matter to a superior. So at 1:25 p.m, the ride was reset and reopened to the public. Around this time, Peter also returned and took back control of the ride from Chloe, operating the load station, while our newly trained Courtney stood at and operated the unload station. At 2 p.m, he loaded Raft 6 with 6 passengers, 3 adults and 3 children, one of whom was only a year old. A minute later, Peter would load Raft 5 with another 6 passengers from 2 families. The first family had travelled from Canberra and consisted of Kate Goodchild with her husband Dave, along with their 3 children, and Kate's brother Luke Dorset, along with his partner Rusby Aragi. Kate, Luke and Rusby entered the raft with one of her children, Ebony, while her husband Dave remained at the station with their 2 other kids. The second family had travelled from Sydney and consisted of Cindy Lowe, her husband Matthew and their 2 children. The remaining 2 seats on the raft were taken by Cindy and her son Kieran, while the others waited. Both Raft 6 and Raft 5 following it were captured on CCTV navigating the course without difficulty, before Raft 6 was picked up by the conveyor belt and deposited in the station trough at about 2:04 p.m. However, this is where everything went wrong. About 30 seconds earlier, CCTV captured the south pump failing and the water level rapidly dropped as it flooded back down into the reservoir. Courtney quickly noticed that Raft 6 had become beached on the metal struts just after the exit of the conveyor belt. Knowing that this was a dangerous situation, she immediately alerted Peter, who started unloading the rafts he had been about to send into the waterway. However, as the 2 operators were distracted by this, Raft 5 started ascending the conveyor belt. Courtney looked back at Peter from the unload station and saw him beginning to shut down the ride. She didn't really know what to do. At some point, she noticed his facial expression just completely dropped. Peter had looked over behind Courtney and saw Raft 5 cresting the top of the conveyor and got a rush of adrenaline. In a panic, Peter smashed the conveyor stop at the control panel several times, but the conveyor just wouldn't stop. The rafts were about 5 to 10 meters apart at this point, and as the distance closed, Peter immediately called 222, the park's most serious emergency call, before pushing the ride's alarm to audibly alert nearby employees that he needed urgent help. Peter was froze, only able to stand watching helplessly as Raft 5 was violently pushed by the conveyor belt straight into Raft 6, before which both rafts pivoted upwards into the air. When the ride was initially built in 1986, the conveyor belt looked more like this, with many wooden slats making a continuous surface. However, they had become warped over time and became heavy when they got saturated with water, which caused them to break off and cause mechanical failure. So Dreamworld chose to remove 2 out of every 3 planks, which left large gaps in the conveyor. This meant that there was just enough space between the slats and the metal struts that had beached Raft 6, so that as Raft 5 was pushed up into the air, it was then pulled down by the conveyor and dragged into this narrow gap, which ripped the raft apart and horrifically started pulling the 6 guests down towards the conveyor mechanism, as they were only held in place by Velcro straps. Some fell out, and others were physically pulled down into the conveyor, and the result was the same. All died as a result of combined internal and external injuries from multiple compressive impacts. In other words, they were crushed in the machinery with no evidence of drowning. They died very quickly. Ebony and Kieran, the other child aboard Raft 5, were seated at the very top, which kept them away from the machinery, and they managed to cling onto their seats for long enough to be able to exit onto the concrete. In total, it had taken over 30 seconds for the conveyor to stop fully, counted from the moment Peter, the lead ride operator, had pressed the conveyor stop button on the main terminal. Tragically, neither he nor Courtney pressed the conveyor E-stop button mounted on the unloading station, which likely could have prevented the disaster from occurring, as if you remember back to earlier in the video, this E-stop was able to stop the conveyor in only 2 seconds. The resulting scene was horrific. It took over a day to extricate all 4 bodies from the machinery, and multiple first responders required counseling from post-traumatic stress disorder from just how difficult the ordeal was to handle. The following are anecdotal details from unverified comments I found in various places online, but it said that some of the first responders commented the worst part of the entire event was that the rescue attempt unfolded right in front of the remaining family members, who were standing behind a fence next to the ride, meaning the paramedics and firefighters had to listen to these people go through the worst moment of their entire lives. 1 or 2 of the first responders apparently were even left unable to work permanently following the accident, with the scene being described by one in a single ominous word: mincemeat. The Queensland Police Department concluded an investigation. Between 1978 and 1997, there was a theme park like no other. There's nothing in the world like Action Park. An infamous experiment that injured thousands, hospitalized hundreds, and killed half a dozen.
The most dangerous theme park of all time. The owner was like, I'm not going to hassle the kids with a bunch of rules. I'm just going to leave safety up to them.
Eugene Mulvihill's Action Park was a hugely popular and much-loved New Jersey attraction, remembered fondly for its experimental and thrilling rides, but also for ending in bankruptcy, scandal, and tragedy.
A lot of people got hurt over there. As you can see, it was like extreme sports. They nicknamed it Traction Park.
A slight alteration of its official slogan sums it up quite well. Action Park, where you're the center of the accident. In today's video, we're going to dive into the strange world of America's deadliest amusement park. On the 26th of May 1978, businessman Eugene Mulvihill stood admiring a creation he hoped would transform his business forever. Gene, as he was known, owned a company called Great American Recreation, which crucially operated a ski resort in the Vernon Valley and Great Gorge skiing areas of Vernon Township, New Jersey. Gene really wanted to address an inevitable difficulty of running a ski resort business. During the summer off-season, when the snow has long disappeared, your resort turns into little more than a regular grass hill, and as the snow goes, so does a significant majority of your business. Ski resorts had for some time been experimenting with opening summer attractions to make the land bring in revenue during this off-season, and Gene wanted to do the same. Following the example of other resorts, in 1976 he installed a 2,700-foot alpine slide down one of the steeper trails, and by 1978 added 2 water slides and a go-kart track. The result was a collection of attractions that became known as Vernon Valley Summer Park, which would open that May. This made it one of the first water parks in America, and over the following 2 decades would grow to 75 separate rides under its rebranded name Action Park. But as well as its massive size, Action Park was unique in one very particular way. As his son Andy Mulvihill put it, Gene didn't want to do the same old shit, where you just get strapped into something or it twirls around. He wanted to take the idea of skiing, which is exhilarating because you control the action, and transfer it into an amusement park. There's inherent risk in that, but that's what made it fun. This simple philosophy of putting the guest in control made the park hugely successful, but would also become its biggest controversy. Action Park's first ride was coincidentally one of its all-time most dangerous. The 2,700-foot sledding track was constructed out of a mixture of concrete, fiberglass, and asbestos. Patrons would slide down the winding track on a small sled using only a handbrake to slow their descent. Injuries were atrociously frequent as patrons were sent down without much prior warning of the high likelihood their sled could jump the tracks on tight corners if they failed to apply the required amount of braking or lean to distribute their weight properly. Owing to poor maintenance practices, the sled's braking system would really only offer two settings: extremely slow and a speed described by a former employee as death awaits. The result was patrons, usually wearing only bathing suits and most definitely without any helmets or protection, would regularly be thrown off their sled, suffering severe abrasions and broken limbs. Between 1984 and 1985, the slide alone was responsible for 14 fractures and 26 head injuries. In fact, it's reported that at the end of a busy day, staff would find certain sections of the slide coated in a reddish sheen of blood and shredded skin.
Why would you keep it open if you're finding, like, that is just mental? Seek medical help.
Staff kept a magic potion of 70% alcohol and 10% iodine on hand to spray down severely carpet-burned patrons. An employee was ejected at such a high velocity that the resulting injury gouged the back of his legs and butt so badly that he needed 200 stitches. And finally, just to add insult to injury, because the Alpine slide travelled directly under the park's former ski lift, those riding would routinely get spat or urinated on from above. The slide was located at the Alpine Centre, one of the three main sections of Action Park, the other two being Motor World and Water World, which housed the vast majority of the park's rides. The nearby skateboard park was closed after only a single season due to inadequate build quality. The skating bowls were separated from each other by pavement, which in many cases did not match the height of the bowl edge, meaning boards would get stuck on the lip. A former employee commented it was responsible for so many injuries that we covered it up with dirt and pretended it never happened. And in fact, some of the rides were so dangerous they never even managed to open to the public at all. The Bailey Ball was such an attraction, essentially a large steel sphere with industrial roller wheels bolted all around the outside, creating what can only be described as a replica World War II era anti-submarine mine. The idea was a human rider would be secured inside and rolled downhill on a PVC pipe track. However, when the state inspector arrived to see the ball in action, the summer heat had expanded the piping, causing the ball, with a man inside it, to fly off the tracks, rolling down the steep slope uncontrolled and travelling straight through the parking lot across Route 94 and finally coming to rest in a swamp. It's said that the inspector watched silently as the ball came to a rest before promptly leaving without saying a word. Management abandoned this masterpiece. After the first season, in 1978, Gene sought to expand this park, believing the best way to do this was, quote, by legalizing drunk driving, in a collection of attractions known as Motor World. The first ride of note here was the Grand Prix track, featuring three-quarter-size Formula One races that could travel at over 50 miles per hour. If that wasn't concerning enough, the park operated an alcohol drinks bar only a few meters away. Patrons would ride these races drunk and often underage using a fake driver's license. One employee actually broke into the park in the middle of the night, stole a Lola Racer, and disabled its inbuilt speed limiter before taking it for a joyride down Route 94. Police reportedly pursued the employee at over 90 miles per hour for several miles before
With every thrilling ride comes a promise of safety. But sometimes that promise is broken. From operator errors to glaring safety violations, here are 7 infamous amusement park disasters. Number 1. The Son of Beast roller coaster accidents. It's a beautiful summer's day during the holiday season in Mason, Ohio. Friends and family have traveled to enjoy the rides and attractions at Kings Island. The amusement park boasts the biggest wooden roller coaster in the world, Son of Beast. But at 4:45 p.m. on July 9th, 2006, screams ring out, but not the ones you'd typically expect from a roller coaster. The Son of Beast ride malfunctioned, resulting in a total of 27 people being rushed to the hospital with mostly chest and neck injuries. One of the victims said, quote, When we hit, immediately it was like hitting a brick wall. You just know, wait a minute, that's not part of the ride. She recalled her thoughts going through the loop. Quote, I was thinking, oh my God, we're going to die. We're going to die. Thankfully, none of the victims were critically injured, and most of them could leave after 5 hours. However, this incident was not isolated. It was one of many on this notoriously dangerous roller coaster. Son of Beast was initially a highly ambitious project, costing the owner, Paramount Parks, $20 million for construction. Roller coaster engineer Werner Stengel designed the ride, a legend in the industry. He is credited with creating the first ever modern looping coaster, Revolution, in 1976. The park announced plans to build the ride in 1999. Stengel was involved in the early design of the ride, but the Roller Coaster Corporation of America undertook most building work. Construction involved 2.5 million board feet of wood, 2,400 concrete footers, and 225,000 21-inch steel bowls. The ride was named after the biggest roller coaster globally, the Beast, and was supposed to continue this legacy. The Son of Beast became the first ever wooden hypercoaster over 200 feet. It also had a 118-foot tall vertical loop and traveled at 78 miles per hour. The ride's size and structure broke 7 world records and was characterized by its terrifying speeds and multiple drops. Son of Beast had issues right from the get-go. During its construction, a 50 by 100-foot section of wooden supports collapsed due to strong gusts of wind. Later on, Paramount Parks would fire the Roller Coaster Corporation of America and finish the project themselves. Things didn't get much better. The ride was first opened on April 28, 2000, but had to be closed the same day to repair a small area of the track. With the opening day already delayed, an additional month was an unexpected setback. Son of Beast's first year went on to have further track and sensor malfunctions. It became notoriously rough and would often jolt. Since the park was now losing money and damaging its reputation, it sued the Roller Coaster Corporation of America for damages, but lost the case. Later that year, while in motion, the Son of Beast stopped abruptly. Although there were no injuries, the passengers had descended via the staircase, and the ride was shut down for 3 hours. Inspectors discovered a rough 15-foot section of track. In 2001, 2 more incidents occurred. One left a rider with a broken vertebrae, the other a broken neck. Then in 2003, someone who hurt their back was admitted to the hospital. Despite this, no design flaws were reported to be responsible. Instead, the injuries were attributed to the victim's pre-existing conditions. No further information was published about them. However, July 9, 2006 was different. Late that afternoon, one of the trains, which was passing through, cracked a support beam. The accident took place in the Rose Bowl, which is halfway through the ride. Although this train made it back safely, this crack would prove problematic for the next train. The lack of support led to sagging in the track, which was further exacerbated when the force of the second carriage passed through. However, the crash didn't stop the train, and the carriage made its way back to the loading station. A vertical wooden support was simply unable to carry the weight, forcing it to crack as well. The ride jolted abruptly, leaving riders with multiple injuries. Thankfully, nobody died. What separates this incident from other accidents was that the ride's designers were responsible. A state ride inspector said that the wooden support beams were, quote, cracked and had actually splintered in places. There was also an abrupt bump, which he believes was why people were injured. The Ohio Department of Agriculture, which is also the authority responsible for roller coaster safety, said that the beam caused a, quote, slight dip in the track, resulting in a, quote, pothole effect, injuring riders. Theme park consultant Dennis Spiegel said, quote, it's not unusual to have timbers break in wooden roller coasters. As coasters have stresses placed on them, and as they age, they will have those kind of situations. Jennifer Wright was among the 27 victims and took Paramount Parks to court. Part of her evidence was a video interview with Rick Schmizzy, who the Ohio Department of Agriculture assigned to investigate the incident. The investigator gave quite a damning reflection on what happened. Schmizzy claimed that the park should have known that an accident like this could happen since its inception. He testified during the court proceedings saying, quote, they would fix them in a Band-Aid style and then wait and see what happened. They never really stopped and said, we got a problem with this ride as a whole. Additionally, the investigator said there was, quote, excessive lateral motion, where the track would constantly sway from side to side.
I'm
This
just
led
gonna
to
get some
loose timber
water.
connections, wearing of bolt holes, track misalignment, and unexpected vibration. He explained that fixing issues on one part moved the problems onto another part of the track. Jonathan Yannick also took the park to court after suffering a shoulder injury that required surgery. The lawsuit asked for $500,000 in compensatory damages and more than $350,000 in punitive damages. Other lawsuits were filed, but most of them reached settlements. Both Jennifer Wright and Jonathan Yannick wanted to bring this to trial, so it would be made public, and nothing like this would be allowed to happen again. The victim said that when individuals agree to settlements instead of going to court, the public often assumes that the claimant was simply looking for money. The pair were confident that there was wrongdoing, feeling unthreatened by the multi-million-dollar company's high-paid lawyers. Wright said, quote, all I ever wanted was the truth to come out and no one to ever be hurt again. I am still fighting and would love to offer any help or evidence. I still feel their pain and suffering.
I'm so hungry.
Eventually, Wright accepted damages on the basis that Schmizzy's testimony was made public. She said, quote, I would feel like garbage if I held on to this information, and then a year from now, somebody was really hurt bad. After the incident, the general consensus was that the most sensible option would be to close the ride forever. The editor of Theme Park Insider, Robert Niles, said, quote, a broken main support beam on a roller coaster is like a broken leg in a racehorse. Sure, you could spend many millions to repair it, but in most cases, you'd just put her down. But the park didn't put her down. Instead, the ride continued after a number of changes, most notably removing its vertical loop, which they denied was related to the incident. Kings Island spokesperson Don Helbig said, quote, the removal of the loop was a decision the park made so we could use different trains. The trains the ride now uses are lighter and more comfortable than the original trains. The decision not to retire the ride would come back to haunt the park in 2009 with yet another accident. According to Dayton Daily News, Jill Tavella said she, quote, felt dizzy and had a bad headache after riding the roller coaster on May 31st and was later diagnosed with a, quote, broken blood vessel in her head. However, an investigation into the incident cleared the park of any wrongdoing. Nonetheless, the park was still reluctant to reopen the ride. Speaking at the time, Kings Island General Manager Greg Scheid said, quote, 8 days after I took over, the accident occurred. We have struggled with it ever since. We have smoothed out the ride. Most people will say they are comfortable with the ride, but I am not comfortable with the ride. Subsequently, the Son of Beast never ran again. The park never announced its retirement. Instead, the ride just faded out of existence. In 2010, the ride had disappeared from the park's website. Then in 2012, the ride was demolished. And all of those years of building and maintaining the ride was now reduced to...
I couldn't imagine going to a theme park with your like family because you think you're gonna have a good time, and then like one of you doesn't come home because you literally died. Like, that's just fucking crazy.
Rubble on the ground. The park was left with a $10 million loss. Paramount Parks wanted to sue the Roller Coaster Corporation of America, but that company went bankrupt in 2005. Kings Island then shifted its focus on suing the now defunct company's insurance provider. In 2008, they lost the case, costing the company even more in legal fees. This was on top of the settlements paid to the dozens of people who were injured by the roller coaster. It's hard to look back at the Son of Beast ride as anything but a complete disaster, both in terms of how it put people's lives at risk and how it was a colossal waste of money. Hopefully, the park and the industry as a whole will learn lessons from it. In the Son of Beast place at Kings Island is an entirely different ride and a commemorative tombstone to it where riders queue. The new attraction's name is aptly called the Banshee, a wailing ghost in Irish mythology, while the ghost of the Son of Beast lives on. The Icon Park Drop Tower incident happened in 2022. Now that the final investigation has been published, I've updated the episode with the latest information. Screams of excitement echo through Orlando's Icon Park as the ride ascends the world's tallest freestanding drop tower. The round vehicle rotates as it rises 430 feet high. With every second, the guests get more excited. Once they reach the top, they will be dropped into a free fall to experience the ultimate adrenaline rush. There's a kid on the ride, however, that seems to lack enthusiasm. He's frightened,
Oh, I've heard about this
and for a
case.
good reason.
He literally
feels
slipped out. That's
something's
so
wrong. After a brief pause at a
That's
daunting height,
scary as
the
fuck.
ride begins to fall. The free fall lasts for just a couple of seconds before magnetic brakes engage. When the ride finally returns to the ground, the frightened kid is gone. His seat is empty. As realization sets in, other guests can be heard screaming in panic. A park visitor recorded a video of the incident, which quickly spread on
It makes no sense. The park employee must have not checked his seatbelt. Or if he was too big, he shouldn't have gone on the ride. It's just mad. But I'm pretty sure his parents got a massive money payout after that. Wasn't it millions? But that's still not gonna make it better. The fact that your child's dead on a ride as well.
Social media. Drop towers are categorized as super rides, the ultimate attraction of amusement parks worldwide. A lure for thrill seekers and adrenaline junkies, they offer the excitement that can't be found in ordinary joy rides. That's what makes them super rides, after all. But apart from excitement, super rides are not without risks to riders. Very often there's a thin line between these two. At Icon Park on International Drive in Orlando, Florida, the Freefall Tower has been one of the most popular attractions since its opening in December of 2021. The ride ascends to a height of 430 feet. At the top, the seats tilt forward by 30 degrees before plummeting nearly 400 feet towards the ground.
Oh my
During the
God.
drop, riders experience an
that's fine.
astonishing speed of 75 miles per hour.
I literally hate that ride as well. Any ride that swings or any ride that drops, I just hate it. I hate the feeling of you falling and you get that pit in your stomach. It's such, it makes me shiver.
It
I
was
hate
manufactured by the renowned amusement ride company from Austria, Fun Time Rides, and was operated by the Slingshot Group. As Coaster College on YouTube has pointed out, there have been 2 further recent incidents at Slingshot's rides. In September of 2020, a maintenance worker died after falling off Icon Park's Orlando Starflyer.
What the fuck?
Then, months later,
Was he not
in
wearing a
March
safety
2021,
helmet?
a cable snapped on the Slingshot ride at Old Town in Kissimmee due to suspected
look at
operator
it.
error. So now, one can ask if these were isolated events, or if there's possibly a pattern of safety issues with the Slingshot Group.
Well, it sounds like
When Tyree Sampson
pattern
came to
to
ride
me.
the drop tower on March 24th, 2022, it had been in operation for only 3 months. As the park's latest attraction, everyone was eager to try it. So was Tyree. Tick, as
I
his
feel like
friends
it's-
called
it's
him,
definitely
was an
AI in this
exemplary
video.
14-year-old boy from St. Louis, Missouri, who was visiting Orlando for a football program. He was a promising talent with high hopes of establishing a career in the sport. At his age, Tyree was just a kid who wanted to play football and have fun. Icon Park seemed like the perfect place to go. However, there was a slight problem that prevented Tyree from enjoying his visit. He was a pretty big boy for a 14-year-old at 6 foot 5 inches tall and 340 pounds. For this reason, he had been turned away from 2 rides at the park, including the Giant Slingshot, another top-rated attraction. But Tyree was determined to go on one of the super rides and tried his luck at the drop tower around 11:30 p.m. Surprisingly, he was allowed to take one of the 30 seats. A friend who came with him also went for a ride. Being a big kid, Tyree was feeling uncomfortable in his seat. The vehicle ascended and reached the top 430 feet above the ground. Then, as it was unhooked, it began to freefall. About 5 seconds and 400 feet later, the ride started to slow down under the force of the magnets. At this height, Tyree dropped out of his seat and fell to the ground.
Oh my God.
The park crew rushed to the
That
scene,
poor kid,
but there
he
was
was just
little
there to
they
have
could
fun
do.
as well.
Almost
Life is-
immediately, a
why is
local
life
911
so
operator
unfair?
received a call from a disturbed witness reporting that someone had fallen off a ride at Icon Park. It didn't take long for paramedics to arrive and transport the boy to the hospital. But it was too
I
late.
fucking hope
Tyree
so.
Sampson died from his injuries.
What the fuck?
The same night, firefighters and law enforcement officers shut down the ride. On the next day, March 25th, an inspector from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Affairs arrived at the scene to check the safety of the drop tower. especially of the seat from which Tyree Sampson fell. Once in a seat, riders on the freefall tower are held in place by hydraulic over-the-shoulder restraints. These contain the rider firmly, leaving no room for movement once locked. It was found that the restraint on Tyree's place was in a down position and locked when the ride stopped. Every seat at the drop tower is equipped with a proximity sensor that detects if the restraint is in the correct position and locked. A green light above the seat turns on only when the sensor detects the restraint. The ride vehicle is programmed to be unable to ascend.
On another occasion, Devon said that Alec talked him through a particularly intense...
I think I've seen this video before.
Lost. Out of sight. Please.
There's a shooting at STEM School, Highland Science.
No access. Let's bust the window.
Bullet holes in the wall.
There's bullet holes in the wall? Okay, we're coming. We're coming as fast as we can, all right?
On May 7th, 2019, just 3 days before graduation, shots were fired at STEM School in Douglas County, Colorado. The following report is based on police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that while the following footage is intense, it does not show anyone being physically harmed or injured. The horror began almost at the end of the school day, just after 1:50 p.m. Countless additional calls to emergency services began to pour in. With each one, the situation appeared more dire.
Where is the shooter? Room 107. Is it just a single shooter? Is it one person? No. As far as I know, but I don't know. Is the shooter down or is the shooter still shooting? What? We have student shot, yes.
Every second counted. Officers from the police department, sheriff's department, and the closest SWAT team all deployed in force and raced for the school. Some of them didn't even have time to don protective gear, but rushed onwards all the same.
No access. Let's bust the window. Here.
WhatsApp obsession. This is good. It's 1 month ago. Let's watch this. I fucking love an ITV channel like full documentary. They always slap.
Emergency ambulance is the patient breathing.
Hi, can you help me, please? I've just found my husband dead.
Sorry?
I've just found my husband dead. She hasn't been replying me since yesterday. I've just been to her room now, and I found her dead in there.
Just bear with me for a second, please.
Oh, I've seen this before. Why is it not playing? Fucking hell. Woo! Come on, what's happening to my internet? Why is it not playing the video? This is nasty behaviour. I'm actually scared I'm gonna shit my pants.
Hello, Thames Valley Police.
Yeah, hello. I'd like to make an appointment to come in regarding an incident that occurred yesterday. It's of a domestic issue. The incident's of a serious nature.
Right. When you say serious, can I ask what it is? How serious?
Well, I've spoken to my lawyer, and he said not to say anything.
Is it your girlfriend that's in this situation, or no?
My ex-wife.
And you're both okay, are you? You're not. None of you are harmed at all, are you?
Well, we have one person is.
There's this phone call from Robert Brown about his ex-wife called Joanna Simpson. There was two big red flags. The first one is he's talking about domestic abuse, basically saying it's serious. So as an investigator, that's telling me a lot of things. The second thing is the fact that he's instructed a solicitor. Why would he do that? That means that police action needs to be immediate. Where is his ex-wife now?
Within hours of making the call, Robert Brown arrived at the police station for his pre-booked appointment.
They're now recording, Robert, so if you could just let us know your name, that'd be great.
Robert Brown.
Right, it's now Monday the 1st of November 2010. Have you had enough time to discuss matters with your solicitor?
I have.
Having contacted the police and said that he wanted to report a domestic incident and that it was serious, when Robert Brown got into the police station, he actually climbed up and said no comment and wouldn't talk about anything.
Robert, tell us everything you know about the whereabouts of Joanna.
No comment.
But you've continued to want to speak to police and to come to the police station. Is that correct?
No comment.
It is highly unusual for someone to go along to a police station with something of this seriousness, volunteering to go in, and then making a no-comment interview. It doesn't make sense. It's a very, very difficult situation for the police to be in.
You've phoned up the police wanting to speak to a police officer. We're here now. Okay? We are here now to speak to you. All right? You've made that call. We didn't phone you. You've made that call. All right? We're here now to speak to you. All right? You've obviously made that call for a reason. You wanted to speak to someone. Speak to us. That's why we're here.
All right, no comment.
This is a very concerning case. So police were dispatched to Robert Brown's ex-wife's cottage. Has the house been disturbed? Are there any signs that there's been a fight or any violence? Is there any furniture that's been disrupted? Is there any vehicles there, doors open? Anything that gives any signs that something has happened.
One of Joe's friends rang me and said, have you spoken to Joe this morning? Because he'd heard there was police around the house. And I said, no. So I tried to ring her mobile. I tried to ring her landline. No answers from anything. And then we were told she was missing.
Joe would never disappear and she'd never leave her children. There's no way she would leave those children.
And I said, there's something awful happened to Joe. I can feel it.
When police officers arrived, the lights were on, the TV was on, and Joanna's phone is there. So they had a look inside, and the mantelpiece and everything else was intact. But very disturbingly, on the floor were some blood spatters, and also outside on the gravel. That is of extreme concern. Why is the blood there, and whose blood is there?
Because he's a fucking nutter.
Joanna is missing. Blood has been found at her home. Robert, tell us everything you know about the whereabouts of Joanna.
No comment.
Tell us everything you know about any injuries that Joanna has sustained.
No comment.
Who was harmed?
No comment.
This is no longer a missing persons case. This is something far more sinister.
Jo was the most wonderful, caring, lovely daughter anybody could wish to have. She would ring me about 3 times a day, sometimes lunchtime, and always in the evening, usually when the Archers were on, which was always a bit of a problem because I loved the Archers. And I sort of had to think, now, I know that'll be Jo ringing, and but she won over the Archers. If I had a problem, she would somehow sort it out. She was the person everybody turned to. All her friends turned to Jo if they were in trouble. She'd help anybody and everybody.
Jo was really kind, really loving, a brilliant friend to have. She was great fun. You know, she was the sort of friend that would spur of the moment call you up and say, oh, come over for a drink. We just understood each other.
She loved her friends dearly. She would do anything to help them, anything at all. She was just a very good person altogether. Jo had been married previously, and sadly her marriage had just broken down.
It was a very
Oh my
difficult
gosh,
separation. They weren't managing to have children, and that was something that was very important to Jo. So she was quite vulnerable, and the clock was ticking.
She was sad, but being Jo, she always put on a brave face, always.
But before long, Joanna crossed paths with someone new. A man named Robert Brown.
She said, I've met somebody. He looks a bit like Sean Connery, and he's a pilot. She was very much attracted to him.
I think all the focus was on the fact he was a BA pilot because it just tells you a story about somebody who is clearly quite well educated, professional. A pilot suggests a certain type of character, someone who's stable, strong, responsible, steady under pressure, calm.
Things moved very quickly because he met her in March and they did a trip at Christmas where he proposed to her, and they were going to get married 6 weeks later. So I said, oh, you must bring him over. So she did, and I'm afraid that her father and I didn't like him straight away. He was arrogant, he was rude, but how do you tell your daughter of 30-odd years that, you know, this is not right? And Jo's father said to me, this is going to be trouble.
After her first marriage broke down, Joanna Simpson became involved with British Airways pilot Robert Brown. But her parents had an instinct to protect her.
Jo's father said, I'm going to have to ask him to sign a prenup.
Joanna's father, who had a trust fund for the children, was concerned that if Jo married again, that ultimately over time, all of the hard work that he'd put in would not end up being, you know, for the benefit of his lovely daughter. And so he felt quite strongly that it would be quite important to sign a prenup, which would mean that effectively the wealth that he had created for her, you know, would not be part of any kind of separation were they to separate.
Her family was quite wealthy. Robert Brown didn't think a prenup was the type of document that someone like him would have to sign. It wasn't that kind of relationship. He wasn't that kind of person. But Joanna's family insisted on it, so he just thought he'd just go along with it.
It's now my very great pleasure to pronounce you both husband and wife together. And you may now seal your marriage with a kiss.
The wedding was just for a small number of people. And they put up a sort of little marquee. And they had an evening reception at Jo's house. I was very pleased. They both seemed happy. But then, sadly, on the honeymoon, Jo called me to say,
bollocks.
Mara, I've made a mistake.
Oh,
She
she pressed
said
the
he
wrong
was
thing.
very unpleasant to the staff in the hotel. She said he's being very rude to people and, you know, I don't like it. She discovered his true colors and was very unhappy. But then she got pregnant and she was just so thrilled to be pregnant. She really was. I think she was very vulnerable and probably lonely, wanting to have children. I think she felt probably, you know, the years were rolling by. And she said, I'm just going to stick with it.
With a child on the way, the couple settled into Joanna's home in Ascot.
When Alex was born, I have to say he was a good father. He was a hands-on father. And they seemed to be getting on together. And then Katie was born 18 months later. So the family seemed complete. You know, a son and a daughter, how lovely.
No comment. As a police interviewer, where you're confronted with no comment, what you need to do is to change your tactics to find something that they will talk about.
The purpose of this interview is some background information. We're going to ask you questions about yourself. Now, it sounds like you're probably better at it than I am, but a similar hobby to what I've got, running.
In this case, what he was willing to talk about was himself and how good he is.
I've always been a runner since university days, and been really good at it as well, actually. Well, I've been UK trail champion 3 times.
There's a sense of grandiose behaviour. He's saying that he runs 50 miles a week. He later talks about his job. It's all centred on him.
I do think we're getting some elements of narcissism here from Robert Brown. It feels
Oh my
like he's
God,
showing
man.
off about his running ability and prowess. And it's strange to me, just given the context, you know, it's not like a conversation with a friend or in a pub and they happen to be talking about running and he's just, you know, bigging himself up. This is him being questioned as a suspect.
Do you get to pick and choose what flights you want to do?
To like a certain degree, yeah, I do. I should have been in Lagos at the moment, but I'm not.
He's willing to talk about himself and how good he is, but paradoxically, he's talking about how bad his former wife is.
She lies to someone and then they do the dirty work for her. That's the way she operates as a person. You could say that a spoiled child, if you like.
He's definitely angry and very, very bitter about the whole relationship.
Whilst it may have seemed perfectly normal on the outside and fine on the outside, actually behind closed doors it was very, very far from being a happy relationship.
Everybody loved Jo except her husband. He belittled her. He never actually praised her. Never. He would say he didn't like the food she was serving, he couldn't eat that. He was rude to her friends.
He was surly. He would just glare at us, really, or grunt. The best we could probably get was a grunt. Really not friendly, really not welcoming. And it was quite clear that he didn't want us around when he was there. I can remember one day him coming through the kitchen and just giving some curt comment back to her. And, you know, I looked at her and there's just literally just one tear poured down her face. That's how he would make her feel.
Oh, I need a
and it was
vape.
so opposite to how
I
she
need a
was
new
as a
vape
person.
so bad.
Jo seemed to be just putting up with his treatment, just putting up with it. She always tried to cover for him, actually, and he just kept going.
Poor girl.
He didn't apologize, say sorry, or anything. He would go running or go and sit up in his study, so she was always on her own.
You know, she did not have a partner. She had a husband who lived his own life, did his own thing, and showed very little care or love towards her.
Jo decided to try to get marriage guidance counselling, which was a joke, really, because there's no way Brown would settle for marriage guidance counselling. He would know better than the counsellor. There was no way he was going to accept anything that he was told. No way. He has to be in control.
As time went on, Joanna started to feel that Robert's dislike towards her was because of her wealthier upbringing.
Robert Brown had a massive chip on his shoulder. There is no doubt that he felt that she'd had it easier, that he'd had it really tough. So Robert Brown would often try to sort of go into competition almost around how humble his upbringing was, you know, being brought up on an estate in Edinburgh. His father was a shipbuilder. He would talk about the fact that they would not always have food on the table, but nonetheless, he's done very well. He's become a British Airways captain. He's earning £150,000 a year. It's what gave him status. But he's married to a woman who is strong, who is vivacious, who is really outgoing with the world. And the home that they're in is a home that was hers originally.
Oh my god, why do I feel so sick? I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel so fucking ill. Maybe I should eat a banana or something. Oh, I feel sick. Guys, I feel so fucking ill. I actually don't know what's wrong with me. I think it's because my vape's run out. I think that's why. But I'm gonna try and quit. Like, look at this. This is addiction. Look at that shit. That is terrible. I'm feeding for nicotine. I can feel it. Well, I'm gonna change. Oh my god. Actually, what? I should quickly Google something. I don't know what to watch. Let's watch a podcast.
March 2000.
Testing.
March 2000.
Testing.
2006.
Testing.
The cruise
This is
ship
test.
Star
This is
Princess
test. Boom,
had
boom,
just
boom,
set
this
off
is
in
test.
2006.
Testing.
The cruise ship
This is
Star
test. This is
Princess
test. Boom,
had
boom,
just
boom,
set
this
off
is
in
test.
2006.
Testing.
The cruise ship Star Princess had just set off
From Port Everglades in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
from Port Everglades in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for a 7-day Eastern Caribbean cruise. The ship was to tour the Grand Cayman Islands, with stops at popular tropical ports along the way. For the passengers that excitedly stepped aboard that day, she was essentially like a floating town. With a gross tonnage over 108,000 tons and an overall length in excess of 984 feet, 289 meters, Star Princess was among the first of a new generation of super ship. It was very easy to get lost on board. For passengers, the 7-day voyage was supposed to be a trip to remember. It would be, but not for the reasons they expected.
Absolute tune. Hey.
Just days later, Star Princess is a charred, hulking mess. A passenger has lost his life. The deadly sequence of events that led to this calamity, and the investigations that came as a result, would cast scrutiny over the entire cruise industry. Star Princess's owners had followed the book, but regulations and safety standards weren't up to scratch, and a loophole would prove deadly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs, and this is the harrowing true story of the Star Princess fire.
No, I'm not feeling this video.
It's 2:50 a.m. on Thursday, 23rd of March, 2006. The Star Princess drifts steadily through the dark Caribbean, bound from Grand Cayman into Montego.
I don't know what to watch. So if anyone's watching, tell me a video to watch on YouTube. Somebody tell me. Any video. Oh my god, I'm having nicotine withdrawal right now. It's actually... I need to quit. Like, so bad, but I want a vape. Why do I keep getting bots? I have so many bots in my chat. I love it though. I'm not complaining. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take a bot. Oh my god, what shall I watch? Let's watch some Twitch drama. That's always fun.
Massive day for the unemployed. Facebook just got bullied off the internet and started crying and pissing himself. If you guys don't know or have been living under a rock, FaZe Clan fell apart with all of their members practically leaving. Banks shows off a new drawing he made. Homies will link with rats just to prove they get cheese. Say Abercrombie and Fitch on his hand. No. Couldn't spell cheese. Even I chimed in and just quote tweeted his age. Earlier, Banks put out an Instagram story saying flying to a remote island might never come back. So then, you know, obviously people just started calling him Bankstein. Bro, you are literally 40. But what's even worse is that people earlier were accusing Banks of linking up with Charli D'Amelio when she was underage. Despicable evil humans. Showing him on a call with Charli D'Amelio in a statement. Wow, the ultimate line has been crossed. To lie about something so disgusting and harmful is despicable. You guys are pure evil. For the record, I met Charli in April 2024, a couple of weeks before her 20th birthday. Our relationship is nobody's business, and it's disgusting that these people lied about it and hurt me with zero regard of how it affects her. I'm on the phone with Charles as I type this. This is beyond unfair. Neither her or I deserve this, and again, we will be in pursuit of the truth and handling this legally moving forward. Our lawyers will be contacted with Black Boy Max's team. Anyway, Bankstein released a whole 20-minute manifesto video talking about why Black Boy Max left FaZe.
But the one person that jumped straight on the opportunity at the first chance they got to jump right in the middle of it and farm it, Black Boy Max.
So this guy was a streamer for FaZe, and allegedly he's a rapper and producer as well. I joined FaZe at 20. I respected Banks. After I left FaZe, Banks would call me saying I needed him and my career was falling off. He took advantage of the fact that I was depressed and in the hospital. At one point, I let all the calls get to me and asked to join FaZe again. But I kept going, and in November I was introduced to a manager who helped me realize that a lot of things he told me were lies. I have since leaving worked with bigger guests and brands and have a 2026 plan that is only bigger than what I've ever accomplished so far. Thank you. I love you guys. Pray every day and follow your hearts.
I'm gonna make a pizza. I'm starving.
Because his cousin just went live, and apparently I'm this fucking awful, terrible guy, monster, who Max had all these issues with. But as you'll see, when I share our conversation, that's not the energy that Max has given me over the last 5 months.
Now this gets a little funnier because apparently FaZe Banks said the N-word.
Alright, so here we are. Here's my conversation with Max July 28th. This is when that whole thing where he heard that I said all blanks. Again, this wasn't aimed toward Max. This wasn't said at Max. There was never any sort of like racist connotation toward this word being used ever. Saw people talking about hard R and no, it's all noise.
If you really have a problem with that, and I can say this, Ron, last subathon, can said it. You muted his mic and said it. The chat laughed, and everybody told him to say it, and he said it.
I'm about to I'm about to have this a microwave pizza slice. This is gonna fuck up my guts.
Ratting on Ron? You know, this genuinely reads like a couple going through a breakup because Bankstein here released all of Black Boy Max's text DMs with him. Black Boy Max is a liar. You guys see the way I spoke to him via our text messages. I've always handled with care. his friends over, left because he thought he was the program, and has admitted multiple times it was strictly a career move. This kid thinks he's Travis Scott, and it's come down to this. Lying on and dragging someone who's only ever helped you. Auditing views. It's a joke. It's all ego. He literally just signed his message off as Prince. He's telling you who he is. You just won't listen.
As it goes for this word that I said, first of all, I didn't say this targeted toward you. This wasn't said in any sort of racist connotation.
As a white dude, I give you permission. Hey, fellas, y'all can't even be mad. He didn't target it like PewDiePie. He's in the clear.
I said this word in an emotional response. I said, F all y'all blanks. And it's a mistake, and I'm retarded.
Now this dude's ableist using the R slur? Unbelievable. Also, let's take a minute and just look at FaZe Banks. He's basically spiritually black. I think he's allowed to say the N-word.
Other members in FaZe have said it in the confines, behind the scenes, off cam, in the presence of other black creators and FaZe members. And this was never a problem. It's only a problem now because it's convenient for you and for this narrative to make me look like
The only reason people are even pushing you with that is because it's obviously bothering you. If you just reacted by saying, yeah, I said it, and I'll do it again, nobody would be clowning you.
Bro, in Vegas at a UFC event, I'm not gonna name names. Ron, last subathon, f***ing said it.
I don't know, I feel like him being that defensive over this makes him unironically look racist. Like most black people I know, as long as you don't target that slur at them in like an angry way, like they don't care. They got better to do, like looting Walmart. And Bankstein was upset that these guys had free housing, free filmers and staff, all the FaZe channels, zero income shared. Their money and platforms all skyrocket after beating me, but I'm the bad guy?
I'm the bad guy.
And I know I'm a bit late to the party on this video, but genuinely I've been
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Massive day for the unemployed. Streamer Clavicular hits someone with his guards.
Start driving with this guy. Drive.
We'll cut that part out for YouTube.
Is he dead? Hopefully.
Anyway, allegedly this failed island boy was stalking him and he was obviously jumping on his car, and Clavicular, you know, just hit the gas. 19-year-old looks-maxing influencer Braden Peters faced a repeat harasser who jumped onto his vehicle during a live stream. Security called it self-defense against an armed stalker with a history of targeting streamers like Neon. Tick banned Clavicular immediately, sparking mixed reactions from supporters defending the act and critics labeling it reckless.
Is he dead? Hopefully.
The hopefully is a bit crazy. Even Polymarket chimed in. Clavicular charged by January 31st, 50% chance. Is he dead? Drives away. The police stopped him, and after a slight altercation, they actually let him go. So people were like, damn, free my boy.
What is it? Something they told it to remove that. Melina,
Hey,
it was
Dr.
sharing the
you're doing
DMs.
good.
It was removed.
Happy 44 months. Wow.
Was it? What was it supposed to remove then?
Do you think that Hassan can't stop crying
Girls
about
gone
you?
for the week
even
trip.
Oh
offline?
God, not guys.
Can't these people? Oh yes. Oh, I guess I can say that now because fuck them both. Melina, in between talking to me about fucking Will and showing me his fucking dick pictures on her fucking phone when they weren't trying to hook up behind his girlfriend's back, Melina would tell me that Will would tell her that Hassan religiously follows my shit. So I guess I kind of lied about that publicly when I'm like, do these people actually watch me that much? They do. Hassan obsessively follows a lot of my shit. And I knew that because Will told that to Melina, which I thought was funny as fuck.
You're so funny and handsome, Miss.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Who? Wait.
Do you think that Hassan can't stop crying about you even offline when hanging out with these people? Oh, yes.
Wait,
I guess I can say
Caroline?
that now because fuck them both. Melina, in between talking to me about fucking Will and showing me his fucking dick pictures on her fucking phone when they weren't trying to hook up behind his girlfriend's back, Melina would tell me that Will would tell her that Hassan religiously follows my shit. So I guess I kind of lied about that publicly when I'm like, do these people actually watch me that much? They do. Hassan obsessively follows a lot of my shit. And I knew that because Will told that too.
Wait, hold on.
It's funny as fuck. Yeah.
So is Where the comments at? This sub was falling off, but Dr. K brought it back with the fuck this name. Thank you, Dr. K, for a Nebraska Steve. Hold on.
So we've had a clip right here. This is another person trying to get me in trouble. The only reason really that I respond to this kind of stuff is because I don't want people to create a narrative that like, this is what I said. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even really respond because I think everybody knows what I'm trying to say. And Asgol responds to us on and claims black people are genetically inferior. I said that black people are genetically inferior.
I mean, this is the Elon Musk style. No, they are genetically inferior, and socioeconomic conditions are a cope.
They are. It's a fact. So you see what they did, right? Two claims were made. They were genetically inferior and socioeconomic conditions are a cope. I immediately respond after socioeconomic conditions, which is the thing that I had mentioned earlier in the tweet, and they're trying to frame it as if I said it's about them being genetically inferior. This is the clip, regard proof.
But yeah, he's done a lot of this stuff, right? Yeah, like this. It's true that blacks experience systematic racism. They benefit from it. Blacks and other the other minority groups enjoy preference.
Let's take bets on whether there will be an argument that's presented. I'm going to bet that there won't be.
Treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope, and everyone knows it.
Yes, correct.
I mean, this is the Elon Musk style. No, they are genetically inferior, and socioeconomic conditions are a cope.
They are. It's a fact. So there it is. To be honest, this one borders on defamation. And this is the thing that these people do, right? They know that what I'm saying is true. I think that all of these people know that what I'm saying is true, that it's not just socioeconomic conditions. They know that they can't actually argue against any of the other factors. So what they try to do instead is they try to get anybody banned, suspended, or removed in order to hopefully get that person to not be able to have a conversation so they don't have to address it. It is frustrating for me. It definitely is. Whenever you have people that deliberately try to misunderstand you and then reframe what you say in a way that's completely inaccurate. And the reason why people get very angry at me is because I represent an ideology that is destructive to them. It is the idea, the radical concept that when you do something, it is your fault that you do something. Every single bad thing that happens to me, I begin from the position that it is my fault. It's not the government's fault. It's not your parents' fault. It's not your perceived mental disorders' fault. It's your fault whenever you're doing something wrong. The sooner that we can acknowledge that people's actions are their own is the first step that we can take to actually solving a problem. Being poor is an excuse.
Well, Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Scamalot, she has taken her scams abroad again. This time she seemed to be flying solo. I guess she left Prince Harry at home. He's probably so happy to have the house to himself. Don't you know Prince Harry is happy to have the house to himself? But Meghan Markle, she went to go speak at the unveiling of this monument to honor children who have taken their lives or lost their lives due to cyberbullying. And it is a very good cause. As someone who's been on the receiving end of cyberbullying, who wants to protect children, it is a good cause. But I think it's a little ironic to have Meghan Markle come speak at an event for bullying when she's one of the biggest bullies, in my opinion. It's like having Bernie Madoff go speak at a convention on finance. He's going to speak at an economics convention. It's like having Osama bin Laden, win a humanitarian award. Why is Meghan Markle speaking at an event for bullying? She's the bully. She's literally the biggest bully. You can even see her face sometimes when she has to interact with someone who's poor. She's like disgusted. She looks disgusted having to hug people who don't live in massive mansions in Montecito like her. She seems absolutely disgusted. But here she is giving a speech. There was not a big crowd. There was not a big crowd. As I've said, I've been in elevators with more people. I've been in Ubers with more people than this. She thought she was going to have a big crowd turn out like Catherine in Italy. When you're a real member of the royal family, like Princess Catherine and William and King Charles, Camilla, the streets are packed. It's like Michael Jackson came to town. People are throwing roses. Remember Catherine, they had the baby. They're like, please kiss my baby. In Italy, they're like, Reggio Emilia, kiss my baby. So Catherine is over there in Italy, like getting a Princess Diana level reception. Meghan Markle shows up. It's crickets. I think I actually saw a rat scurry across the ground during Meghan Markle's speech. I could have been dreaming. I thought I saw a rat or a mouse scurry across her feet. It was that dire. It's that dire. But Meghan Markle hasn't caught on to the fact no one cares anymore. Why would the people in Geneva, Switzerland, on their weekend, on their days off from work, want to go hear you speak about bullying? But she's doing this in tandem with the World Health Organization. I didn't even know the World Health Organization was still around. We're still listening to them after the pandemonium back in 2020 when they got everything wrong. We're still working with the World Health Organization, but she was over there. And at least if she brought Prince Harry, I think some people would have shown up. If she had Prince Harry with her, I think a few people would have come, some girls would have come. And that would have been nice. But Meghan Markle, it was a pretty sad situation. Now, something else Meghan Markle went viral for over the weekend. She posted another bizarre picture of her daughter, Lilibet. And I know you guys hate when I say the name Lilibet. We'll call her Lily. She posted this weird picture getting ready to leave for the event on cyberbullying. And the whole event was about protecting your kids from social media. And I guess she doesn't see the hypocrisy that she's posting her kid on social media on a dirty floor in a closet. And as someone who spent the first half of my life in a closet, no judgment, but I don't understand what's going on in this damn photo, okay? I love how she's trying to show off that she has this Giorgio Armani coat. She's trying to show off her designer clothes. The house, to me, I'm gonna be honest, it seems dated. The style of the home seems dated, but why are the kids always in these weird, creepy pictures taken from behind? Their hair is always a different length in the pictures. And Meghan Markle, you're going to an event to protect children from the internet. Look, these kids, when they open their family album someday, we put a compilation together of all the kids' pictures she posted. They're faceless. They're faceless. So when the kids look at their family album someday, they're just gonna be pictures of them from behind. Like, is this what the family album's gonna look like? I don't get it. I really don't understand what the hell is going on. And these are kids who are in line for the throne. I don't think they should be, but they're still in the line of succession. There could be a horrific force majeure, and these kids are somehow living in the castle. And we've never seen their faces. We've never seen their faces. Either there's something she doesn't like that she's embarrassed of. I don't think it's about protecting the children at all. I don't think it's about protecting the children. Here she is. She always makes sure that she posts pictures of herself with the kids, hugging them and taking them to Disney World. I think Meghan Markle, what she's doing, in her kind of psychotic way, when she posts Lilibet on the floor in the closet, or them at Disneyland, or them with Doria, her mother, I feel like she's setting herself up to get custody in the divorce. I think Meghan Markle knows if they get divorced, it's going to be a dicey situation because they're royalty. Are they going to have to go back to London? Is she going to be able to keep them? Is she going to be able to pimp them out and make money off of them like, Kris Jenner? I don't know. I think the reason she's posting more pictures of the kids, albeit creepy Children of the Corn, Hills Have Eyes pictures. I don't know if they've ever left the compound, but I think she's posting pictures to build her case. This is also sort of giving me Branch Davidian vibes. Okay, I don't know. Maybe Meghan Markle's the new David Koresh, but this is giving me Branch Davidian vibes. Like, the kids live on the compound. They don't really know the world outside the compound. The only world they go to is
On March
Disneyland.
14th,
These kids are going to grow up
2004,
someday
around
and be
12
so
p.m.,
darn
Hawk
confused.
at Rockland
As I've told
Raceway
you
was-
before, I will say it and say it again till the cows come home. I think these kids are going to turn 18. They're going to go on Google, figure out their freaking royalty, and they're going to be pissed. If I found out my parents had been keeping me locked in the house like freaking Gypsy Rose Blanchard, not telling me I'm a royal, if I found that out, I could have been over in the castle eating crumpets and scones with my cousins. Oh, I'd be so pissed I'd never talk to my parents again. I never talk to them again. What do you mean? I'm here in the house, this dusty, antiquated home with Megan's little booty shorts tramping around. I could have been in the castle with people throwing flowers in the street. Oh, the best castle I've gotten to see is the castle at Disneyland with germs and dirt and grime and people eating turkey legs. That's the only castle these kids have gotten to live in. So I don't know. I think they're going to be pissed. The last thing we have to discuss about Meghan Markle, I guess the Girl Scout documentary didn't do so well. The Girl Scout documentary was a flop. And now she's decided to make an Afghanistan war documentary. Let me read you this. So, People magazine reports that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are developing a Netflix war film based on the memoir No Way Out, the searing true story of men under siege. The story follows a British army unit trapped under heavy Taliban attack during the 2006 Battle of Musa Qala in Afghanistan. The movie is being produced through their company Archwell Productions with Bridge of Spies writer Matt Charman, Harry's own military experience in Afghanistan is expected to bring authenticity to the project. I understand. He served. You guys know I love our veterans. I love our men and women in uniform. If we didn't have the people in uniform, I wouldn't be able to sit here under the First Amendment and run my mouth like I do on this camera. So I wake up every single day with gratitude for the people who are much braver than I am. But this just seems really frenetic. It seems like a lot of jumping around. Like, how do you go from a Girl Scout documentary last month to now Meghan Markle's doing a war documentary? It's just, where's the through line here? And I know she's run through about 50,000 different PR people, communications people. Guys, there's dust flying up off my jacket. I feel like I'm living in Meghan Markle's closet. There's a lot of dust flying around. But no, she's run through every communications person, every PR person. Anyone would tell her, okay, pick something and double down on it, triple down on it, nurture that product, nurture that. Okay, maybe your candles will actually have wicks if you do that. Maybe your candle will actually have a wick. My wickless candle is over there. I don't want to get up and go get it. But her candles don't have wicks. Her businesses are an utter calamity. She's posting weird, sultry videos like this to try and, I guess, generate some attention or find a new husband. But the thing is also, if I'm just going to be honest, okay, I hate to be a bitch, but that's why you guys tuned in. Listen, Meghan Markle, my thing with her, she probably would love to find a billionaire husband. Like, she'd love to marry some oligarch, someone with like hundreds of billions of dollars. You know, she's over there slumming it with Prince Harry. They're like whoring themselves out and crashing Kardashian parties and, you know, selling jams, jellies, and dog biscuits. She would love to marry someone with just gazillions of dollars. But the thing is, those guys, 9 times out of 10, they want to date like 19-year-old Russian hookers. They're not looking to date an almost 50-year-old ex-duchess who's been married how many times now? So I think she's kind of digging and barking up the wrong tree. But Meghan Markle, we wish you well. I might have to tune in to the war documentary or the war film just to see how it was produced. Have you gotten caught up in the red light mask craze, but you just don't see results? It's because those masks don't work because, well, they can't work. Compared to what doctors use, most of those masks are helplessly underpowered. The red light therapy that's actually proven to work is from LightStim. It's made in the USA and has sold over 60,000 devices to dermatologists, cosmetic surgeons, and estheticians. Guessing your red light mask brand? Can't say that. The best part is this, you can actually have a LightStim at home now. I have the LightStim Ellipsa and love it. it. I get the same anti-aging technology my doctor uses, but right at home. I could see and feel the difference almost immediately. It's FDA proven to reduce wrinkles on the entire face. Medical grade means it works. It stimulates natural collagen and elastin production. It's totally affordable and saves a fortune in doctor visits. If you want the same medical grade technology at home that doctors use to treat wrinkles and slow aging, go to LightStim, spelled out light, STIM.com. Use my code LINK to save 10%. Again, that's code LINK at lightstim.com.
Once upon a time, there was a girl from LA. Some people called her an actress.
When will this finish?
And there was a guy from London. Some people called him a prince. Let's call this a modern fairy tale.
What could possibly go wrong? They have proven themselves to be liars.
Why are they talking about race?
How you don't have your daddy at your wedding?
I want to be near them. I want to be a part of their life.
What you're doing to your father's not right.
She wanted her privacy invaded.
There were women who worked for her who were absolutely broken by her.
Just by existing, we were upsetting the dynamic of the hierarchy.
He's become a traitor.
Who are their friends now?
The fairy tale has fractured.
They would change
The world.
You look lovely.
Thank you, so do you.
Before we get into it, what did you think it was going to be like?
I will say I went into it naively because I didn't grow up knowing much about the royal family.
But she may just have a little experience running a royal household.
The Royal Highness, take one.
Yep, that's the former Suits star in a Rare Home video from 1990, playing with her friends and pretending to be the queen.
Regularly scheduled program, which is titled The Royal Highness, take two.
Markle tests out her most proper etiquette.
Princess Cara, I thought I said no eating cooking in bed.
And leads her friends to her royal bash.
Follow me, girls, for my party. Come on.
All this, of course, while rocking a regal crown.
Hollywood Schoolhouse. I was there from ages 2 to 12.
I want you to see what you wrote to me. You know how to read that, but I want you to pay attention to the P.S.
This school will always have a special place in my heart. Much love, Megan. P.S. When I am rich and famous, when I write my life story, I will talk about you and the school so you will be known worldwide. Says the 11-year-old. Oh my God.
Long before she was a duchess, Meghan Markle was a queen. A homecoming queen who people bowed to and cheered.
At the budget car rental, you can choose from a Benz or a BMW. Beverly Hills. We're about to go tour Rodeo Drive, Prada, Gucci, baby. And right now we're in Beverly Hills, and we're gonna pass the Beverly Hilton Hotel, where I'll be on Sunday meeting the other Northwestern people. And what else are we doing? Oh, I have an audition today. From my dad's house, you can see the Hollywood sign.
I had double majored at Northwestern, Theater and International Relations, and had just ended up at a party actually very close to here when a friend of mine gave a student film that I had done to a manager.
No, this is not porn. This is for the Sunday paper. That's why you're not paid to think. Snap out of it. Come on, let's go. I don't have time for this.
And he said, "You're gonna make money and I wanna take 10%. I think you should stay in LA." And I did.
In 2004, she met her first husband, Trevor Ingleson.
Trevor was up and coming at this point, really. He was a producer, he was into talent management, and he actually owned his own production company. Megan struck gold.
Markle was at times disappointed that Engelson didn't help get her cast in more of his projects, though he did get her a bit part in Remember Me in 2010, as well as a short film called The Candidate.
I had just started acting. I miss him so much. I'll be okay when I get some payback. If the enemy's in range, so are you.
From Knight Rider to a couple of Hallmark movies, Megan's had more than 30 acting roles, including blink and you might miss it moments, like playing a FedEx girl in Horrible Bosses.
What's the first role you ever auditioned for?
Hot girl number 1 in A Lot Like Love with Ashton Kutcher.
Did you get it?
Yes.
You know, in about 24 hours, I'm gonna be rich.
Really?
Yeah. You from New York?
No, I'm from LA.
Okay. They mentioned I was gonna be rich.
You did, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You like that?
And it's interesting. Well, I mean, I think also because there's a misconception that because I have worked in the entertainment industry that this would be something I would be familiar with. Because I'm from LA, I often say, if you grew up in a small coal mining town, maybe you're gonna end up getting into coal mining. I grew up in the entertainment industry, so it was a very comfortable environment for me. Not acting specifically, but definitely in wanting to be part of the team of making a TV show or a film from that.
Are your parents in show business?
My dad is a DP, yes. He was the lighting director. My dad.
Director of photography.
My dad. I didn't mean to make it sound so.
No, it's all right. It's fine.
Help, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Has he been on anything I would know?
There was a show called Married with Children. Do you
Seen
remember
it?
that?
Seen it?
Love and marriage, love and marriage.
Married with Children has gone down in history as one of the most successful and influential sitcoms ever.
This girl grew up on the set of Married with Children because of her dad, who is not Ed O'Neill.
Do you guys, but look, it's such a young crowd. Do you guys remember that show with Al Bundy? You do? And Peg?
That's Markle.
Yes,
right?
Meryl
Yeah,
Markle.
my
Yes,
God,
yes.
You tried to fool me.
No, Megan, I said
By
Meryl.
the way, she grew up on the set of Married with Children.
And every day after school for 10 years, that's where I grew up. I was there.
Wow.
I know. It's a very perverse place for a little girl who went to Catholic school, no less, to grow up. I remember, because I would be at the tapings and I'd be there all the time. And I'd be in, I went to all-girls Catholic school, so I'd be in a little school uniform, right? But then you'd watch, like, Tracy Lords, Tia Carrera. Tia Carrera walked by in a school uniform. You know, these...
Yeah,
Those are some women.
Yeah.
She was like 9.
You should have gotten to know her more. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But one of Megan's first acting jobs was on General Hospital. It probably didn't hurt that her dad was a soap's lighting director.
You need to have one line.
Yeah.
Somewhere. So she got the line, she got the part.
Mm-hmm.
Many actors start out on soaps.
I have his chart right here, Dr. Lambert. I don't see the notation anywhere.
And yeah, that was definitely a start. Not the most believable paper shuffling we've ever seen.
She'd been in Deal No Deal from 2006 to 2007.
I think it was Howie Mandel.
That's right, Howie Mandel. Megan zeroed in on Howie Mandel because Megan was using him as yet another stepping stone. And his wife said, enough, get rid of her. She's trouble. Wow. And they got rid of her.
I ended up quitting the show. Like I said, I was thankful for the job, but not for how it made me feel. I would end up leaving with this pit in my stomach, knowing that I was so much more than what was being objectified on the stage. I didn't like feeling forced to be all looks and little substance. And that's how it felt for me at the time, being reduced to this specific archetype.
The objectification might be coming from you and how you felt about
how these women were being portrayed.
Today, two of Meghan's former castmates are hitting back on social media. Deal or no deal never treated us like bimbos, writes Claudia Jordan. Patricia Cara, who appeared in every
Hello
episode,
for
also
all the
tweeted,
win,
"Funny,
for the
I
win.
remember a group of
How are you?
hardworking, strong-minded, independent women."
My question is for Meghan. Meghan, besides holder of
Oh my god, thank you for the follow.
on Deal or No Deal, what do you think
I'm
your
currently
most
watching a video about
impactful
Meghan Markle.
Meghan Markle
I've
was
literally been such a fucking slob today. I've done absolutely nothing. I've just rotted for the last 6 hours. How did you find my stream?
pilot of your reboot of 90210.
You know, I didn't know.
You're fine, bro. Thank you.
She was girl performing oral in the car.
Are you serious?
I am serious.
2009 brought this Tostitos commercial, and this is definitely not Meghan's voice as her inner monologue.
That's more people than I invited to the party. Unless Denise brings Carrie. Ugh.
I've had gain search. Lol, don't judge. No, it's fine. Basically, literally, it's so, like, every single person I ask how they found my stream, they always say the gay tag, so big up the gay tag. Like, yeah, it's literally always a gay tag for some reason.
Was dressed as a princess.
So now she's in 2010 as an actress. What is she doing in 2010? She's doing day parts. She's CSI Miami, Officer Leah Montoya.
Oh, you're not out at the moment. Where are you from?
One episode. Get Him to the Greek, uncredited. The Candidate, which was a short film.
I just ate so much food and now I have so much regret. I feel massive.
Dreams from your song.
Chicago, oh nice. I'm from the rainy, awful UK.
Do in the meantime to make
Actually, no,
money.
I do like the UK. Yeah, I wanna visit America so bad.
Well, a lot of people wait tables, a lot of people do that kind of stuff. According to Meghan, though, she didn't do any of that stuff. She said, quote, I don't wait tables. I don't have a side job. I'm in the club of the fortunate few that somehow make a living playing dressing. When it's good, it's effing awesome. So that's how Meghan was running in 2010. They would go out and they would find some rich guys, and that's what they would do.
I've never been part of tabloid culture. I've never been in pop culture to that degree.
Come with me for a day in the life. I'm going to show you my favorite spots in Toronto. What's
She's
your
such
name?
a liar about things.
Gohar. Gohar, Meghan, nice to meet you.
And lived a relatively quiet life.
I'm driving her. I'll give you that guy.
Thank you.
Good night, guys. Good to see you again. Bye. Yeah, of course. What's your name?
So in 2010, Meghan actually landed her biggest role with Suits.
Mike Ross. Hi. I'm Rachel Zane. I'll be giving you your orientation.
Wow, you're pretty.
Good. You've hit on me. We can get it out of the way that I'm not interested.
And pretty much in celebration, her and Trevor got married the following year.
Meghan's first wedding to a TV producer named Trevor Engelson took place at a beachfront resort 7 years ago.
Who came to her wedding, her first wedding?
Everybody.
Alright, gorgeous, I gave you a follow. I'll catch you later on another stream. Yeah, see you later. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You're making me bricked up. Oh my god, thank you. What a compliment. I look like an actual rat right now. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I was there. Her and I walked her down the aisle.
Even at their wedding, she forbade any photographs and destroyed the video, the official video, because she wanted no record of the wedding.
This is what Meghan Markle's first wedding looked like. Beer and
Thank
barbecue
you.
on a beach in Jamaica. The festivities included a wheelbarrow race with Meghan leading the charge.
What do you know about Trevor? Why did she...
Very sweet man.
Yeah.
A very kind man.
Trevor was always a source of great financial support, and as Meghan's star rose with Suits and her paycheck kept increasing, she didn't really need Trevor anymore.
She was determined to build her own new life in Toronto.
They were apart because she was working in Canada all the time and not coming back on weekends. He wanted her to.
Trevor and Megan go on a trip through Vietnam. They're hoping it'll be a chance to work through some of their differences and reconnect. When Megan goes back to Toronto to film season 2 of Suits, that's when she makes a decision.
He was shocked at what happened, how it happened.
11 years they were together in total.
Megan goes to the post office. She buys an envelope and then slips off her wedding ring, drops it inside, and mails it back to Trevor.
Literally by FedEx.
There was no warning. He didn't expect it, and the rings were sent back without even a note.
Trevor called me and was in shock. He was lost.
Your ring.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about your ring.
It's beautiful, and he designed it.
Megan decided that she wanted it altered by celebrity designer Lorraine Schwartz.
You know, to be able to have this, which sort of links where you come from and Botswana, which is important to us, and it's perfect.
She's basically redesigned it to make it look like the set of wedding bands that she had from her first marriage.
It's incredible. Yeah.
Make sure it stays on that finger.
Of course.
But she kept his bracelet. Wears it to this day.
The fact that she still wears that Cartier love bracelet that Trevor gave to her as a wedding present. She still wears it. She never took it off. It's not just a piece of jewelry from her ex. This is a piece of jewelry that was a wedding present that's supposed to signify their eternity together.
Megan and Jessica have been close friends for years, thick as thieves. They've really kind of gone through the Toronto social scene together.
Jessica Mulroney, Megan's closest confidant, style advisor, and yoga partner. That friendship making her one of the most influential women in fashion.
One of my closest girlfriends is here, Jessica Mulroney, who runs Kleinfeld's in Toronto, and she's helping me.
In this Hello Magazine video, Jessica helps Megan pick out a wedding dress for her character in Suits.
Thank you, Jess.
Thank you.
Her husband, Ben, was the son of a former prime minister. He himself was a very successful TV host.
And Jessica then introduced her to Sophie Trudeau. Sophie is the wife of the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who is also friends with Prince Harry. This is where the networking intensifies.
Get ready to dive deep into the world of Soho House, the private members club that has captivated the world's elite, including celebrities, politicians, and business leaders.
I write my stories here, I take my meetings here, and it's kind of amazing because all over the world, if I'm traveling, Soho House can still be home base.
Marcus Anderson is the king of Soho House.
Wherever they were opening up a new Soho House, his job was to find the best and the brightest of that city to invite to the founding members' party. I'll read to you who attended. Kristen Stewart, Kate Hudson, Matt Damon, Keira Knightley, Jude Law, Bruce Willis, Amy Adams, Bradley Cooper, Dustin Hoffman, Zac Efron, Jessica and Ben Mulroney, and Corey Vitiello. He was the hottest chef with the hottest restaurant, and anybody who was anybody knew Corey Vitiello.
We're in Harvard Village today, my favorite area in Toronto. It's where I live, it's where I work. I'm the chef and owner of Flock Rotisserie and Greens in the Harvard Room.
It was reported that Corey Vitiello turned up with a new squeeze on his arm.
I am going to have a party at one of my favorite restaurants in Toronto called the Harvard Room.
By 2013, Megan had been starring in Canadian TV show Suits for 2 years, but was virtually unknown in Britain. It was during a trip to the UK that she met presenter Lizzie Cundy at a charity event.
And how are you enjoying London life? I mean, it must be mad because, you know, it's very different here and it's cold.
It is very cold. But the people are so warm. As cheesy as that sounds, I was joking today, I've never been called love or darling more in my life, so it makes me want to stick around for a while.
I mean, I didn't know who she was at the time. And I was at a charity event, and I think you may know him, John Caldwell.
Who else has a room like this?
other than Buckingham Palace, of course.
He said, look, can you sit next to this girl? She's flown in from Canada. We got on really, really well and we did have a huge giggle, and she wanted to find an English boyfriend. So I said, look, I'll help you. So I was going through my phone. There was Ashley Cole, Chelsea footballer. I was trying.
By the way, Meghan is also the founder of the TIG. That's a website for those with a hunger for food, travel, fashion, and beauty. It covers about everything but fooling around.
Pretty much. The name the Tig comes from a wine called Tignanello, but oftentimes it's mispronounced Tignanello. And I had a sip of this wine about 6 or 7 years ago, and it was the first time that I understood what people meant when they said the legs or the body or the structure of the body or legs or structure of wine. It was such an, oh, I get it kind of moment that for me it became a Tig moment.
It's such an aha moment. It's a Tig moment. That nickname became what translated for me for like, oh, I get it. It's
mine. This is when Meghan decided she was going to become an influencer. She started up the lifestyle blog, The Tig.
It's got a lot of like cooking and travel and fashion and beauty, like really just about you.
Yeah, it's an extension of the things that I just love, right?
It's like your own little mini goop.
Yeah. There are no $100 candles on my site. That's so obnoxious.
Now, round about this time, this is when Meghan decided to interview this very handsome up-and-coming chef. Already being a chef, Meghan starts restyling herself as a food lover and a foodie.
On the TIG, food is a really important facet of the website. I have a Best Bite section, Chef's Talk, where I interview Michelin star chefs or chefs that are up and coming. But I also really love to cook.
There were no charitable causes, no humanitarian efforts. There was nothing to do with the environment, civil rights campaigning. What about Black History Month, female empowerment, feminism? Here's a good feminism one for you. Touch my butt and buy me pizza.
This lady has this amazing food blog, The Tig, and I just told her that I'm gonna make her chicken recipe.
You brought us a roast chicken today, since it's your specialty. Why are you so into chicken?
There's honestly nothing as delicious or as impressive, in my opinion, as a perfectly roasted chicken.
So how did you kind of develop that side of yourself, the foodie side?
I personally think chicken is one of the most quintessential home-cooked meals you can make.
If you have an Ina Garten level roasted chicken, game changer. And when you get to know the story of the recipe, you get to know the person behind it.
Now she turns up at the Miami Soho House, and it is there that one of the most important introductions took place.
The more I think really black and white about the collection, the more successful we become.
Misha Nonu. Well, Misha was married to Alexander Gills, and he was an old Etonian that knew William and knew Harry.
Buying art is an art and requires great confidence.
If you're going to penetrate that English aristocracy, you've got to have an inn. And Misha was married to a fabulous inn.
He's friends with Princess Eugenie, Fergie, Beatrice, and the Middletons. Alexander is in the royal circle. Marcus Anderson managed to sit Meghan right next to Misha Nonu, and they became best friends. He started seeing Meghan going on holiday in these luxury stays with Misha.
Wasn't there some speculation that she was on Epstein's yacht at one point in time? There was like photos with her way back in the day when she was like in her early 20s.
Yacht party! Yacht party!
28th of April 2015, Soho House has its big opening party in Istanbul. And of course, Misha Nonu was there to help keep Meghan company. Meghan was the unnamed guest. But there were lots of stars there, including Eddie Redmayne, A-list actor, but he is also an old Etonian, and he is chums with Harry and William. Look at this photograph, Istanbul 2015, with Millie McIntosh.
Yeah, she actually wanted to be in Made in Chelsea. I remember saying she loved the show.
Now, Millie's social set involves the Matthews brothers, guess who married a Matthews brother? Pippa Middleton. Meghan's getting a little bit closer. Prince Harry was on a 2-day tour in Istanbul on the exact same days as the Soho House party. Did Meghan and Harry really meet on that blind date, or have they crossed paths before?
So to be able to start almost afresh, right from the beginning, and getting to know each other step by step.
So Meghan made friends at absolute lightning speed with women that were close friends with either Harry's parents, his cousins, or even his childhood, Eton, basically his old school and long-term friends. So the chances are Meghan knew exactly when Harry would be going to meet Justin Trudeau. She also knew when Harry would be at Soho House in Oxfordshire. She knew when Harry would be at any of the other Soho houses, if you think about it.
Yeah, no, it was hugely refreshing to be able to get to know someone who isn't necessarily within your circle, doesn't know much about me, I don't know much about her.
And you can see that if she hadn't have met Marcus Anderson back in 2013, there's no way she would have ever met Harry.
And you know, because I'm from the States, you don't grow up with the same understanding of the royal family. And so while I now understand very clearly, there's a global interest there.
And the Oscar goes to Colin Firth, The King's Speech.
Helen Mirren in The Queen.
Claire Foy, The Crown.
Kate Blanchett, Elizabeth.
Marie Antoinette.
I didn't know much about him, and so the only thing that I had asked her when she said she wanted to set us up was, I had one question. I said, well, is he nice? Because if he wasn't kind, it didn't seem like it would make sense.
Meghan went. When she was a teenager, was captivated by Diana. They watched the funeral. She and her friends were saddened and very moved by it.
She must be the only person on earth who didn't remember the two young sons, aged 15 and 13, walking behind the coffin.
A simple card on the first of those reads, just saying, Mummy.
Who could forget that week? And little Harry with the note, the envelope on top of Princess Diana's casket that said, Mummy. Just, it breaks your heart.
She doesn't remember that. She didn't know who Prince Harry was. She had no idea. She didn't do any research. She was friendly with Eugenie, but had no idea who Harry was, except to ask, is he nice?
You don't know anything about one of the oldest and largest monarchies in Western civilization.
She knew nothing? Oh, gosh, well, not according to people who knew her, who saw Nye books and other books on royal family, especially on Diana, on her bookshelf. I'm afraid she knew nothing.
But here she is, aged 15, on a tour of the UK with pictures in front of the palace.
She'd always had an interest in the royal family.
The chances of meeting the Queen are pretty slim.
Oh, the irony. That's a 15-year-old Meghan Markle on a bus tour in London in 1996.
And of course, we have this last photo that clearly shows her holding a magazine, which has all about Kate's wedding to Prince William in it.
I, William Arthur Philip Louis.
Take thee, Catherine Elizabeth.
Take thee, Catherine Elizabeth.
To my wedded wife.
To my wedded wife.
It's in her blog. She watched Catherine and William's wedding. Who was best man?
Here's what she wrote on her blog, The Tig. Little girls dream of being princesses. I, for one, was all about She-Ra, princess of power. Grown women seem to retain this childhood fantasy. Just look at the pomp and circumstance surrounding the royal wedding and endless conversation about Princess Kate. The Tig blog post was also accompanied by an interview with the Libyan princess in which Meghan claimed she had a pinch myself, I'm emailing with the princess moment.
I think for both of us, though, it was really refreshing because given that I didn't know a lot about him, everything that I've learned about him, I learned through him, as opposed to having grown up around different news stories or tabloids or whatever else. Anything I learned about him and his family was what he would share with me, and vice versa. So for both of us, it was just a really authentic and organic way to get to know each other.
A different childhood friend named Susie also alleged that Meghan was interested in the royal family and said the pair would watch Princess Diana's 1981 wedding to Prince Charles. Susie's mom previously told the Mail, I always loved Diana and I have her biography, which I gave Meghan to read. I videoed Diana's wedding back in 1981 and I would watch it with Susie and Meghan all those years later.
And one of her friends said that she always wanted to be Diana 2.0.
Do you remember that old movie, Princess Diaries, with Anne Hathaway?
Me? A princess? Shut up!
Meghan's maid of honor at her first wedding responded with this character assessment and fact check. I wasn't shocked or even surprised to hear about Prince Harry. I know she used to love the Princess Diaries, films about a commoner who becomes part of a royal family. She was very taken with that idea.
Prince William. I absolutely accept.
Now, this is Gina Newthorpe-Cowan from Kruger Cowan Talent Agency. Gina has very famous clients: Goldie Hawn, Cher, Terry Crews, Piers Morgan, just to name a few. They became so much more than just clients and agents. They holidayed together, they lunched together, they became close friends. Now, aside from plugging Gina from everything that she could have in her little black book, Meghan had said that she wanted to not be seen as a fashion model, just an actress and a briefcase girl. She wanted the world to see her as a humanitarian, a true trailblazer for feminist change.
Well, I'm sure I could learn a few things from a professional like you.
So Gina, in 2014 in September, she got Meghan UN Women, the He for She gig. Now, this is a cause actually supported by Emma Watson, who happened to be someone that Meghan fangirled over. She doesn't fangirl over her anymore because there were twice when Meghan had tried to meet Emma and Emma had declined.
That didn't stop Meghan from writing all about it on the TIG, claiming that she was in London to support Emma's initiatives for He for She.
I was wondering if you've ever been asked on a date by a royal.
Oh, I mean, I have not.
Have you ever been to Vegas? Because I hear Prince Harry likes Vegas.
That would have been the place to go.
Now, another gig that Gina managed to get Meghan in 2014 was seeing troops and their families. Tick box, veterans. Know where I'm going with that one? March 2015, paparazzi shots were arranged by Splash News. Photographer Charles Purvey, who took the photos, and says that these were actually arranged by Meghan's agents, and the reason why these really natural looking photographs didn't sell is because no one knew who she was, nobody was interested, and that's why we never saw these photographs until later.
Meghan also used to organize setups where she would ask an agency, hey, I'm going to be turning up to a restaurant or an event. You photograph me coming in. She herself had a relationship with the press before she got into a relationship with Harry.
March 2015, a night out at the exclusive royal hotspot, of 5 Hertford Street. Princesses Beatrice, Eugenie, William, Harry, every single one of the younger royals. It is a high-end members club. So again, you've got Meghan going to somewhere where she knows the royals like to hang out. Has Meghan already acquired her next target?
Meghan, given your acting and the profile you had, you'd already been involved in various causes. You'd been an ambassador for UN Women.
Meghan had decided that she wanted to reinvent herself as an advocate for women's rights, and she secured her first plagiarized speech from Eleanor Roosevelt at the 2015 UN Women's Conference.
May we empower each other to carry out such vision, because it isn't enough to simply talk about equality. One must believe in it. And it isn't enough to simply believe in it. One must work at it.
Meghan, will you tell the story about when you wrote that letter to P&G?
You know, it's so interesting, and I gave a speech last year for International Women's Day with UN Women, and I was talking about an experience that I had when I was 11 years old. There are those catalyzing moments in your life, and from my standpoint, a pivotal moment that would change the way I understood my place in the world. I had this commercial change when I was young because I found it to be sexist. You know, truth be told, at 11, I don't even think I really knew what sexism meant.
Last week at my school, we decided to watch the news for social studies.
When a commercial came on for Ivory dishwashing liquid, and the tagline said,
"Women are fighting
greasy pots and pans
with Ivory Clear."
And then I heard them. 2 boys from my class said, "Yeah, that's where women belong, in the kitchen." Oh man, this did not sit well with 11-year-old me.
I really don't think it was very nice for the boys to say it.
It just wasn't right. Something struck me internally. It sparked this frustration and this desire for change. So I went home and I told my dad what had happened. He said, "Why don't you write some letters?" So I did. To the most powerful people I could think of. Powerful people I could think of at the time. Hillary Clinton. And Linda Ellerbee, who hosted my preferred news source as an 11-year-old, Nick News W5. I wrote a letter to Gloria Allred because even at 11, I wanted to cover all my bases. But I didn't stop there. I also reached out to the soap manufacturer, the very people who made the commercial. And to my surprise, I received letters of encouragement from Hillary Clinton, from Linda Ellerbee, and from Gloria Allred. It was amazing. And what was so interesting was to then see, with this support behind me, Procter & Gamble changed this commercial. They changed it from "Women all over America are fighting greasy pots and pans" to "People all over America." Now, I could paint this as a moment of triumph. And don't get me wrong, it was.
Oh shit, I nearly got you wrong there. There was a bit of humility. There was a little bit of a lack of pride for something that you kind of achieved. Probably wasn't really anything to do with you. Publicity stunt thing that happened when you were 11.
It was at that moment that I realized the magnitude of my actions.
Reaching back to more glorious times.
At the age of 11, I had created my small level of impact.
So she also told a whopper of a lie here that she had a standing ovation from the crowds. Well, as recent video footage came to light, that was another lie.
And after consulting P&G and advertising historians, they could not prove the whole story.
She just happened to have a PR team that would kind of go out there for her. And they managed to get her in front of the UN in various places, but most people are sitting in the audience going, "Who is this woman? Why is she here?"
You know, it's so inspiring to think that all you've got to do is write to the First Lady of the United States and to massive corporations, and they'll just come to your school and they'll do like a photo opportunity.
Yeah, I told her to write letters. I said, right? Let it go ahead.
Thomas Markle, he set it all up and used his connections in Hollywood because he's a lighting director.
They sent a camera crew to my home to cover the story.
This whole campaign was a countrywide campaign. A lot of schools participated in.
Maybe we should keep writing letters and maybe they'll get the idea and they'll shape up the commercials a little bit.
He basically gave Meghan a false belief that she alone changed that commercial.
I changed that commercial from my little handwritten letter.
So, you know, the fact that I fell in love with Meghan so incredibly quickly was a sort of confirmation to me that everything, all the stars were aligned, everything was just perfect. It was this beautiful woman just sort of literally tripped and fell into my life. I fell into her life.
Right before she met Harry, she had her profile, her Wikipedia profile, changed from a fashion model and a spokesmodel to a humanitarian. Literally got someone to update that just before she met Harry. January 2016. One of the biggest gigs that Gina managed to secure for Meghan to help her look like a humanitarian, and that was securing Meghan as a World Vision Global Ambassador.
Once the contract is signed, there are difficulties with the trip. Meghan's demands. The producer, whose name is Surminski, could no longer get to travel because Meghan has eaten into the producer's part of the budget. Meghan demanded so much of an increase, the producer can't go. And it is supposedly for a charitable cause, remember?
What is it like going on one of those trips? Because I feel like we see the photos.
Yeah. Well, my trip to Rwanda last year was very different because it was just, you know, it was primarily at Parliament. I did go to a refugee camp, though.
So Meghan requested to be flown first class, and she wanted to make sure that she brought her own well-known fashion photographer on the charity's dime, and her own hair and makeup artist, also on the charity's dime.
You know, the biggest takeaway for me, especially in my industry, is the contrast of the things that, you know, it just puts a different level of perspective on the things we take for granted and the things that we complain about, right? We're all gonna have our days, and it's all relative.
And it ended up being this, like, insane fashion shoot. She took lots of photos, lots of videos with the village children, but she had to make sure she changed outfits in between meeting different kids so that she had a variety of content.
Not for the charity or the cause, but for Meghan.
After filming with the children playing with the water tap, Meghan disappeared with the photographer to take photographs with some of the youngsters, leaving the producer, Brenda, puzzled and saying that celebrities using a desolate African village as the backdrop for a fashion shoot was mind-blowing.
But I'm not just going to tack my name onto it and not really know something purpose-driven is happening for me.
Meghan was using the children and the country as a backdrop to make herself look like a humanitarian. Look at the way it's all coming together now. So when Harry starts Googling Meghan, he can see that she's a humanitarian, an activist, and then she's got all these wonderful photographs. But it was what she put on the TIG after visiting Rwanda.
Hey, Seahawks.
Her life shifts.
How are you? I remember you from before, I think. Maybe not. I feel like I've seen your name before. I'm watching this video about Meghan
From
Markle.
refugee camps to red carpets, she chooses them both because the worlds can coexist.
Don't give it 5 minutes if you're not going to give it 5 years.
So she did 2 World Vision trips, that was it. And then as soon as Harry basically said that he was interested, she ditched World Vision.
Oh, it's the end of the video. That was a well good video. I'm just rotting the day I wear my
One of
PJ
them
right.
said to
Literally
me,
same. I'm
"What you're
being
doing to your
so.
father's not right." And then my entire center was rocked.
I'm just watching this about Meghan Markle.
Let's call this a modern fairy tale.
A modern
What could possibly go wrong?
They have proven themselves to be liars.
Why are they talking
I'm
about
so tired.
how you don't have
Your daddy at your wedding.
your wedding?
Oh, I could fall asleep.
I want to be near them.
Slay, literally
Part
slay.
of their life.
What you're doing to your father's not right.
She wanted her privacy invaded.
I feel so anxious today. I don't know why. I'm trying to relax my brain. That's why I'm just like, damn.
Just by existing, we were upsetting the dynamic of the hierarchy.
He has become a traitor.
Who are their friends now?
The fairy tale has fractured.
They would change the world.
The UK tabloids were trying to find my dad, offering people so much money to try to find his address. Once they did, I remember...
My day was good. I'll tell you what I did. I woke up. I had a coffee. I cleaned up a little bit. Then watch YouTube, played a bit of Minecraft, then watch YouTube, and now I'm here. That's my day. How about you? Oh? I just heard someone.
being told there was
How
a
was your
huge
day? Was it
headline,
more
like,
exciting
we
than
found them,
mine?
or we've got him. You're talking about someone's father.
And suddenly they're flashing in my face and asking me questions, and I run to my truck, jump in my truck.
Nope, not really. Legit
and
same.
throw up a peace sign.
I went in search of him where he lives south of the border. Markle lives in Rosarito, Mexico, in an apartment on a bluff overlooking the Pacific Ocean. This is the modest gatehouse to his neighborhood.
Everyone said I was hiding in Mexico, but that's not true. I'd lived in Mexico for 6 years.
After a career as an Emmy Award-winning lighting director in the film industry, Thomas has now retired to Mexico.
She described you as reclusive. Is that fair?
No, I am somewhat reclusive, but not totally. I mean, I value my privacy at times, but I certainly like to be involved with my family. I worked 50 years in a studio surrounded by people, so it's sort of a time in my life where I don't want to be surrounded by quite as many people, that's all. But I certainly always want my family, especially now. The older I get, the more I need my family. So I'm not that reclusive that I didn't want her here, or Harry for that matter.
And from that point, the tabloids, they moved into the apartment next door and across from him.
The camera's trained to my doors when I come out to get in my car every day. 24/7, those cameras were aimed at my house.
Descended on this small town, we're just giving him gifts. The whole thing brings us to where we are today.
No one took any time to protect any member of our family. We were attacked by the press every day. My oldest daughter, my son, myself, our grandchildren, all of us.
I'm
were
gonna watch
attacked by
something
the
else.
press. Nobody was there to care for
I'm not
us.
feeling that video.
Nobody looked after us.
There was such an obsession about anything in my world,
God, I'm
including
so
tracking
tired.
down my...
Florida man killed on roller coaster. This looks good.
This call came out as he needs a band-aid, and then it escalated rapidly.
Chaos at a Florida amusement park when a visitor is severely injured on a ride.
We are completely closing off the area, so if you can help us make sure that there are no guests or team members up on Stardust.
We are getting our first look at body camera footage of first responders swarming the platform of the Stardust Racers ride at Epic Universe in Orlando, trying to save a young man's life.
They keep saying over and over again, but there were no malfunctions. That doesn't mean that there were no safety issues.
We are digging into the emergency response and the investigation that was done in the aftermath of this young man's death, as well as why the man's parents ended up blasting the park at a news conference.
Everyone deserves to enjoy these parks and come home safely.
That's all we're asking for.
Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. A Florida woman went through a horrific nightmare last year. Javelis was riding a roller coaster at Universal Studios' Epic Universe next to her longtime boyfriend, Kevin Rodriguez Zavala, when she looked over and realized something was terribly wrong. As the roller coaster plummeted downward and whipped around corners, Kevin was apparently repeatedly hitting his head. Blood was flying everywhere. Javelis was screaming. When the Stardust Racer finally came to a stop, the 32-year-old's body was limp and it was contorted. Epic Universe employees, medics, Orange County EMTs, they rushed to help him, pulling him from the ride, putting him on the ground to do CPR, but it was too late. Kevin died on September 17th, 2025. And since then, law enforcement in the park itself have done investigations, and there was a potential lawsuit on behalf of the family that was being considered. Epic Universe changed some of the guidance for their coasters. So we're going to dive into each aspect of this awful incident to show how investigators responded, how this conclusion was reached, and we'll talk about what that conclusion was, but the footage is just something else. Now, I do have to give you some important context as we talk about this for you to understand. So Kevin was born with spinal cord atrophy. He was using a wheelchair. Now, according to his family, he didn't let that disability get in the way. He led an active, independent lifestyle. He'd gone to college. He was a video game designer. Javelis told investigators that she had gotten a job at Epic Universe, took Kevin to the park as a birthday gift using 2 new hire tickets that she'd been given. So it was all well and good. She told police that typically Kevin's whole family would go with him on trips to amusement parks, but this time it was just the 2 of them. Now, Epic Universe had just opened a few months before in May of 2025. Stardust Racer's track stands more than 130 feet tall, reaches a top speed of 62 miles an hour, and you go to September 17th. As Orange County deputies arrived at the scene, multiple paramedics were trying to revive Kevin.
You want Epi now? On the second round, after the second round, but get some CXA started. Lucas ready? Yeah, I got the Lucas ready. Well, I'll be switched. I'm not worried about the Lucas right now. We're doing great on compression. Hey, I got you next rotation. Next full set. That's not the only suspension they need that. And get some fluids ready as well. Not secured right, and we will swap over while the ride is. How's this color going?
It's so blue in the face.
Okay.
Hey, the pad, I got you. The pad's not all right.
They're asking how they forgot before. We're gonna close. You can cancel. You can cancel on when this goes. I was good.
What if we need blood though?
I'll win this goes. Hey, minute 45. Minute 45. Hey, we need this IO secured, bro. Hey, Jamie, secure the IO.
Hey, Hector, grab the BBM real quick.
IO. Secure the IO. Hey, post check, written check. Post check, written check. Switch.
Happy on board.
Hey, where's that securing device for the IO?
Which one of you medics was here first?
Myself and
So, the blood from like a head injury? So it looks like he like hit it on something. Okay. Oh, geez. Oh, my. You guys get an ID off of him or anything? Was somebody sitting next to him?
I'm unsure what they did with her. They should probably remove her maybe to the family room.
Hey, where's the lady that was sitting next to him?
I think they're down.
Okay. What?
We know somebody related to him?
Yeah, there was a woman sitting right next to him apparently. That thing is covered in blood.
Yeah. Okay, where is that? Where is she?
I'm trying to figure that one out right now. I've been asking for a family member for like the last 5 minutes.
So as Kevin was wheeled away on a stretcher, headed for the hospital, that's when deputies started their investigation, getting a closer look at the roller coaster seat, which I have to tell you was covered in blood.
Where were you guys when the call came? I was in my car. They said, oh yeah, head injury at Stardust. I was like, somebody slipped and fell. Yeah. They didn't say it was, you know, for us it would have been like an industrial accident or something. Yeah, exactly. So I guess he wasn't strapped in all the way. I'm trying to figure out if this is like brain matter or vomit. Yeah. You gonna take some photos? With the investigation group here? She's gonna take some photos. They want to take photos. For their thing? Yeah. Corporal said it's okay. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, you just do me a favor and let's have them do it from this side of the fence.
I prefer that they do it on this side, just so we got enough of our investigation side.
Full screen cam. God, that's terrible. Oh, look at that absolute mess. That's something. That's vile. That tastes like actual burnt iPod. Testing. Testing. Je m'appelle oui, ça va comment on appelle tu.
Testing.
Je m'appelle oui, ça va comment on appelle tu.
Testing.
I started taking finasteride and I feel like you can kind of see the growth on my temples. I don't know if you can or not. I think it's just delusion. Like, I swear, look, if you zoom in, there's little growth there. Maybe not, I think I'm just delusion. I need to have a shower. I still haven't showered today, oh my god. I'm an absolute tramp. I need a vape. I need a fucking vape. I need a vape. If I don't get a vape in the next hour, I'm going to cry myself to sleep. God, they've been streaming for 7 hours. I feel like once you stream for 7 hours, it's official that I've got no life. Like, that's fucking crazy. I've been on stream all day. Hashtag no life. When I'm away from you, I'm happier than ever. Wish I could split. This is what the outside looks like. The house is terrible, it's literally lopsided. And then give me a day or yeah, I don't need a vape, I'm being silly. Sparks fly from the hour and the sun begins to fade. swear there was one somewhere. Oh, I need to charge my laptop. I've done right up to now. It's the light of day that showed me how.
In the middle of the argument, Fousey started rapping.
You're still talking about the little things. You're heating up your breakfast when I'm heating up my dinner.
What the fuck does that mean?
If I take away my god, I've done absolutely fucking nothing today. Oh, I don't want to go to work. My boyfriend's parcel was delivered, not mine. And another parcel. I just walked up the stairs, I'm so out of breath. Oh my god, I'm so out of breath. Oh, I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Do you think if I throw myself down the stairs, that will work? I'm not working. Imagine that. I'll throw myself down the stairs. When the night falls, my loneliness comes. Wanna be with somebody. I wanna be with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. That is divine. Upon the hour, the sun begins to feel. Right, let's watch some YouTube again. Oh my god, that stinks.
Comprehensive list of Meghan Markle's bullying allegations. This one's for the Sussex Survivors Club.
Let's call this a modern fairy tale.
What could possibly go wrong?
They have proven themselves to be liars.
Actually, no. I want to learn Duolingo. Does it have it on the web? Chess? Oh, I don't know what to learn. Let's do Spanish. I want to learn some Spanish. I've done a right up to now. Oh my god, that is an awful fucking profile. That is terrible. Right, we're gonna learn some Duolingo. How did you learn about Duolingo? I must say TikTok. Let's do 20 minutes a day. Oh, ow. Start from scratch.
Café.
It just sounds like coffee.
Café.
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 Big up.
Té.
Té. That's the same as English.
Té.
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 Té. Té.
Té.
Té.
Té.
Té.
Sounds like you're saying gay really quick.
Té.
Gay.
Té.
Gay.
Té.
Un té.
Remember that
Té.
Un té. Un té. AT. Big up.
Por favor.
Por favor. Please and. Ooh, tea. Please.
Por favor.
Por favor. Por favor. Por favor. Por favor, tea.
Hola, un té.
Hola, un té. Hola, un té. Hola, un té. Hola, un té. Hola, un té. Hola, un té. Hola, un té. Hello, at tea.
Quiero un té, por favor.
Quiero un té, por favor.
Quiero.
I want a tea, please. Big up.
Café.
Café!
Un café.
What? Un café.
Café.
Hola. Oh. Meaning a tea, please. Un café. What?
Un café. Un café. Un café. Un café.
Hello.
Hola.
Hola. A. On. Coffee.
Café.
Tea. Ta.
Por favor. Por favor. Por
Please, miss.
favor.
Por favor. A. On. T. T. Hello. Hola.
Hola.
Ca.
Hola. Hola.
What? I don't understand what they want. Oh, I see. Hola, un caf. Hola, un caf. Por favor. Por favor.
Por favor.
Por favor, please.
Un café.
Onti, por favor. Onti, por favor. Onti, por favor. Onti, por favor.
Hola.
Hola, un caf. It's better save my progress. I'll be fuming if it doesn't. I earned 5 gems. Big up, my amigo. Oh, I need to create a profile. 1 second. 26. Nah. Oh, I'm gonna have to put my fucking email in. Oh well. Fuck's sake, I knew it was gonna. Oh no, I wanna make. Oh. I'm trying to create a new account. I'll sign up. Here we go. No, I don't want to sign in. I want to create the account. Oh, there we go. I've got to verify my email now. Un sandwich.
Un sándwich.
Taco.
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 Sandwich.
Sandwich. It's just basically English. Sandwich. Un favor sandwich. Un favor sandwich.
Gracias.
Gracias. Oh, no, no, no. Thank you. Gracias. Why did I think that was French?
Agua, por favor.
Oh, gra. Water, please.
Por. Agua. Por
Agua.
agua. Por
Agua,
agua. Por
Agua, por
favor.
favor. Agua, por favor. Agua, por favor.
Taco. Agua con hielo.
Agua con hielo. Agua con hielo. I'm gonna fart.
Agua con hielo. Agua con hielo. Agua con hielo. Agua con hielo. Agua. Agua con hielo.
Agua con hielo.
Agua con hielo. Agua con hielo. Agua con hielo.
Hola, ¿quieres un sándwich?
Hola.
Hola, ¿quieres un sándwich?
Hola,
Hola, ¿quieres un sándwich? Hola, ¿quieres un sándwich?
Hello. Why is there a question mark at the front?
¿Quieres? ¿Quieres? ¿Quieres?
Hola.
Hola, ¿quieres un sándwich?
Hola, ¿cuáles son los sándwich?
Hola, ¿quieres un sándwich? ¿Quieres?
¿Quieres?
¿Quieres un sándwich? ¿Quieres? ¿Quieres?
Hola. Hola.
¿Quieres?
Hola, ¿quieres un sándwich? Hola. Hola, ¿quieres un sándwich?
¿Quieres?
Hola, ¿quieres?
¿Quieres?
Hola, ¿quieres un sándwich?
Gracias.
Gracias. Gracias. Gracias. Gracias, fucking ass.
¿Un té o un café?
Un té o un café. Un té o un café. Un té o un café.
¿Un té o un café?
Un té o un café. Un té o... Wait. A tea or a coffee. There you go.
Gracias. 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 Gracias.
Un sándwich o un taco.
Un sándwich o un taco. Un sándwich o un taco. Un sándwich o un taco. Un sándwich o un taco. A sandwich or a taco. A taco, please. A sandwich.
Un sándwich. Un
A sandwich.
o un taco.
Un sandwich o un taco. Un sandwich o un taco. Un taco o un sandwich.
Sandwich.
Un taco o un sandwich. Un taco o un sandwich. Mate, I think I was Spanish in the past life. Hello, do you want a taco? Hola.
Hola.
Un. Oh no. Hola.
¿Quieres?
Hola, ¿quieres? Or do you want is quieres? Hola, ¿quieres? Hola, ¿quieres un taco?
Un taco.
Hola, ¿quieres un taco? 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 Agua bota. Por favor. Por favor means thank you. No, gracias is thank you. Por favor. Oh, I can't remember. Por favor.
Helado.
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 Helado. Helado.
Helado.
Ciao.
Ciao. Bye. Ciao. Helado.
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 Perfecto.
Perfecto.
Un té con azúcar.
Un té con asunto.
Un té con azúcar. Un té con azúcar. Un té con azúcar.
Un té con asunto.
Un té con azúcar.
A tea con, I'm guessing is with. A tea with sugar.
Un té con azúcar. Un té con azúcar. Un té con azúcar. Un té con azúcar.
Un té con azúcar. Un té con azúcar. With.
Con azúcar. Con azúcar. Con azúcar. Con azúcar.
Con azúcar.
Un vaso de agua.
por favor. Un vaso de agua, por favor. Un vaso de agua, por favor.
Un vaso de agua, por favor. A glass of water, please.
Un sándwich y un café con azúcar.
Fucking hell.
Un sándwich y un café con azúcar.
God, she sounds like... It sounds like she's like, do not enter this
Un
place.
sándwich y un café con azúcar.
Un sandwich y un café con azúcar. A sandwich.
Y.
Un sandwich y un café con azúcar. Un sandwich y un café. Un sandwich y un sandwich y un sandwich y un café with sugar.
Un sándwich y un café con azúcar. Un sándwich y un café con azúcar.
Un sándwich y un café con azúcar. Un sándwich y un café. Un sándwich y un café con azúcar. Sugar.
Un sándwich y un café con azúcar. Un sándwich y un café con azúcar.
Un helado, por favor.
Helado.
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 Helado. Un helado, por favor.
Un helado y un té.
Un helado.
Un helado y un té. Un helado y un té.
Un helado y un té. Un helado. Ice cream and wait, hang on. Wait. An ice cream and tea. Un helado.
Un helado y un té.
Un helado y un té.
Un helado y un té. Un helado y un té.
Un helado y un té.
Perfecto.
Perfecto.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Perfecto.
Perfecto.
Perfecto.
Hola. Un sándwich, por favor.
Hola, a sandwich, please. Hola, un sandwich, please. That's a weird way to say that. An ice cream and a tea.
Un helado.
Un helado y un helado y un and
quiero
and
té.
Oh bollocks. Un
café.
Un café y un
helado.
I want an ice cream and a glass of water. Tea.
Té.
Tea. Oh, wait, that's tea.
Vaso.
What's I?
De vaso. Helado.
De vaso helando.
Y un.
Oh, Oh, wait, no, I remember now. I won.
Quiero
Quiero
helado.
helado.
Y un vaso de agua.
Oh my god, I actually got it. Cuidado helando uno vaso de hombre. Un helado y un té.
Hola, un café, por favor.
Hola, un café.
Hola, un café, por favor.
Hola, un café, por favor.
Hola, un café, por favor.
Hola, un café, por favor. Hola, un café, por favor.
Quiero un café con azúcar, por favor. Quiero un café con azúcar, por favor. Quiero un café con azúcar,
Quiero
por favor.
dar un café con azúcar, por favor.
Un sándwich y un café, por favor.
Un sándwich.
Un sándwich y un café, un sándwich y un café, por favor.
Un sándwich y un café, por favor.
Un té o un café.
Un té o un té.
Un té o un café. Un té o un café. Un té o un café.
Un té o un café.
Un té o un café.
Un té o un café.
Quiero un helado y un vaso de agua.
Fucking hell.
Quiero un helado y un vaso de agua.
Quiero onda helando un vaso de agua.
Quiero un helado y un vaso de agua.
Quiero un helado y un vaso de agua.
Quiero un helado y un vaso de agua.
Un sándwich y un café, por favor. Un sándwich y un café. Un sándwich y un café, por favor. Un sándwich y un café, por favor. Un sándwich y un café, por favor. Un sándwich y un café, por favor.
Hola, un café, por favor.
Hola, un café, por favor.
Quiero un café con azúcar, por favor. Quiero un café con azúcar, por favor.
Quiero un café con azúcar, por favor.
Un sándwich y un café, por favor.
Un sándwich y un café, por favor.
Un té o un café.
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 Quiero un helado y un vaso de agua.
Fucking hell, the furniture's gonna start floating.
Quiero un helado y un vaso de agua.
Quiero un helado y un vaso de agua. Quiero
un helado y un vaso de agua.
Quiero un helado y un vaso de agua. Un té o un café.
Un té o un café.
Un té o un café. On tea, on 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 café.
Spanish.
E, B, C, D, E, if, X, I, X, K, L, M, INI, U, P, Q, E, S, A, B, C, Ş, D, E, if, H, H, I, J, K, L, E, M, N, J, Ul, P, Q, I, oh my god, what the fuck am I doing? Fecha. Rápido, gracias. Yo, Biono, DP, ayude.
Esto es una planta. Una planta. Tiene polvo. Vamos a limpiar el polvo. El trapo. Esta planta está sucia, tiene polvo, ¿lo veis? Vamos a limpiar la planta con el trapo. Quitamos el polvo de las hojas. Oh my.
Diana, lo que necesitas es un par de pantalones largos.
¿Pantalones largos? No sé si esté listo para usarlos.
Bob Esponja tiene frío.
Bob Esponja tiene mucho frío. Él vende pantalones. Él vende pantalones largos. Pantalones largos para el frío. Bob Esponja quiere pantalones largos.
¿Comida que has probado?